here. Always a great morning when we got two callers. As soon as I log on.
Gamecock Larry has a Super Bowl prediction.
I'm sorry?
Do you know who's playing?
Yeah.
You know it's professional football?
You're up.
What a great start to a Friday morning. I have just been informed off the air. Our favorite 86-year-old caller will have a Super Bowl prediction for us, and he is just already ready to go on the Love Chevy phone lines. He's not the only one ready to go there. That's a great way to start a Friday morning. It's been quite a week, huh, Bill?
You mean the month? Feels like a month.
This week feels like a month?
Feels like a month. What a week,
You were
yeah.
saying that January felt like it lasted a week, but 1 week into February and it's already
Already, I
felt like
can tell, yeah.
You're hard to keep up with sometimes.
It's been a long month already. I can feel it. Too much pregame celebration last night for the Super Bowl. Got a little too fired up, probably. Just ready to go.
Well, it should be an interesting morning with Bill then. Patrick, what about yourself?
I'm so excited. I love this. Is the I would say top 5 days of the year, Super Bowl Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, Christmas, Thanksgiving, Memorial Day, 4th of July, St. Patty's or Super Bowl Sunday. I don't know which one's number 5, but yeah, that's 5 and 6 right there.
Super Bowl Sunday's so overrated. Should be Super Bowl Saturday.
You're overrated.
I want to come in and mess with him all day. So I don't know about this. It's gonna be a blowout. I'm not very excited about this game.
Oh my gosh, get out of here!
Just want to rain on his parade for a few hours.
I'm still going to parade.
What else do we got? You got South Carolina, Mississippi State this weekend.
Hey,
and that's a big game.
Who cares?
A lot of good calls on the Facebook live stream already this morning.
That too.
He says Gamecock Larry picked the Gamecocks to win the Super Bowl.
I was trying to get him. He said he's not going to watch it.
Of course, he doesn't watch professional sports.
I know. Come on, I said Gamecock Larry. It's one day a year you can watch the NFL. I said no. But I already know who's going to win. All right. Say so.
Well, from his perspective, you got Ryan Suckup kicking for the Bucks, and on the other side of things, you got a couple of Gamecocks playing defense. I guess we don't know. We probably don't know Chris Lamons if he's going to make the 53 man in the defensive backfield. Did play in the AFC Championship game, I believe. And then Rashad Fenton, I believe it's all a question of health with him, but I think he's back and he's going to be good to go.
Well, I'm not sure because I look on the Chiefs website and it has Lamons on the practice squad. I don't know if that gets updated.
Right.
I think he should still be on the 53 man, but whether or not I would assume that he won't be on the 46 man active roster because basically he replaced Fenton last time. Right. So if Fenton's healthy, it would appear that Lamons will not be playing. Unless they're just going to have all hands on deck and have all their DBs ready to go.
More great news to start this morning. Robbie just hits us up, says, "Good morning, guys. The baby finally came. We leave the hospital today. Welcome, Raylan, to Gamecock country. And bless you." No, you, sir. Bless you and Raylan.
You don't know. He's saying bless you to me because apparently you guys weren't watching that. I managed to get the volume down, but I cut loose on a nice sneeze off air. Thank you, Robbie, for that. That's how I waved at him when I was like, yeah, thank you. That was better.
Well, wasn't it Wednesday morning where Robbie was listening and he had the headphones in while the wife was giving birth to the third child?
Yeah.
And so I'm hoping it didn't go all the way until this morning until Raylan finally came. But you never know how these things go. But maybe Robbie was a little bit.
She had to come on Wednesday because, I mean, is it 3 days? It's 3 days before you go home. Is that what you do?
Right. Typically, you stay in the hospital that long. I hear what you're saying. Yeah. So that makes sense. That timeline does make sense. 12 hours, Robbie updates us, was the process. Congratulations. Mostly to your wife, but to you as well, Robbie. To you as well, for making it through that thing and keeping us updated. It's a great way to start the day, and we might as well go ahead and get out to the Love Chevy phone lines. If Gamecock Larry is up early and he's on hold and he's got a Super Bowl prediction, we need to hear it. 803-404-6100 is the number. Larry, Super Bowl 55. Please enlighten us this morning as we get ready for it.
Good morning. First, let me tell Dr. Bulldog out there and Dr. Gamecock Macon and Mr. Ronald Parker. I want to wish Dr. Bulldog luck with those with Muschamp and Kirby Smart. They'll be two going at it like cats and dogs for the end of the season. Now let me talk about this. I don't know when it was I watched the last Super Bowl. Seemed like I was down in Florida going to insurance school, I think in 19, it's been a long time. But let me tell you, I don't care about these, I'm not going to watch the game. And I'm on a poll, I'm going to tell you who's going to win the game. Brady, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Tom Brady is going to take the Kansas City Chiefs and this young up-and-coming quarterback, Patrick Mahomes,
to the woodshed.
They're going to take him to the woodshed. Ryan Succop, which is old Gamecock, is going to kick about 2 or 3 field goals. And the final score is going to be Brady and Tampa Bay Bucks 34, Mahomes, Kansas City Chiefs 17. 34-17. The old man is going to show the young man who's the boss. Any questions from Bill? Any questions?
So many questions.
Watching the game, I just go by what I hear of you guys talking, what I get on my paper, newspaper, and what I see on TV. I don't watch it to just come across and get some kind of sports place, but I mean, I don't watch these pro sports because a long time ago, they took a poor man like me out of the game. I can't go down here and see the I can go to the Gamecock games. I ain't got no money. I won't think about maybe I can get Bill to send me a season ticket. How's that, Bill? Will you do that for me? That's what I was going to say. Yes, sir.
We'll check into that. We'll check into that.
Okay.
We'll see if One Champ's got any available season tickets from last year.
Oh, no, must have. Don't some of them must have because they be counterfeit.
Gamecock, Larry. Great to hear from you, sir. Oh, he's in a good mood this morning, isn't he? That's good to hear. I had lots of questions for him, Bill. You didn't want to follow up about how he came to his 34-17 prediction for Tampa Bay?
Well, a couple things. Insurance school, there's a piece of the puzzle for Gamecock Larry that I didn't never see coming. 2, he referred to Gamecock Larry, he referred to Ryan Succop as an old Gamecock. Now, I know I never played and you never played for the Gamecocks, but we graduated from South Carolina. You in 2001, somewhere near me in 2000. Technically, I went in 2000. I didn't graduate until like 2005 or 6, one of the two. But I only say that because if he's referring to Gamecock, if he's referring to Ryan Succop as an old Gamecock, what does he think we are?
We're ancient. No doubt about it.
Patrick's a new kid on the block, I guess. But
sure, spring chicken.
Patrick, you're Mahomes' age, aren't you? Is Mahomes 25? 24, 25.
I thought he wasn't even 25 yet.
Oh no, are we gonna play that game?
No, he turned 25. He's 2 months older than me.
So doesn't that depress you? Because Tom Brady's he's a few months older than me. I remember growing up, and I always had in my head like, oh, okay, I still have time. I got time to achieve all my athletic goals and dreams and become the pro athlete that I always thought I would. And then Tiger Woods, also about my age, starting to seeing him like, oh yeah, I got a lot of ways to go quickly. So, Bill, did you ever have a guy that was on your same timeline that you were watching and you finally realized that that thing probably not going to work out, that pro sports career?
No, there was a moment I think there was never a player like that. I think maybe as I got in my 30s, I started to notice that a little bit more. But I think the moment was, I was telling somebody this the other day, when we went to do the I might have told y'all, but when we went to do the celebrity baseball game, Brian Jeffcoat, the alumni game that Brian Jeffcoat was managing, it was the Gamecocks versus the Blowfish, I believe, out here in Lexington, and I lost all that weight.
Only one who's ever referred to it as a celebrity game, by the way.
Well, I didn't mean celebrity for us. I meant for the Gamecock players like Jeffcoat and all the guys that played.
Some call them alumni.
Some people call them celebrities because they played for Gamecock.
Just you.
Wow, you guys are really putting down Brian Jeffcoat this morning.
Someone thinks highly of themselves.
Seems inappropriate. Although I mean, Brian Jeffcoat's probably getting the kids up or doing something on the farm and trapping a skunk or something, and you guys are just taking shots at him. I called him a celebrity, but that really probably hurt his feelings this morning. But anyway, when we were out there and I was shagging fly ball in that field, I'd lost all that weight, Tim, and I was like, oh, man, you know what? My athleticism feels like it's returning. And I remember, oh yeah, all the guys we're playing are like almost half the guys we are playing. The Blowfish are like half my age. The athletic career is probably done. Like that was more of what it was. That I was like, I think the basketball and maybe a chance at the baseball career is not going to happen.
You said it earlier that it feels like a blowout somehow. I don't understand how you come to that conclusion. Gamecock Lair is telling us it's
Monday or Tuesday. Patrick, didn't he agree, or was it me and Patrick that agreed with that?
Patrick's agreeable. He's an agreeable person. He never is bitter when he starts the show. He doesn't really come down hard on people. He's a very agreeable guy.
I don't agree that it's going to be a blowout. I agree that has been the narrative from a lot of people. I've heard that as well. Okay. But I don't agree with that, and I think it's changed now. If I have to bet this game, I've been watching all week hoping that the number's been at 3 the whole time, Chiefs by 3.
Right.
I've been just waiting for it to hit that 3.5, and it just refuses to move.
So if it goes 3.5, you're going to take the Bucks.
Yes, if it hits 3.5, I'll pounce on it immediately. If I bet a side, I'm betting the Bucks.
So you think the Chiefs might win by 3 or less, and you feel pretty strong going in. You get 3.5 points.
Yeah, I feel like the Chiefs will win because there's more things have to go right for the Bucks for them to win the game than the Chiefs. The Chiefs don't have to play a perfect game, and the Bucks need to do pretty much everything right.
Okay, I think that's very fair.
But Vegas, I like being on Vegas and the bookmakers side more than I do the public side. And the public is like 90% plus on the Chiefs right now. And the bookmakers are usually spot on when they play these games, pick these like huge championship level games. They're almost right on the number every time. So I'm going to side with Vegas and not everyone else.
So Gamecock Larry says 34-17 Tampa Bay. Matthew going with a Bucks win as well in his prediction this morning, 31-27, a little much closer. Carlton just wanted to make sure that everybody knows South Carolina State well represented in this thing with Antonio Hamilton as a DB for the Kansas City Chiefs. Alex Brown is on the injured reserve, and Ted Cruz is a vice president of communications there, all South Carolina State grads. So the state of South Carolina, very well represented. This brings me to one of my favorite tweets I've ever seen in my life. Did you guys see this last night? I retweeted it in case you missed it. Penn State, it took me a while to figure it out. Please, it looks like you guys have not seen this or are not too familiar with it. Go check it out. At Tim Hill 1075 is where you can do it. It's just the Penn State football account, at Penn State F-Ball. Check out the graphic, Bill, and please tell me what you're seeing. Can you do this in real live time? It looks like I caught you doing something.
There we go.
Are you kidding me?
For some reason, Tim Kaine came up, not Tim Hill.
Okay. Look, it's a look of confusion. Patrick went with, are you kidding me? Bill, can you describe what's going on both in your head and
Am I looking at the same one
on the screen in front of you? What do you see?
Penn State.
Yeah. What?
Please tell me what you're seeing.
All I see is a helmet and maybe a hand.
Can you click on the picture, please?
I ain't clicked on the picture.
Okay, can you read us some of it?
A Penn Stater has appeared in every Super Bowl except. Oh, I didn't read the.
Yeah. That is hilarious. Because Tim, I saw that tweet yesterday and I thought that's weird. Why does Tim care that much about Penn State having a representative in every Super Bowl?
See, I was going to quote tweet it, and put it out there, but I didn't want to ruin it for everyone out there that just got that can get the surprise that Bill just got, because it took me a while to figure it out too. There is this tweet. You guys go check it out if you're on Twitter at all. If you're not, we'll describe it for you as we move on through the show. But I really don't want to ruin the surprise for everybody. It's amazing.
What you've got to tell them is that, like, it's one of those things that messes with your eyes. So you got to find what would you say? What is wrong with this picture?
Right, exactly.
Because I looked at everywhere except what you're talking about. Like, because it's so small, I looked at I was like, what? Why are we talking about the picture? What? It's a helmet. I guess his hand. I can't figure out what his hand. I see the Penn State logo, and then I was like,
fun game to play. It took me a while too, Bill. Don't feel bad.
There's a joke with a Penn Stater, right? That's what he's talking about, a Penn Stater, and then, oh wow, very clever, Penn State, very clever.
Incredible.
Good morning to Donnie on the live stream. Carlton gives his prediction. He thinks it's going to be Kansas City big, kind of like where you were going with, Bill. 34-14 he's going with. So we've got a 34-17 Tampa Bay prediction and a 34-14 Kansas City prediction to start. That pretty much sums up our world right now. Kansas City wins again from another prediction. I don't have a name there on CU89 on the handle, but he is watching us, it looks like, on Twitter. That's added to the live stream today. You can just check it out at the station handle at 107.5 The Game. We got the Facebook and YouTube live stream up and rolling. Patrick's looking for about 800 more subscribers on that YouTube page, and he will just be.
We need him today, by the way. Patrick needs him today. You don't,
or he's not going to be happy. So no pressure out there, guys. No pressure.
Need it right now.
We get
800 subscribers today. I'll just go live on the YouTube from noon to 11 p.m. tomorrow. I'll just take you through my whole day. I'll be live for making all the food, all the pregame drinks and festivities, and I'll just stay live through the whole game.
Oh, we got to
get the Truman Show.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like we've got to get into Patrick's plan. If he's starting on Saturday, making the food, like, what are you doing? What are you doing from 10 to 5:30 on Sunday? Like, you
sleeping in?
Well, there's a lot of food to be made.
Love it. I got to hear this. What this menu you're preparing over there.
I also got our weekend playlist. Not the weekend, not weekend like Saturday and Sunday.
The guy performing.
Like the weekend. I got our playlist ready for the intro music.
Thank goodness.
Oh, that's another great idea. Why don't we do that? If you had to give yourself a nickname like that, if you had to call yourself the something, what would it be? The Weekend's pretty good. I don't know where else we'll go with that. What would we give Gamecock Larry, for instance, if we had to call them? I'd probably call him the expert.
The Prophet.
The Prophet is fantastic. The Soothsayer, wherever you want to go there. Please feel free to identify yourself only in the third person with the this morning in honor of the weekend. That's how we begin this morning. Get the poll question up and rolling on Twitter at TimHill1075 about the Super Bowl. I don't know where this is going to go, especially after hearing both sides of it already the first few minutes. That's a good sign, I think, for Super Bowl 55. It's our official preview show here. You're listening to the early game on 107.5.
Clear. All right, let's show it.
Oh, Bill's pumped. He's very focused. Let's see this execution. He's got it.
Ah, yes, the excitement for the weekend. It's going to be a big time, not only because there's a big game that's taking place, on Saturday, maybe even Sunday, I don't know, but because you can get out to Love Chevrolet each and every day, not just on the weekend, and check out all the great deals that are taking place now, both for new and for pre-owned vehicles. In case you hadn't heard, Love Automotive in Casey has moved their incredible selection of pre-owned vehicles over to Love Chevrolet in Harbison between Lowe's and Frankie's Fun Park. You need to get out there and see what exactly I'm talking about. Whether it's a Tahoe, a Suburban, whatever your heart desires, it is the month of love, the month of Love Chevrolet. So don't wait around. Get over, check out the great sales staff, the incredible low prices, and of course the incredible selection, whether it's the 14 acres of new Chevrolets or that incredible selection of pre-owned vehicles. You're going to find what you're looking for. Don't wait around. Go visit Love Chevrolet, I-26 in Harbison between Lowe's and Frankie's Fun Park, or on the web, lovechevy.com. Get out to Love Chevrolet and find new roads.
Attaboy, Bill. So as I was writing this poll question, I think maybe the more interesting one is who people want to win. Who are you pulling for in this thing?
Yeah, there you go.
You can go that way?
I think you could break it down. Chiefs, it kind of goes hand in hand, but are you pulling for the Chiefs? Or are you pulling for the Bucs, or are you pulling for Brady? Are you pulling for the Gamecock players on the Chiefs? Or are you pulling for the – does that make – it's kind of –
there's a Gamecock going to be active on each team. So
that's true. Let me get some water and coffee. I was running a few minutes behind. And then I sneezed.
David hung up, by the way. We're clear.
What do you think? Who are you pulling for? Chiefs, Bucs, Brady?
Well, that's what – there's so many polls that can be made. I feel like all three of us probably need to put out a poll this morning. Because a lot of people probably don't care.
I'll go Chiefs, Bucs, a good game, don't care. Or not watching. That work for you guys?
Yep.
Not interested.
Kevin, why are you not going to watch the game if you have a rooting interest?
Wait a second. KT, we want KC to win, but I'm not going to watch it. Well, maybe KT's working?
I hope, instead of just...
I mean, come on. Garnet Panther's pretty good. Gamecock Larry. But that's not the... You're not the Garnet Panther then, right? I feel like when you add B to the nickname, it gets much more narrowed down, right?
You would think so.
Like, what else do you refer to as like the weekend? Hey, what you doing for the weekend? The what? How's the job? How's the girlfriend? How's the wife, the family? Huh.
There are some good replies to this Penn State.
Oh, yeah? You look at the Twitter?
It's the New Jersey Fisher Cat. New Hampshire Fisher Cats is a AA affiliate for the Blue Jays.
Right.
It's the Fisher Cats have won every championship except for 13 since 2004.
That was just so amazing.
That's a very good tweet. That's probably my favorite graphic of all time. The other favorite was when I can't remember what the GPA number was, but like Texas football put out highest ever semester team GPA, and it was like a 2.6 or something like that. And they put out a big graphic with a big 2.6, and I was like, dude, what? You guys serious?
Yeah, so Jordan gave us the heads up on the replies there. You'll have to read some of them on the air.
Dude, that took me, like, I thought you guys were playing a trick on me. Then I didn't feel very smart because I was like, wait, is it English?
Bill, we would not do that to you. I wouldn't do it to you at least in the 6 o'clock hour off the top.
I
saw it last night, and I was just like, does Tim have, like, family that play at Penn State or something like that? Does he know someone from Penn State that... Because I didn't even click it. I just saw the big words. You can see the big words.
That's part of the fun. It took me, I bet, a solid 2 minutes looking at that thing, and I only looked at it closely because of the replies.
Yeah.
Because I saw some replies making fun of it or, like, basically calling it crazy.
All right, I'm taking out all the bumper music today.
Attaboy.
We're coming back in 5 seconons.
We're coming back?
The producer.
Yep.
Patrick's the producer today. Well done.
On 107.5, good game.
Guys, oh, nice. Turning it up for the live stream. Well done. Oh, Patrick's plan's just getting ruined here. He's ready to, on the ones and twos, DJ Patrick Perry.
Well, now my Spotify web player's not playing.
DJ Patrick P. Just blowing it there.
Long week just got longer.
I'm actually very upset right now.
We're going to have to call him the disappointment.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was thinking it's just a week.
This is so. I don't understand. Oh.
The failure. Worst nicknames of all time, right? Looking for the weekend music. He was so pumped about it, and now the quiet apparently.
Does anybody? I'm so confused how this works. Because I had to make a playlist on my phone, and it won't play off the computer now. It's like every time I click play on the computer, it just starts playing on my phone.
Oh, perfect. The technologically challenged. I'm there most of the time too.
You guys talk. I'm gonna figure this out.
Okay, you guys should see the live stream right now. He's so confused. It looks like he's pressing so many buttons, and none of them are working. It happens. Bill, you got any nicknames? What would you call? How familiar are you with The Weeknd? I am not very familiar.
I've become more familiar, I would say, in the last 6 months. Some of his music is taken. I'm a old school, like back between '95 and 2005 kind of rap guy, and then with kids, I get more of the country music. So the new age rap, which would be The Weeknd or whatever. I'll hear it, and obviously you hear it more and more in intros or like commercials or something. Intros for sporting matches, games, boxing events, whatever, MMA. But I'm like, I don't know who that is. I don't know. And so now it's getting my daughter at 11 like, come on, Dad, that's that's so and so. Like I'll be honest, one person I've just gotten into is Bad Bunny. And I played a song that I figured was child appropriate in the car the other day, and I guess it's been on the radio, and my daughter just starts singing along with it, and it's in Latin, so she's only picking up the part where it said, I think, Mia or Dos Mia. She could only get that part. If she'd have started singing along and doing all of the Latin part, I'd have been wildly impressed. But so people like Bad Bunny and The Weeknd, and who else am I forgetting? I don't know. I'm sure there's tons of these guys, young rappers. I'm a Snoop Dogg kind of guy. Like Snoop Dogg. Give me Snoop Dogg, Tupac, Biggie. More than that. Nelly. Get some good Nelly.
Okay. Yeah, those guys more old school traditional stage names, not the anything. Yeah, the there. It changes the game. I was very confused about The Weeknd, I think, when I first was introduced to that not too long ago. And that's the halftime show entertainment, in case you're just joining us and you're really old like we are, out of touch, not kids.
And we're getting hit. Chris tells us on the text line, The Weeknd is more R&B than rap, Bill. Okay, well, more R&B. I don't even know exactly what the difference is there. I like the concerts. I like concerts. I don't breaking down the different genres of music. As you can tell, we're not going to have a fish discussion on this program. We don't. I don't think we even know. I couldn't name you a single song that Fish plays, or what their genre is, or even if it's one fish or multiple fish.
You want them to be fishes?
Yeah.
You got Larry hit us up earlier with the Tampa Bay 34-17 prediction. A lot of you reacting to that right now. A lot of you on the Cool Care Heating and Air text line. Let's start with his evil villain nemesis, Root Hog. Says, has Gamecock Larry ever been right on any prediction? Sir, how dare you?
Yes,
the one where I remember specifically. What stick out to you, Bill? Which one sticks out to you?
There's only two. I mean, there's two. Okay. There's the Tennessee game that he called when Tennessee was ranked the first year you and I were doing the program, and Tennessee was coming to win Muschamp's first year, and South Carolina.
I like how you referred to it as our first year. Okay,
it was our first year. First year, Muschamp's not.
That was bitter that he's making $300,000 at Georgia this year.
Oh, you guys want to figure? I estimated yesterday off air. You want to guess what his career earnings are? You guys want to play this game?
Somebody sent us in something, $33 million for 28 wins as a head coach.
No, career earnings. I think I've got it broke down. If I did the numbers, I kind of ballparked it a little bit. But if I had the numbers,
40-ish, maybe more,
higher for being a head coach. Just a head coach. Florida, South Carolina combined. Head coach.
Also, that was just at South Carolina then. There's $33 million for 28 wins. Because I didn't count the Florida ones. Oh, man.
Ballpark, what you got to add in Florida?
No. Oh, it's 50 plus?
For being a head coach, yes, 50 plus. I've got it. If I'm right, I couldn't get all of this. This guy did sent me off a cliff yesterday for about an hour and a half doing this. I was texting multiple people like, can you believe this guy? I've got him at roughly $53 million to be a head coach at South Carolina and Florida. And then, so 53 million. Then I couldn't get everything. Then, so he's at 53 for South Carolina and Florida. The 1 year he was at Auburn as defensive coordinator, in between those two stops, he got 1.6 million. So you throw in that, and you throw in some other. I'm kind of doing some. I wasn't breaking out the calculator, doing everything. I know 53 plus 1.6 takes him to 54.6, but I went ahead and rounded up because I'm sure there's an extra 400,000 I missed somewhere. So I just for the last 8-9 years of his life, Will Muschamp's paid $55 million. Then I went back, and then I estimated the previous 12 as an assistant at LSU. I think it was Auburn, LSU, Miami, and then Texas. I factored in 12 years. I factored in probably another 10 million. I've got career earnings at roughly $65 million.
I will laugh so I don't cry right now.
That's my.
Back to Gamecock Larry's predictions.
So the second one is clearly the one that is the most insane, right? The all-timer
prediction.
The all-timer, of course, he predicts South Carolina to win every weekend. So
Georgia.
Yes, I mean, the
one against Tennessee really sticks out to me because he was the guy, and this was maybe because we just had started the show not too long before, and Gamecock Larry was the guy who predicted the win. The true freshman Jake Bentley and first-year head coach Will Muschamp against ranked Tennessee at home. And then just last year, there were a lot of predictions that didn't go right, but he did get the one right against number 3 Georgia on the road for the Gamecocks. So he has gotten some predictions right. Billy says Gamecock Larry's Super Bowl predictions right. Tampa Bay gets the win. That'll give Brady one step above my Joe Montana and knock him off as the best quarterback of all times. And I'll have to look at Brady as such. I agree with Gamecock Larry. Tampa Bay takes the win. Thank you. This is Billy. No, thank you, Billy. But, Billy, you're really still holding on to Joe Montana? I thought this thing went away, I thought, at least 2 Super Bowls ago, didn't it? Certainly when you got 6. Bill, what? Have you heard this? I still haven't heard people hanging on to Joe Montana as the best of all time. It's got to be Brady, hands down. Numbers don't lie. It's just dominant, no? Take your time.
Is that a generational question, do you think?
It used to be.
Is it?
Until Brady kept winning Super Bowls.
Is it?
When we started the show, for instance, went back when South Carolina knocked off Tennessee for the first time under Will Muschamp, then it's a legit discussion. But not anymore, man.
I don't know. I understand what you're saying. I think to me, that's why I kind of paused on that. Like, I think, isn't there certain players in your generation? Let me ask you, all right, you and Patrick, age gap there, different generations of NBA basketball players. Tim, who's the best? I don't want to just keep it to a simple answer here.
Don't do this.
Yeah, it's a much different. Jordan and
LeBron. Is Bill? Are you arguing that Tom Brady's not the greatest player of all time? Is that what's happening right now? I'm still up on
I'm saying that people.
Yeah, while you were trying to get he was trying to get the weekend music, so he missed out on Billy's hot take that if Brady wins, then he'll overtake Joe Montana, and I'm just baffled by that.
He did that one Hall of Fame career.
No, I get it. I don't agree with that. I'm just saying that I think people get stuck on the generational players. And I guess my question was, how old is Billy? I'm not picking on him, but if Billy really came into sports in the 80s and the 90s and you saw Joe Montana, you ride with your guy, right? There are certain players, and where I was going to go with that is I was going to say, Tim, you grew up, you said you were a Jordan fan. You remember going to whatever the Hornets Coliseum was to see Jordan play, I think, with your dad. Patrick, we learned earlier in the week your disdain for LeBron James, but I think you respect him as a player. I don't know if you, being a younger guy who never saw Jordan, like the Jordan is the guy who failed miserably with the Wizards, both as a player and then a GM, and I don't know if you would say, oh yeah, the greatest of all time is LeBron.
I hate that we're doing this right now.
We're not doing this right now. Settle down. We're not trying to have a greatest NBA. We're doing a generational discussion. Do you get stuck with your player in your generation?
Shouldn't.
I think that's
okay. Then
I mean, anything that you want to poke a hole in Brady's resume for, you can do the same thing with Joe Montana. Oh, he had a great coach. Okay, well, Bill Walsh invented the West Coast offense, and as soon as Joe Montana left, Steve Young came in and won Super Bowls.
Let me help you out. This conversation is centered around Tom Brady and what this weekend does. This weekend mean anything for his career in terms of, is it just a cherry on top? Is it already, for Brady? Does this mean has he accomplished everything that he can accomplish? And does winning this just simply a cherry on the top, or is it a huge exclamation mark for his career? Is this like the crescendo?
Both. I mean, I think it's huge for his legacy because Joe Montana left and was okay in Kansas City, didn't win a championship. If Tom Brady comes and wins a championship in his first year with a new team in a shortened season where he didn't have time to prepare, I mean, that's one of the most legendary things that's ever happened in the NFL. He's
got to win it, Bill. Super Bowls are all about the winners. We forget the losers real quick, or they just a lot of times can go down the wrong path. I mean, Dan Quinn and the Atlanta Falcons, anybody's a prime example. He's got to win it to solidify the exclamation point, I think. Getting here, it's tremendous. Tremendous accomplishment, no doubt about it. But he only gets full credit for it if he wins. And if he wins, put 3 exclamation points on the end of it. Whatever you want to do, absolutely mind-blowing in a lot of ways. But that's where I'm at with Brady. Patrick, if you hate the greatest of all time conversation and think it, my question is, then do you have one that's outside of your generation? Because I think, Bill, to your point, that's how a lot of us do it. We just stick with the guy that's in our generation, and then we're going to argue with anybody else who is older or younger, and they have their guy, and that's part of it. Patrick,
there is
if you asked me who the greatest player in NBA history was, the greatest basketball player of all time, I would say Michael Jordan.
Okay. All I'm saying is, here's a great example for Tim and I. I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong, I feel like regardless of what happens Sunday, we're going to say Tom Brady's the greatest football player of all time. Championships or whatever you want to say, but he's accomplished a lot. Austin and Tim's kids, they're about to watch Patrick Mahomes for 15 years? 15 more years. We just did maybe longer, who knows? And if Patrick Mahomes wins number 2 and becomes the youngest quarterback ever to win 2 Super Bowls, and he goes on to win, say, 2 more, I don't know, 3 more, gets to 5, and he's still behind Brady, me and Tim and his kids, me and Austin, we'll be sitting there yelling at each other at Thanksgiving dinners or Christmas dinners we'll be saying, Tim and I will be those old guys going, oh, that Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes is not better than Tom Brady, and our kids will be yelling at us, it's Mahomes, right, Tim? That's what can happen.
But that's why this is so big, because Tom Brady's already knocked Patrick Mahomes. The reason Patrick Mahomes doesn't have 2 Super Bowls is because Tom Brady beat him in the AFC Championship. And if Tom Brady also beats him in the Super Bowl to get number 7, and Tom Brady single-handedly owns more Super Bowls than any franchise in NFL history, Patrick Mahomes just has to do that much more to catch up to him. I mean, it's his 10th Super Bowl. Nobody can touch that. He goes to the AFC Championship or the now AFC or NFC Championship every other year of his career, and he has more than twice as many playoff wins than any other quarterback. It's not even remotely close, his resume, compared to everyone else's.
Well, you underhyped him there, Patrick. It's not every other year. It's 2 out of 3. It's 14 out of 21 AFC championship games. It's not even every other year.
He goes to a Super Bowl every other year, yeah.
Right. That's basically where he is in his career. 803-404-6100. Excuse me. If you would like to weigh in, you can call or text. A bunch of you doing it on the Cool Care Heating and Air text line. And I want to get into Bill. You brought up Will Muschamp's career earnings. We need to bring up the ridiculous numbers that popped out yesterday in college athletics from the SEC perspective, the payout for each school, and also Clemson, first college football program ever. 2 coordinators, both getting paid more than $2 million. Mind-boggling to me. You're listening to the early game. It's 107.5 again.
Clear. Grab it.
See, I hear you, Mike. Yeah, we talked about Leonard's losers several times on this show. So you're not the only one. We even played some of it back in the day, from back in the day. Sonny.
Yeah.
I'll give you Nirvana.
Oh, yeah. A lot going on. Talking about sports, big games, all kinds of things that are taking place. Another thing that be taking place is you looking to buy a new home. It's a great time to do it. And if you're doing that, you need to start the process by getting in touch with Jacob Crowder of First Palmetto Bank. Interest rate still exceptionally low. Jacob wanted me to tell all y'all, right now he locked in 2 rates in the last few weeks for 1.85. How about that? That's saving a lot of money. If you're looking to refinance, give Jacob Crowder a call. He's the mortgage guru for a reason. 803-719-1005. You can email him the letter J, Crowder, CROWDER at firstpalmetto.com. That phone number again, 803-719-1005. Jacob's helping people save $200, $300, $400, $500. It just depends on your credit score, what he can do for you, what he can get you approved for. You need to give him a call. Shoot him a text message. Do something. Don't wait around. I know you got a lot on your plate. Patrick's cooking all day tomorrow. Baking, cooking, grilling, getting ready for everything that's going to happen Sunday. If you're doing the same, it's okay. It's a quick phone call. Maybe shoot him a text message. Get him some information and see, not Patrick, but Jacob Crowder, see what he can do for you. 803-719-1005. It's the mortgage guru, Jacob Crowder with First Palmetto Bank.
See where your boy Rooster P's over in Mississippi.
Saw that. So I don't want to get too much into details because it's kind of personal. But Tim, you know my buddy Andy lives in Tampa, and they had a little issue yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Him and his wife, and just to be with him, I almost drove down, and I wasn't even processing it because it was family related.
Right.
And I realized halfway through the day I was about to leave at 4 o'clock and drive to Tampa. 5 o'clock I was going to take the radio equipment because I didn't know how long I was going to be down there. And it dawned on me. I was like, wait, the Super Bowl's in Tampa.
Yeah.
And like there's not much I can do. I just kind of want to go be there for them. And so I thought about it. I was like, yesterday I was making plans, making sure somebody could keep the kids, and I was kind of lining some stuff up, and I still may go. I'll probably go next week if I go. I'll take the radio equipment. But I thought about it. I was going to surprise y'all and like maybe try and figure out how to go down and like do the show from like next to the stadium or something, like pop on y'all. Be like, wait, is that your background? Be like, no, I'm literally here because I can't go in the hospital. So I'm just kind of going down for moral support, but I'm going to wait a few days. So I may end up in Tampa next week. But I thought about that late yesterday afternoon because I was like, I better call Tim and just tell him what's going on. And I was like, no. If I go, I think I can pull this off and surprise both of them. And they'll be like, what are you doing?
It'd be more classic to go the week after the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And you call it Super Bowl week.
Yeah.
I thought this was Super Bowl week, guys. The Super Bowl just happened. There's not as much going on down here that I thought.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I still may go today, depending. I'm waiting to hear. I texted him last night.
Leonard's losers came up on the live stream there, Bill. I know that's one of your go-tos. Mike brought it up here in Gamecock. Larry had a flashback.
Yeah, Mike, I agree. There are times when he gets into it like that, it sounds like Leonard's losers prediction.
KT was all about that, part of the childhood. How about Matt D. Smith, huh? Good call, Craig. Impressive. Did you watch any of it?
Put that on Twitter yesterday.
You watched it?
Huh?
Did you watch any of it yesterday?
Oh, I watched. Yeah, I was at my other place, and I had the Golf Channel had it on from noon until 7. I mean, technically their coverage didn't start till 3 o'clock. I don't know how that exactly works with like if they have to show more commercials or if they have to like I don't know what because I mean it was technically their coverage came on at 3 o'clock, but I saw everything. Like, I don't know what the difference is. It said their pregame show. It was just basically following Roy McIlroy and Ricky Fowler around the course.
All right, we're coming back.
You figure out the weekend?
Yeah, I just have to play it off YouTube, which makes it more difficult because I have to make sure that it's not the explicit version of his songs.
This is what a morning, folks.
Sure you do that.
The panic in Patrick's face.
I found it.
If he lets us down.
Let's not call him. I don't want to call you the former producer.
Yeah.
I got the dumb button.
For better or worse, with Tim and Bill.
You did it, folks. I'm not gonna lie. I immediately go to old guy. The first 2 seconds of that song. Like, oh, yeah, this is not my music.
This is my favorite for the first. There's a big prop bet. First song that the weekend's gonna play. This is my bet.
Right.
That was Starboy.
Oh, really?
Starboy, yeah.
I do like the weekend. I've started listening. I'm kind of one of those people that I don't pick it up on my own. But if you're like, hey man, if you heard this guy, kind of like with Migos, like I was way behind on the Migos train. But then I started listening to those. I was like, I like this. Good stuff. I'm still trying to figure out the whole Metro Boomin, who that guy is, and I'm not sure that's what I mean. I'm like, this is where the old 38-year-old comes out of me. I'm like, is he a producer or a rapper? I don't know. Like, but yeah, I've gotten into Migos. But yeah, Weekend. I got some people. I learned about the Weekend, and now I'm like a fan. He's got some good.
It's funny on the YouTube said, get off. What do you say? Get off the Weekend and be a good role model for Pat. We're playing the Weekend obviously because he's doing the halftime show.
So you're not a big
Weekend fan. I like the Weekend. I think he's got a couple good songs, but it's not like my
but I think Sonny needs to know how much do you like Nirvana or Alice in Chains?
I love Nirvana. Don't like Alice in Chains that much, but I love Nirvana. Nirvana's great.
Okay.
Who doesn't love Nirvana?
All right. See, so I hope that makes Sonny better. He's showing what it was like
Everybody
to grow
just
up in the 90s.
assumes these things because I'm young. Assume.
Well, we also assume that
Tim doesn't. He calls you the oldest 25-year-old he knows.
Oh, thank you.
Speaking of ages, Donnie says, I'm 53 years old. This goes to your generational comment or conversation, maybe idea, Bill, that we stick with the people in our generation as the best. He's a Steelers fan at heart. Donnie says, in my heart, Terry Bradshaw is my man, but Tom Brady can't be touched. I think that's where most people who really watch football came to. Like, you don't have to like him the best, but you have to put him at the top of the list. Chris says everybody hates on Brady, but you got to respect the game. He's silencing all his haters. I was one of them, but I'm pulling for him this weekend. I like to see history being made. And who you're pulling for is the poll question this morning. Sutter Automotive poll question at SimHill 1075. Early results. It's split. A good game is leading the way over Chiefs, barely in second over the Bucks, and then not interested is at a distant fourth this morning with just 10% of the vote. I'm not too surprised by this because I don't think either team is polarizing because the Bucks just haven't had much success through the years. Tom Brady's polarizing.
Let me ask you this.
It's hard not to like Pat Mahomes, I think.
This is interesting. Patrick, do you agree with this? Are the Bucks the Golden State Warriors from a few years ago? Remember when Golden State started winning? They were cute and cuddly, and Curry. I'm sorry, the Chiefs. The Chiefs.
Chiefs.
I'm with you. The Chiefs are I'm sorry, not the Bucks. The Chiefs are the Golden State Warriors a couple years ago. They're cute and they're cuddly. Mahomes is putting ketchup on anything he can find. You had Steph Curry dragging his poor daughter out to press conferences and propping her up, and then they started winning. They started winning too much, and we completely turned on them. Is that what we're going through right now?
Oh yeah. Except instead of Steph Curry's daughter, it's Patrick Mahomes' brother. That's going to turn out to be the one that everybody hates. Man, is that kid annoying.
I hadn't seen this. What is his brother?
Oh, he's a TikTok star. He's the most obnoxious human being on the planet.
Oh, man, I'm really feeling old this morning. You're moving from the weekend to TikTok.
I'm not on TikTok. He's on Twitter. It's bad.
Guys, I woke up this morning thinking, Muschamp may not have been a great head coach, but man, does he know how to get paid.
Yes,
so basically, you're thinking what Steve Spurrier said not long after South Carolina made the move, and Will Muschamp was moving on. Was it 46 point something million dollars? About $1 million more is what each SEC school will get as the payout from the conference this year. That news coming out yesterday. and the news that Tony Elliott gets bumped up from 1.7 million per season to 2.0, I think, right, $2 million. Brent Venables been paid $2.4 million. First college football program to pay both coordinators $2 million or more. Bill, what did you make of that news yesterday?
You guarantee your coaches that taking Arkansas State, or I don't know what Central Florida would pay, but you guarantee your coaches they don't need to go start somewhere small. That your next, if you want a head coach, if it's about the money, you're covered at Clemson. You're good. Financial stability, program stability, you're good. Like, you don't need to leave. And even Tennessee, I don't know what Tennessee offers Tony Elliott, but is it really worth it if you're only getting, say, $1.5 million more, 3.5? That's where it becomes the dilemma. Think about that. Like, Brent Venables, same boat. Why would you necessarily leave Clemson to just go make $1 million more in a bad situation at Tennessee?
Speaking of feeling old, I felt really old when coordinators started making $1 million. Now they're making $2 million at the same school. Hour two coming up.
This is South Carolina head women's basketball coach Dawn Staley, and you're listening to the home of the Gamecocks.
All right. So did you get help there from somebody, Tilly? There, did they help you on the issue, or no? You figured
with
it out.
Music?
With the music, yeah.
No, I had to just do it on YouTube.
Which is going to be fun to watch, because I'm guessing you're pre-listening to whatever you're about to play just to.
Yeah, I mean, I type in clean version, but it's easy. It's just easier on Spotify because there's an E next to the explicit songs. And
I agree. That's the same. I got Amazon Music. I like to try and create a playlist for the kids, but I've been having a harder time finding the clean edition.
I've never heard of anyone that has Amazon Music.
It's part of my Amazon package, Amazon Prime, and all that.
Huh.
Is it Amazon Music? Yeah, Amazon Music.
I guess I have that, but I don't use the music service.
Yeah, I mean, it's same thing as probably Spotify or anything else.
Yeah.
Oh, good start to the show. Good start to the show. So what was the did you go around and hit a bunch of establishments again last night, sir?
No. It was dealing with. I was home. It was just dealing with Andy. Just kind of emotional, some stuff. I was just a long night. Like I said, I mean, it was a point that hopefully everything will go well. But I did have a few drinks, but that wasn't the problem.
Please stop with the math, somebody said.
Yeah, but I like how they did math in all caps.
Oh, that was you when you're adding up Muschamp, maybe?
Yeah, and I thought I was doing a good job of it. Like, I was like, oh, this, that. But I did it a lot yesterday.
So, did you see that question from Gamecock Frank? We can get into if we want to talk Gamecock basketball. Basically, what you guys were talking about on the live stream the other day, the historical significance of, or the reason why there is not much for Gamecock basketball. Just copying and pasting a lot of these texts here that I didn't get to. Got some predictions rolling in.
Yeah, we can get into that. My hot take rant may offend somebody, but sure.
So, Patrick, you got Super Bowl party plans?
No.
Is that even allowed these days? What's the word?
No party. Just cooking and the roommate and girlfriend.
Okay. Did you have a bit of a group?
Yeah, we have a couple. We're just do the Costco trip tomorrow. Maybe get a couple things pre-made, like prepared but not cooked.
So three people.
3.
Is that right?
A 2021 Super Bowl gathering, if there ever were one.
Well, I mean, I'm not. It's probably just going to be me and the kids. Like this is the first year I've ever had them on Super Bowl Sunday, and when you have kids who go to school, that doesn't mean I know the game starts at 6, but we need to be on some kind of time frame to get them in bed. But I think it's just because I was wondering, 3 people, how much food is an appropriate amount of food? Like, are you just going to have? It sounds like you're going to have a ton of food.
I'm gonna have a ton of food, yeah.
For 3, so just leftovers for days.
Oh yeah. Well, it's just going to be appetizers for 10 hours.
We may do that Sunday.
Like, I'm just going to make one thing. When it's done, eat it while we make the next thing. Eat that while we make the next thing.
What's the weather supposed to be like Sunday? I think it's calling for rain. What's the weather in Tampa? Does anybody know? I'll look at that too.
It's going to be chilly. Light rain at kickoff, probably.
Ooh.
Sub 40.
It's going to get up to 57 today. How about that? Rain this morning.
You guys watching the Ohio State Iowa last night?
No,
strong college basketball product, actually.
I did what I typically do. It took 3 or 4 viewings to get through Kill the Irishman.
Oh, well, is that a documentary?
No, it's got Christopher Walken, and it's I think it's the true story of the Cleveland Union rival mafia, Donnie Green. Does that ring a bell?
Not really.
Patrick, I feel like you'd have watched something like this. Biographical crime film, yeah.
I've seen it, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that. Ray Stevenson. Ray Stevenson is Donnie Green. That was pretty good. That's right. I keep forgetting Val Kilmer was in it.
Looks like Heath's review of Al Davis versus the NFL wasn't overwhelmingly positive.
Was it on YouTube or ESPN Plus early, or?
I was on ESPN last night.
I thought it came out on the 14th. Am I wrong?
9/11 last night is when it popped up.
Oh. The Irishman? What do you mean you watched it for 11 hours, Craig?
Well, the Irishman is a long film.
It is a long film. I took 2 days to watch that. I agree.
I took 3, I think.
Kill the Irishman. Kill the Irishman is different, and that one's not a long film. I just never sat down. I can't sit down. I'm not like Patrick. I can't sit down. It's hard for me to sit down for 2 hours and watch a movie.
You're up.
Super Bowl 55, almost here, a couple of days away. Why did that face, Bill?
You got to let Patrick explain. I mean, Tim, even in your 20s, I'm thinking back, even in my 20s, what was your Super Bowl day or Super Bowl weekend routine? Because all fair on the live stream, Patrick's going through his weekend. And I mean, what I'm hearing, he opened the show saying that this was a top 5 day of the year for him. What I'm hearing is this is one of his top 2 weekends of the year. Maybe St. Patrick's works out in there. I guess occasionally if his birthday falls on a weekend, that might jump in front for the 1 year. But you got to let Patrick explain the food process that he's got and see if people agree with this in their 20s. Not now when you have kids, although I got to admit, Patrick, what you described, I might be taking you up on the Perrette plan. The Perrette plan for Sunday. But you got to let Patrick, I mean, this is truly, Patrick, this is truly a weekend. When will you start? Will you go home after this, take a quick nap, kind of gather yourself, and then for you, does it start at noon? Because I know you've been working all week.
Well, I got to work tonight.
Okay.
No, so the full plan is I'm going to go to sleep after this. I'm going to wake up at 3 o'clock so I can watch Duke Denver lacrosse. And then I'll work tonight, wake up tomorrow, go to Costco in the morning, get our supplies. I got to come back here and work the basketball game on Saturday. So then that'll take up most of my afternoon. And then I'll get home, maybe make one of the or at least prep one of my appetizers for Sunday. And then I got to come back here and work Sunday morning. I'll get home at noon, and right at noon when I get home is when everything starts. So I'll cook whatever I prepped tomorrow at noon Sunday, and then I will eat that while I prepare the next round of appetizers, and then eat those while I prepare the next round.
I mean, it's like you're preparing for a wedding.
Yeah.
It's just like all the appetizers.
It's going to be beautiful.
There's a lot of food prepping. Did you ever do this, Tim?
No, wait. Are you kidding me? My food preparation consists of me looking at the box, seeing how long you microwave this thing for. That's all I can.
I feel like Patrick should go on a rant against you right now for that. That is not.
All right. Well, it's actually I wouldn't be doing this if I was. The girlfriend is the reason that we're doing all of this, because
I thought you did.
She's a good cook, huh?
I thought you did this.
You guys just hear that?
Yeah, I did. I want to come back.
Asked about the nicknames like the weekend, and we have the girlfriend.
We do. So she doesn't care about football.
Perfect.
So normally I would probably just like buy a bunch of stuff, or I'd buy a tray of wings or something like that, and I would eat all day. But because she's not going to want to sit there and watch pregame stuff all day long and just be obsessed with football all day, it's going to give us something to do while we get ready for the game. And she's also told me that she wants to place her first bet. So we're gonna make appetizers, and it'll give us something to do. And she's a good cook, so the appetizers will be better. We're making like fancier things than me just wrapping a bunch of weenies in croissant dough and making pigs in a blanket. Making 100 pigs in a blanket.
What are you making?
She's gonna make some sort of sausage bread. I don't know exactly what that entails, but I know it's got like sausage and onions and things like that. We're gonna do bacon wrapped Brussels sprouts with blue cheese. We're gonna do we're gonna make crab dip. And the thing that's maybe it'll be more of an off-air discussion, but one of my favorite things in the world is Nashville hot chicken, and I got to figure out how I'm gonna do that. But I'm gonna like bread my own chicken and make it Nashville hot style.
Well, Bill, I'm hearing like a combination of a couple of things for Patrick. First of all, 2021 Super Bowl is just different for all of us, right? Not nearly as many gatherings, certainly not really encouraged right now to have a bunch of people together in one room, especially sharing food and the whole deal. And then what has more of an influence, I think, particularly on Patrick right now, is the girlfriend who will be watching the weekend and making the first bet this week.
Yep.
But wow, that is taking it to a level. See, I couldn't do what you're doing because I am so much more just game focused. Bill, I think you and Patrick are similar here in the experience, that being around the people and the food and when the game comes on, I want to hear what they're saying about the game. I want to watch the game. I'm such a football nerd like that. I take it way too seriously, and I feel like it's in some part of my brain it clicks over like, all right, now it's time for the test. Like I need to focus and really hone in on what's going down.
Yeah, let's start with this, and people can weigh in. I'm kind of interested to hear what people are doing for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna put out an alternate poll question that just says, "What are you most excited for? The football, the food, the weekend, or the commercial?"
All right, put that out. But I think I am like Patrick a lot in that, and with my two. But for us, I guess your first question is, how different is Super Bowl Sunday for a lot of it? This will probably be the first. I don't think I'm going to go anywhere. I think I'm going to hang out here at the house, just me and the kids. It's the first weekend we've had in a while with with no sports for us, like no basketball or nothing for the daughter. So like technically I could, if I do all my grocery shopping today, I have zero reason to leave until 7 a.m. on a Monday morning when I take him to school. But I'm like Patrick. Yeah, I don't know if that Patrick's going very in depth with that. There will probably be some buffalo chicken dip that'll be involved. I will admit with the kids, I was leaning. I've never made just because they're not something I necessarily eat a lot. But the croissants with the hot dog weenies wrapped in them, the little mini weenies or whatever. I've never made those. I know they're not hard. That's not a bad idea. But I like Patrick's plan. Spend Sunday morning cooking. Kind of and then I've got that little bar area over here to my left, and just line up the food across it and just ring the dinner bell to tell kids, because I know what my son's going to do. I know what my son's going to spend all day playing his buddies on Madden 21, recreating the Chiefs and the Bucks, taking either the Chiefs or the Bucks and trying to play a season with them. He gets into trading players, he gets fully invested in being the GM. So I know he's going to spend all Sunday fired up about that. And to be honest, since I got divorced 4 years ago, I guess somewhere in that area, this is the first Super Bowl Sunday I've had the kids. Usually, like I said, it's me going to a Super Bowl party and then staying out way too late and then coming in here on Monday morning trying to do the show and not really remembering the game or any of the significant moments and trying to discuss it with you guys. In this scenario, I'll be much more alert about what happened, because I'll probably be sitting here watching it. Like I said, I would imagine my daughter will wander down 4 or 5 times from her room and say, "Hey, who are we pulling for?" Which is usually code for, "Who'd you bet on this game?" And it's like,
I'm giving that actual chance of happening about 50-50 odds. I'm guessing Bill will find something to get into. Some kind of social aspect in this deal.
Well, we'll be around. I'm sure there'll be. I was just off air. We were looking at the weather. Patrick can give his Tampa weather forecast for if you're making a wager. We need to get into some of the player props and whatnot. But just looking locally on Sunday, the high is 53, and I guess there's about a 10% chance of rain depending on this weather app that I'm looking at. But yeah, it'll be nice. I'll wander outside. I'll see some of the neighbors. I just will not get in the car on Sunday and go locate a gathering.
A lot of questions for Patrick. No crab cakes, Patrick, Craig says. And Bobby goes one step further, being from the Northeast, says, "Please tell me you're using real crab meat for your dip and not artificial." It's like the instant grits.
It's always good. I feel like that's a Super Bowl staple.
Jeff with the text of the morning so far. The Cool Heating and Air text line, 803-404-6100. Patrick mentioned, what was it? Bacon wrapped Brussels sprouts with blue cheese?
Yeah, sounded good.
It does sound good. I'm not going to lie, but Jeff says Brussels sprouts for the Super Bowl? I give Patrick 6 months before he's picking out decorative towels and missing sporting events for antique shopping with the girl.
They're good. I'm with you on that.
Great question, Teddy D. First of all, he says, I think we need a live stream of the Patrick party Sunday. And the question is, does he turn the heat on at home when the girlfriend visits? Is that a yes or a no?
53.
52. The food options sound great, Teddy says, especially
heavy sweaters for everybody in the house.
Especially the crab dip, Teddy D says, which I assume is covered in Old Bay, and I do as well. That's correct, Patrick? Yeah, see, Tim weighing in on the Cool Care Heating and Air text line. We are kindred spirits. So we have the same name, and we have the same mindset about this. He says, I'm a simple man, guys. Pizza and wings, some type of dip, we're good to go. Pop a beer and relax. Like, when I hear all that preparation that Patrick's doing, I'm just thinking, that's a work day. That is way more work than I want to get into on a Super Bowl Sunday. That's not how you hear it, right, Bill?
What else are you going to do all day?
Well, I'm with him. I don't know. I'm with Patrick. It's a little bit of a build.
You got something to do.
it's a little bit of a build up to the game, right? I'm with Patrick. That's we all enjoy. Patrick, let me ask you this: more excited? What makes you more excited? I'm going to say opening weekend of college football or Super Bowl weekend.
Both are we talking week 0 or week 1?
Week 1, like Carolina. Say Carolina.
Week 1 because I can actually watch football all day long.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, week 0 stinks.
No, yeah, week 1.
Yeah.
Week 1.
I don't know. This is just a weirder day because I love when there's like sports centers on location all day and there's like a red carpet. And it just feels like a spectacle. Maybe put the Puppy Bowl on for a little bit in the morning. Like, you guys watch the Puppy Bowl, right? You guys don't watch Puppy Bowl?
I know what it is. I've seen the. Wait a minute. What do you mean? I know what it is because I've seen the commercials. I don't watch the Puppy Bowl.
No, I watch the Puppy Bowl. Why would you not watch the Puppy Bowl? There's definitely people on the text line right now. They're going to text in here in a minute.
I'm seeing visual embarrassment over there. It looks like there's blushing going on.
I'm surprised that this is a surprise to everyone. I'm surprised that you're surprised.
I like how you're making it our issue, not your issue.
Yeah, I know.
Dude, the Puppy Bowl is awesome.
Wait a second. When does it come on at halftime?
No, the Puppy Bowl is on maybe like noon usually. I think it's on Animal Planet. And they just run around and just play puppy football.
All right, let's get into some predictions here while we all digest that. Morning, sirs, Jess says. Cool Care Heating and Air text line. As a Carolina Panthers fan, I'm rolling with the Chiefs. 42-28. Have a great week. So that's similar. That's a 14-point Chiefs win. That's similar from a score standpoint to where Gamecock Larry went this morning, but he went the opposite. He went the Bucks are going to win 34-17. I understand Jess is a big Panthers guy, so you can't pull for the team in the division, and you're going to go the other way. And I think it's a great analogy you had earlier, Bill, about the Chiefs being the Warriors. And I definitely think Mahomes has some Steph Curry likability to him and jaw-dropping plays for sure. I'm kind of with the Chiefs in that realm because to me, Kelsey's fun to watch. Tyreek Hill is ridiculous. They're really fun to watch. And then I'm not a big Brady guy, but the Bucks, how can you pull against such a historically bad franchise in a lot of ways? So I'm not anti-Bucks necessarily. So for the poll question this morning, Axon Hill 175, I would go with where most of you are going and just pulling for a good game, as lame as that sounds. Good game is leading the way in the poll question, who you pull for, about 40% of the vote, and then Bucks just narrowly edging out the Chiefs for second right now. Not interested, getting about 10% of the vote in fourth. Where are you at, Bill, on that? Who are you pulling for? Chiefs, Bucks, good game, or I'm hoping you're not in a not interested crowd, but you know.
No, I'm interested. I'm pulling for the Bucks. I'm pulling for Tom Brady. I kind of want to see greatness. I can't say that I've ever been a Brady fan. I never disliked him. I feel like I'm in a very small group of people that didn't have an affinity one way or the other, if that makes sense. Like I feel like it's always been, man, you either absolutely hated the Patriots and Brady and Belichick and everything they stood for, and you called them cheaters, or you loved them. You had your starter jacket and a hat, and even though you were from, Jacksonville, Florida, you claimed Boston, Massachusetts as your home. I feel like there was no in between, or there was very few of us who were in between. I never completely disliked them. I can't say I ever rooted for them. This situation, I kind of something about Tom Brady late in his career. I don't know. He looks happier. I feel like he's smiling more, I guess. Maybe he's showing up Belichick. I don't think he's got much career left, 2-3 years max. Maybe he wins this one, drops the mic with Jim Nantz afterwards, wanders off the podium. And I saw yesterday the kind of the visual tour of the $2.3 billion, I think it's $2.3 billion, house that he's renting from Derek Jeter, which was just ridiculous. Maybe he just goes and hangs out in that for a year. I'm pulling for Brady. I can't say that if the Chiefs win the game that I'll be that disappointed because, like you said, they're likable. Right now they're likable. I don't know what's going to drive us away from Patrick Mahomes. Is it the insurance commercials? Is that going to be it? If we've seen too much of Mahomes, are we going to see too much of Are we going to see that? Is it going to be if he wins this? Patrick Mahomes is a very likable sports figure, right? I mean, I think it is. I think the Steph Curry comparison from a few years ago is very good. I think they're very similar in their game, the way they play their game, the things they do. But I'm not going to be disappointed if you. I don't. It's a tough game to really pull for because I like a lot. I love Gronk. My affinity for Gronk is well known on this program. Like, it's actually.
From a likability standpoint, I'm with you. I think it's a wash. I'm pulling for the Bucs strictly because it'll be more historic.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that.
You'll talk about forever. No one in the history of the NFL will ever forget about Tom Brady leaving the greatest coach of all time and in his first year winning a Super Bowl and doing it in his home stadium for the first time ever. Like that, there's more historical context there.
I hear what you're saying, unless the Chiefs continue to do it, right? We rarely get back-to-back Super Bowl champions, much less a run. And as the Chiefs sit here, they're set up, man, as they sit here today. But all right, those are great gas baggy sports hot takes and all, but Chris, I think, is getting to the crux of the issue. Does Patrick know about the thing with the starter jackets that Bill mentioned? I'm in between Tim and Bill in age, Chris says, and I remember that's what you had to have. Do you have any idea what we're talking about?
I didn't hear what Bill said about starter jackets, but I know that what the fad is, and they're expensive. If you can find an old starter jacket now, they're actually pretty expensive. I think I might have a kid's starter jacket back of Redskins.
Wait a second. So I got this wrong. You're telling me starter jackets were actually the baseball cards of the previous generation? For my generation, I should have kept the starter jacket and not the baseball cards, because everybody kept the baseball cards because the generation before us didn't, and we all thought they would be worth a ton. So I should have kept the stupid starter jacket.
Now it's like a retro thing. It's really cool if you have a cool retro starter jacket that you can wear for your team. That's pretty cool look.
Bill, did you have a pro team starter jacket back in the day? I only had a Gamecock starter jacket.
I had a Michigan one.
Oh, how did that happen? Oh,
we've discussed this. All right. There's a lot going on.
Kyle Wheeler on Twitter this morning and going with he's pulling for his squares, a good write-in vote on the poll question. I can understand that. We had a question from Charles if there was not gambling or Super Bowl parties involved, would you care about the Super Bowl? I think those of us here, the sports nerds, the football nerds, would. Maybe a lot of other people would not. Will and Hope are with you, Patrick, on the Puppy Bowl. Rooster P is asking, what the heck is the Puppy Bowl? Would you like to enlighten him, or would you like to just move on?
The Puppy Bowl is just an adoption thing. I think the goal is adoption, and the puppies just run around all day on the Enterplanet. So I'm very distracted because we just lost power in the studio.
I hear the beeping.
You can see on the live stream how dark it is, and there's beeping.
So are we still on air, out of curiosity, or are we just in the live stream?
I don't know.
Do we really?
Yeah, might want to get on that. I want to take a break.
We don't act much different if we're on air or off air. So I think we're good. Let's see Patrick sitting in the dark now. Good stuff. We'll let Patrick regroup as he maybe just broke the entire station by talking about the Puppy Bowl instead of the Super Bowl. 803-404-6100. Maybe you can join us. It's the early game here on 175. All right.
Clear.
Good. Just move forward. Keep it rolling, man. Just keep it rolling like nothing's going wrong.
Yeah, Trey just can't hear you on the radio.
I'm going to see if this is a building thing or a studio thing.
Everything sounds good here.
You what?
I mean, everything's sounding good in my headphones, so clearly internally we're good. It might be an external transmitter deal. Yep, y'all don't seem to be on radio from Jeremy.
Yeah, the whole building lost power.
Okay, I'll send a text to Ed real quick, give him a call. Now I just lost the commercials in my headphones.
Yep, don't hear that anymore.
Yeah, and I can't hear anything.
Raphael, you're right. This is how scary movies start. Next thing we're gonna know, someone's gonna come in behind Patrick, and
You guys are seeing the good stuff.
what actually happened is there's a girl who's had a crush on Patrick, and she's been watching the live stream. She discovered that there's a girlfriend, and now you're done.
I'm calling it here right now. Glad we have a live stream on Facebook. See, this is
how it works. I'm going to get more coffee.
Morning, Ed. Just wanted to give you the heads up. The building has lost power, and I think we're off the air. Yeah, I see OpEx is running right now, and we were staying on just fine through program here on the access, and then that went out just a minute ago.
This is wild.
And I got Patrick in my other ear on. We're still up on live stream, so we're good there. Patrick, do you have anything going on in the studio right now?
The computers are still on. Nope. The OpEx computer just shut off.
OpEx just shut off, Patrick's saying, and so he's sitting in the dark right now.
I'll go talk to a security guard. I saw her just talking to somebody.
Should Patrick be doing anything specifically there in the studio to help you out? Nothing he can do. All right. Thanks, man. Ed says he's headed into the studio.
Okay.
So, Patrick, can you see if I hear myself in here? Do you hear me at all? The headset?
No, I can't even put you in preview. Oh, no, I can. Talk.
Yeah, you got me. Yeah.
I can't.
Nothing.
I can't tell.
Because I can hear my audio, my little local audio through the deal, but I can't hear the program again. And it says I'm connected. Okay. So Bill, are you still connected as well? What happened to your backup generator? Oh, that's what the engineer is all over right now.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm still connected.
Okay, same here. I say we stay like that, and I think it should come back. Yes, this is where the live stream just really comes up clutch.
Yeah, weigh in.
Keep doing the show on the live stream.
Go to the YouTube page and subscribe.
Tell everyone you can't hear us. This is actually our plan. This is Patrick's plan to pump up the subscribers on YouTube. It's the only way you can listen right now. The only way you can see us.
Of all days, the Super Bowl too.
You're still on the live screen.
I think I see an elevator door stuck open. If there's anybody in the elevators, they definitely just got stuck on the elevator.
Oh, that sucks.
Yes, Jason, that's definitely what we did. More subscribers. We planned it.
Just FYI, there is a used starter jacket on Poshmark. Kansas City Chiefs used starter jacket. It says the jacket is in excellent used condition, very little wear, slight discoloring on the front letters, $169.
Oh.
Wow, Harry T. So this is how you get to 1,000? All right, I give in. Headed to the stream. Fantastic. Here, make this stuff up. Now you can cuss, Craig says. R-rated early game. Oh, that's fantastic. So if you're just joining us on the live stream, welcome. Glad to have you. Patrick's sitting in the dark there. We don't have to be nearly as broadcasty because we're just on the live stream. That's what Jay and Heath didn't quite get that memo, I don't think, when we were doing the live stream the other night.
Heath looked a little – you were being a little silly when we started, and Heath looked like he'd had enough of you pretty early.
Hanging out, watching the game, talking about it. And then I think it's because they're more the solo hosts, so they went into the whole thing. Oh, we got some power. Looks like a backup generator just kicked in.
I'm trying to see what let's see here. I'm trying to find the exact link.
Your dad taking the cake there. If anything happens to Patrick, I still have 2 other kids.
Yeah.
I'm done.
The youngest has the brightest future anyway. It's okay.
Don't panic from Courtney Levitt. Adjust. Did Lance Armstrong get off the bike in the basement? Well done. So the question is, how long does it take for us to get the show back powered up?
We'll see.
It's that computer, that monitor that you can see right there. Oh, back. Beautiful. The monitor that you guys can see behind Patrick is the key, right? That one stayed up for a little while, and we had power going. Until you see that thing light up, I don't think you'll hear the show on radio.
No.
This is fantastic.
I'm trying to find exactly so I can tweet it out. Where exactly is if I go to YouTube, just YouTube, and then 107.5 The Game?
Yeah. Bill,
you got a channel.
All right.
But you can retweet what I tweeted out earlier, Bill. It's got, I think, the live stream going on.
Yeah, I clicked it, but I didn't see. So I went to what you tweeted out earlier, and it brought up. I mean, then I kind of clicked on it and was watching the live stream, but I didn't know if that was the actual YouTube because I didn't see anywhere when I clicked on it where you could subscribe.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you got to go to the channel and do that. Jason, great call. Bring out the adult beverages. Yes, it's early, but it's Super Bowl weekend.
It's just got even darker. Whatever power we just had, we lost even more of it because now everything's completely dark.
You're totally going. What's the old movie back in the day? The horror movie.
Which one?
Which one?
The one that was shot with the little camcorder and the faces and out in the woods.
Blair Witch Project.
Blair Witch Project. That's where we're at right now.
That was filmed very close to my house.
We've just gone Blair Witch Project.
Burkittsville, Maryland.
Let's let Patrick give the full effect. We're just going to put him up on the screen now.
Just me? All right. Now I need to. We can solve my cooking problem while we're doing this. Actually, since we don't have to talk sports. Tim and Bill. So. You guys have had Nashville hot chicken, right?
Yeah.
Never had it.
Never?
Nope.
All right. Well, Bill, have you had it as like a rub or a sauce? You know how it can be like kind of both?
I would guess. I don't know. I don't know what was. I mean, I ate it in Nashville at what's the big name place there in downtown Nashville? Mama's or
Hattie B's? Oh, Mama's is one
Hattie
too.
B's.
Yeah.
Hattie B's. That's it. My sister, we all went there several years ago and ate it. That was an experience. Sorry, but it was like fried chicken, if I remember. I mean, this was
Hattie B's it's like a rub. My dad and I got the hottest one and ate on the side of the road. It was horrible. But
are you looking at these texts, by the way? They're hilarious.
Yeah.
I see a figure behind Patrick. Looks like two glowing eyes in the back. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah, there's like you can get it. There's multiple ways you can get it. Sometimes people have a sauce that they toss it in, and some people put the seasoning in the breading and bread it in the. So I don't know which one I want to do. That's my main course, and that's.
Look what Courtney's telling you here.
Yeah, but
does that help or not? Does that confuse you more? Nashville hot chicken, double fried. Then the sauce is made using some of the oil from the fryer.
What is double fried?
Great question. Fried twice.
Because all I have is, I don't have a deep fryer. I just have a skillet that I was just gonna bread it with. Yeah, bread it for sure.
Jay, calm down, dude. What do you need to know about? We're talking about Super Bowl food. We just are dealing with a power outage, and you're giving us the stick to sports thing off the air right now? Jeez. Are you serious?
Here's the question. He's watching on Facebook. Are you at your office? Is he at his office?
We can talk about prop bets.
Yeah, what do you got? What are you going to recommend the girlfriend to bet on is the question.
Well, her brother's a Bucks fan, so I think she's going to bet just on the Bucks.
Okay, straight up, minus or plus 3.5 or plus 3.
I think she wants to just go money line and go for the plus 175 payout. Fry the chicken, dip it in the wet hot sauce right before eating, or it gets soggy.
Jim in Goose Creek, guys, your web feed is down. Can't get you on phones or laptop here in Goose Creek. Thank you, Jim. Jim's he's our feed guy.
Ooh.
You see what Chris just said?
Yeah, it's not just us.
Something's happened down there. Patrick, take your phone and go outside.
That makes me feel a lot better because I did think that I did something wrong.
Take your phone. Are you on your phone?
Yeah. No, I'm on my laptop. I can't even find my phone now. It's too dark.
Just saying the power is out downtown is what he's saying. We are right beside the Bank of America building. Or are we? We are the Bank of America building, right? I mean, I guess maybe there's a different one down there too he's talking about. I don't know.
You think this has any impact on the plumbing? Because I got to pee.
No, none.
Go ahead. We'll take you out, put you back in a second.
Actually, I'll hold it for a while.
No, we're gonna leave your stream up though. I gotta put Bill in that top corner. Let's see, get you all situated here. There we go. We definitely aren't taking the dark live stream out. We have to have the live feed going there. Let's see. I'll update this thing via graphics. Power is out. Thanks for joining us. Right, we are streaming.
Yeah, I sent out a tweet telling people to.
Attaboy, you're all over it.
Telling people that we're still there.
So I feel like Jay is that guy that would be in the crisis situations. He would be like, no, still stick to the plan, guys. When I came here to hear about sports, let's stick to the plan. Don't ignore everything else going on.
But I didn't. When you said Jay, I didn't know if you meant Jay on our chat or Jay Phillips, because I can see both.
I feel like I'm cousin Eddie right now, and it's full outside. Power's out. So we've been talking about Super Bowl preparations, all kinds of stuff. Patrick is now trying to figure out what's going on. David, thank you. Plumbing is controlled by electricity. I think he'll be good to pee, don't you? I hope Patrick doesn't miss the toilet in the dark. Yes, we have gone down that path here this morning. I was going to read a bunch of these texts we're getting in from earlier, so I can do that now if we want to.
It spells Gervais. Is it A-I-S or A-I-S?
Didn't you just say the same thing?
I-A-S or A-I-S?
A-I-S.
Jimmy D hit us up on Twitter, and I was telling him something that's happened in a section of Gervais Street.
Right. So, yeah, let me retweet your deal. Actually, I can put it out on the station feed there. The power is down. Live stream is up.
We're going.
There it is. I'm going to retweet it right now.
Yeah. Bad day to be that toilet seat.
That's stuff you only get on the live stream.
Yep, bonus material there. You thought we would go to the drinking or the cursing. No, we just go straight to the bathroom.
I like this. And see, this anonymous tech, Gamecock T weighs in. So he's clearly still, Gamecock T is texting us, but he's clearly listening on the live stream because he says on the text line, he says, Patrick is talking Super Bowl food. Tim keeping us updated on text, and Bill is shopping for starter jackets. Love this.
That's about right. So I'll tweet that out. Good times here on the early game. Now, we've had this happen before, right, Bill?
In studio. We've been in studio. That was trippy.
I remember the first time it happened to me, I think I was doing an afternoon show filling in maybe, or the noon show, or it might have been the morning show, and you just weren't there. For some reason, I feel like it was just me, and I think Dave was producing, and the power goes out, and I can't even hear myself in my headphones, but I just kept going. And apparently we stayed on the air because the backup generator kicked in. I was like, well, I'm glad I didn't freak out there.
Well, yeah, we definitely had a backup generator keeping some things on, and then that went out.
I like that your dad's weighing in, culture people on the air. I need to use the restroom. Patrick, I have to pee. Well, you got to blame that on parenting, don't you?
Yeah.
Man, that's where I go on that.
Restroom,
I'm with older Carrot. That's his son. That's on his son.
I think when the power's out, all the refinement goes out the window, right? Yeah. All the manners.
David said plumbing is controlled by electricity. That's kind of what I thought, but I think everything's got like one flush in it because there's water already built up in the back. Yeah. So hopefully.
I'm watching Sports Center. They just showed Tom Brady running the 40 at the combine.
Classic.
That was not a thing of grace.
You're just seeing this?
I know that Patrick's got like all the combines recorded and he goes back and watches them from the last 20 years. But no, that combine, Tim, that combine, even though I'm sure it's a viral video, that combine was what, 22 years ago?
99.
Well, not quite. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that is like one of the most played videos, I feel like, in sports these days.
Yeah. I mean, you've seen the picture of Tom when they roll them all out shirtless in their underwear.
Yeah.
Bob Tom.
Yeah.
And the most recent one is to put that in the split screen with him currently and saying that he looks younger now than he did when he was coming out of college.
He does.
Thank you, Jimmy D. Yeah, show's better in the dark, no doubt.
Early game, deer in the dark.
Not after dark.
Nice, deer in the dark.
Maybe it's pre, during, and maybe hopefully we can get after dark as well. That'll be the 8 o'clock hour.
So do we just run this until 9 if it doesn't come back on, and we just go to 9?
Yeah, I think that's about right. The people are used to us being on at 9.
We've gone from 211 to 212 subscribers on the YouTube channel.
Oh, huge. Huge. Really making the move. Stay with the playbook, Carlton says. See, that's good advice right there. All right, we'll stick with the playbook. Good call. I'll read you some more text we had in from earlier. As we're going.
We'll just do an 820 sleep number, and you can just send it to them.
So Richard is over in Mississippi and has a 31-30 Tampa Bay prediction with Suckup kicking the winning field goal. That would be amazing.
I think if Suckup has a big game, the Bucs will lose.
Right. You can't have field goals against the Chiefs.
Yeah. Whichever kicker has more points will lose the game.
I think I agree with that, oddly enough. Soda City Mark, he wants to see Brady finish his career beating the future/present best quarterback. And he says the Bucs win 30-28. Patrick, you agree with me here, right? Tom Brady ain't going anywhere.
I wonder if he would consider retiring if he wins this.
What would make you think that?
Because it would just be so legendary, and we've seen now all of his contemporaries. Peyton Manning ended on a Super Bowl, but he stunk. Drew Brees stunk this year. Philip Rivers.
Oh, no. Did we just lose Patrick? Bill, you still with me?
I'm watching that. I mean, did somebody just sneak up behind him? Is that the lasting image of Patrick?
Oh, no. Patrick, come back. This is not good.
I've
never seen this freeze.
I mean, like, is that? Are we going to all be analyzing that picture and seeing if there's anything in the background that's clues to what?
Oh no, this is not good at all.
What a rough. I mean, are you able to go back and get screenshots? Because I feel like at some point in time we have to do the best frozen screenshots. Because you got the one of Jay the other night.
Right.
Which was a classic Jay Phillips screenshot.
Okay. Oh, good news, guys. Good news.
No.
You okay?
I think we've lost internet in this studio.
Wait, are you okay, Patrick?
Yeah, I'm scrubbing. Yeah, we've lost. For whatever reason, the internet went off with the power, but the stream did not die. But when I tried to look up other websites on my computer, they wouldn't load. So finally the stream died. So now I'm on my phone.
Wow. Well, outside. Give us now your phone connects everything. Good. Let's get an update on what's going on.
Let's see if I can flip it.
Oh no! Now he's out again. Oh, he's back.
I was gonna see if I could flip it around and actually use my.
Well done, Wendell. Thank you for screenshotting that thing. He's all over it for us already this morning.
Yeah, we got a good frozen picture of you, Patrick.
Looking very scary. Well done, Patrick. All right, what we need to do, I'm going to rearrange the screen again and get Patrick large. Let's take, that means that. It makes me first there, sorry. That stinks. Patrick, you're totally dark now. You okay? We got you? We lose him. He's on mute.
Did he mute?
There he is.
Yeah, Ed tried to call me. Our engineer's trying to call me.
Oh, do it live. Let's go.
I don't know how to answer a call while I'm doing this.
Oh, so you actually got to, yeah, you probably should take that.
I have to leave it for a second.
All right. That's a bummer.
Actual work should be done. Should be done.
I guess it would be irresponsible of us not to allow Patrick to listen to the engineer who said he was on his way, and that was the only advice. He couldn't do anything. All right, I got to take that off too. Patrick's okay.
Where's Jen? Jen should be able to join the live stream.
She should, but she's probably doing maybe more important things right now.
Well, you got to think it's 6:44.
You got a Let's Go Bucks from Newberry Chris, 31-21, Bucks with the win. Okay. What else we got here? Also, another suck-up wins the game from Soda City Mark. That 30-28 is where he goes with. Next day, watch a great basketball game. Yeah, USC women last night, 37-6, I think, at one point over Auburn. No problem there. They'll go in on a 12-game win streak, I think they are overall. It's like 29 in the SEC if you count, maybe 30 in the SEC if you count the postseason. They got UConn on Monday, 7 o'clock. Mark's pumped about that. Yeah, this power outage thing, we've had power outages before, but never quite like this. Oh, Patrick's back. What you got, Patrick?
Nothing. I called him, didn't answer back. So
Of course.
probably have to leave this thing again in a second when he realizes that he missed my call in return. We're going to play phone tag here for a little bit.
Okay, so you have been basically the only one in our studios typically, right? And you still are this morning?
Yep.
And do you see any other person in the building? Like, is a security guard out there in the lobby?
Well, I ran out when I used the restroom.
Uh-huh.
I poked my head out into the hallway, and there was a police officer in there trying to figure things out.
A police officer?
There's some people coming in the building, and the elevators are off, so they have to walk up the steps.
Where are you at? Where are you going right now? Where are you at?
I'm just pacing around.
Studio.
Well, go outside. Be our reporter on the street. What's going on out there?
There's conversation happening outside. I don't want to interrupt them with a live stream.
Well, get us some information.
Josh says your phone battery's going to die next. How's the phone battery?
67%. We're okay.
Okay. We got it for a while. Jimmy D says, do you have food and water?
We're okay.
Okay. It's good news.
Well, I mean, look, he's right. He's fully capable of getting down the street to somewhere that serves food.
Maybe not now. He's out.
Maybe that was a phone call.
Got to put that one back up.
What happened? Who was it earlier who was down the street? You have to go back through and he was a couple blocks down the street. Maybe that guy's got information. Oh, I know what I was doing. I was texting Jen to see if she's awake.
Bill's all about information right now. Yo, what's up this morning? Matt B says. You still got Gervais Street spelled wrong? Unbelievable, Bill. Unbelievable.
Where?
On your tweet. AI, Bill.
Yeah, it'll be fine. People understand. They know what I'm talking about.
So, how much did you watch of Neesmith playing golf yesterday? You see
They
him at
didn't
all?
show much of him. They were showing a bunch of other people. Rory and Ricky Fowler were playing, and Shoffley when at noon, because at noon it went to the pregame show, or what they labeled as the pregame show. You didn't answer that. Do you understand that deal with Golf Channel? What the difference is between the pregame show and the actual coverage? Because it was full on coverage, which I was more than happy with. I'd prefer to not know, but
yeah, I don't know why either.
So, but anyway, they were showing they had a couple of the featured groups. Kepka was out there, so I was watching a lot of that, which was a good time.
Trey's all about the hat for some reason, typically. Brian Chefcoat hooked me up with this hat, and I think it's some kind of golf deal, right? This is the logo, some kind of golf.
Go get my hat.
Oh, now Bill's got a battle. So power's out, by the way. Appreciate you guys hopping on the live stream. We're working on it. Patrick's working on it. We think. We're not sure. Yep, Courtney, thanks for hopping in here. We're here for you. Good morning to you as well. Bill, now you feel better with your hat on, Bill?
Got my hat on, yeah. Now I got a hat on. How about that?
We've been talking about Super Bowl stuff, and Patrick has quite the routine going this weekend. Just got the girlfriend and the roommate involved. What are you guys doing for Super Bowl stuff? I will be hanging out with just my kids. Might have my parents' folks over. I think that's what we did last year. All right, it looks like Patrick's back. See if he's got any information. Nope. Blair Witch Project continues downtown. You got nothing?
No info. He just wanted to know how long it took for us to lose power and then lose all the power. So however long before the backup generator gave out too.
What are you seeing outside? You're still inside?
Yes. Why do you want him to wander the streets, dude?
Well, I like that.
I can't get back in if I do.
Hey, I might have just spelled Gervais. Blame spell check. Blame spell check on Gervais.
Chicken wings or buffalo chicken dip? Randy asks. I'm guessing you guys are getting, or Bill's going dip for sure.
Buffalo chicken dip, yep.
What about you, Patrick? I'll go wings there.
Like, what's better? I prefer wings to dip.
And if you got,
Randy's
just going to make this a thing, his personal deal. Burgers or brats.
We're picking out Randy's menu for Sunday.
Brats, yeah, all day.
Really, I go burgers for sure. Bill, weighing in? You don't have it there?
No, I said brats. I was the first one to say brats. That might not, but I will say tonight might be a burger night. That might not. Me and the kids hang out, get some burgers, cook a few burgers tonight. That might be a good idea. Start the weekend off. Like I said, hopefully I don't leave the house until, I don't think I have a reason to leave until Monday morning at 7 a.m.
So, Patrick, you spoke with our engineer who is en route and wanted to know some more details there. And so was he happy with your answers or not?
No, it didn't really give him any more information. So he was unable to figure things out. He said he was going to pick up fuel in case our generator ran out of fuel.
Okay.
So I don't know what that means. I don't know.
The backup generator should have kicked in, and didn't it for a little while?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to know. Between the time that the lights went out and the power, we still had the main computers running. And I told him it was probably 5 minutes. It could have been 10 minutes, but that was my estimate.
All right, Courtney wants some official predictions for the Super Bowl. Patrick, have you figured it out? How do you think it's going to go? You got a final score prediction for us?
I like the Chiefs to win and not cover, and I like the over. So I would say 35 to... I would really love a 1-point game. I would say 35 to 34.
35-34? Wow, I hope it's like that.
I think Super Bowls have turned out, just in terms of the game and the winner and everything, like you thought in the past.
Like I expected?
Yeah. For example, like last year was a low score. It was last year 13-3. No, what was last year?
I don't know what the score was last year, but 13-3 was 2 years ago with the Pats and Rams.
And didn't we expect that to be more high scoring?
Yeah, because the Rams offense was unbelievable that year. But that was like one of the greatest coaching jobs of all time is Bill Belichick completely changing his entire defense. That was a man coverage defense for an entire season and then playing nothing but zone and just completely derailing Sean McVay and Jared Goff. Oh.
Uh-oh. We got something?
Lights are on.
I feel like this is more like Jurassic Park.
So last year was the Chiefs over the Niners. I'll get you the score here, Bill. It was not in front of me. How about that? Really? This thing's worthless. There, no, not 31-20 was the score last year. Not bad. But not good. That's kind of a ho-hum kind of deal, right?
What was the score last year?
31-20. We got power, but we are not on. Yeah, early game stream and found an episode of Survivor. Good call, LeVar. Uh-oh. Patrick went away. This is not good.
I was texting.
There we go.
Ed said text me when the
power's on.
Yeah.
Yep, we got power.
Everything's booting up right now.
Oh, looks like we may get an 8 o'clock hour in.
So did we disconnect here? I think it actually just went away. I don't even have the option to connect like I normally would on my little deal.
Big news. Big news. Patrick, are you ready for what I'm about to tell you?
What?
We have gained 3 more YouTube subscribers. We were at 211 when the power went out. We are now at 12. It was 212. I said we gained 1. We're now at 215. So since this power outage, 4 YouTube subscribers. Big day. Big day.
Oh, this strategy is working perfectly.
It is.
And there goes Patrick. Might actually be working. Bill, can you look at your actual radio device? Sorry to interrupt your YouTube subscriber update. But
nope, I've got nothing yet. It says access 2 for some reason. So let's reboot. Let's do a reboot.
Now I think that's on the other end, man. I think you can just leave it how it is. It's going to take the power to cycle through on the other end before we can reconnect on the radio deal.
Well, I'll reboot it.
What was a good call by Gunter on Jurassic Park? I missed that one.
Where it's dark when they're wandering through the whole thing when it's just dark and then they're having to reboot the system.
Courtney, back to your question about the actual Super Bowl. I think I'm with Patrick there. I think Kansas City will score too much for Tampa Bay, and they have to be. Tampa Bay has to be better than Kansas City does, and I got the confidence in Kansas City. But I think it's going to be really high scoring, more like 38-34, 38-31, somewhere in there, maybe even in the 40s for Kansas City. They're so good on offense. What about you, Bill?
I think that Kansas City's going to outscore them. I think that it's going to be more low scoring. I said they're going to outscore them, so that's obviously I think Kansas City's going to win. But I think it's going to be like both of you just picked the game going into the 30s. I actually think in Tampa, I think the Bucs defense is a little bit underrated. If you look at Kansas City's offensive line with a lot of people being out on that offensive line, I think that Tampa Bay's defense will be able to give Patrick Mahomes some issues, some problems there, be able to chase him around a little bit. I think they'll shut down the running game, but I think Kansas City still has too much firepower on offense that'll be able to outscore. But I don't think it'll be into the 30s. I actually think it'll be something like 27-17 or 27-20, something in that area. Brady will hit a couple plays, but I think that the big matchup you look at is the Kansas City offensive line. Both tackles are out. Patrick's talked about some issues that they've got on the offensive line. And I think Tampa Bay's defensive line has been a lot better than people have given them credit for with Sue and Pierre Paul. So I think it's a little bit, actually I'm going to say it's a little bit more low scoring than people are expecting. I think, what was the over-under, 53?
Don't know. I'll check it out.
53, I believe, is what it is. And man, I'll tell you what, and I didn't think about doing it. I know he's being hammered by people this week, and maybe I should have investigated getting him on just to talk prop bets, but we should have maybe gotten Bill Krackenberger on
I'm thinking his head has exploded at this point in his life.
But I still think so. 56, 55 and a half, 56. So you're talking about
28-27?
28-27, yeah. So I think it stays. I don't know if it gets into the 30.
I think Tampa Bay's defense is better, but I think Kansas City's offense is better, has that much more of the advantage than Tampa Bay's defense does, if that makes any sense. I'll try to word that correctly or come up with a way to word that when we actually go on. I think we're back good now. My access is looking normal. I'm going to try to reconnect right here, see if we can get back on the old radio here. How about why gutless Bill, David? That's just rude.
Is that the David that
from yesterday?
That was the guy from yesterday. So are you the guy that's listed as quarterback Dave that calls and talks to Jen? By the way, Jen's not responded to me. I guess she's asleep. So I wonder if David is that the guy that is quarterback Dave? I'm trying to do two different things at one time.
I'm trying to connect here, not having any luck. Well, it says I'm connected. Okay, so I'm connected here, but not hearing anything. I do hear this is kind of like how we left it. Just waiting for Patrick to pop back on, possibly. I'm guessing getting everything booted up right now. Patrick sends me a message. Good news. We might be back on the radio soon. You guys get to see the behind the scenes here with the live stream.
Keep talking. All right, David. So you're not the one. Jen has a fan favorite called Captain Dave. That's who we thought you were.
Quarterback
Not Captain Dave, quarterback Dave. Captain Dave's in the afternoon.
All right, let's see. I got a text from the building. Building total power loss has been restored. Okay, so it looks like the power was down out in the Vista as well. Randy's going to take the under. I'm taking that over. We'll see how it ends up, Randy. You definitely have bragging rights if you get the under. And I'm just taking the easy way out, I think, and going with the offenses and the over. 24-17. Raphael will take the under as well.
I like the under.
Really?
Well, I will say this: if you said you're betting, this is going to be a stupid comment, but as a person who has been known to make a wager or two, I hate betting unders. So I won't bet the under. Because I absolutely despise taking unders in anything. I feel like I've taken a couple unders in Virginia basketball over the last few weeks. You figure that'd be a lock, and all of a sudden Virginia put up like 81 points.
Wow.
But I don't like betting under, so I would never bet the under in this game, but I lean to it. I would like that. That would probably be more of what I would take, but I would never dare in a Super Bowl. You got to remember, this is the most bet upon sporting event in the world, the Super Bowl, be it whether it's prop bets or whether it's the game itself on the line. This is the most bet upon event. As Patrick was saying earlier about the line, NFL lines are typically 3.5. That's what they like, and that hook at the half is big, and they're not moving the hook despite, like I think Patrick said, 90% of the bets coming in on Kansas City. That would normally drive the line a little bit, but it's not doing it. And so you're getting kind of an interesting situation when it comes to the point spread.
JC on Twitter, didn't wake up to you or Patrick, Bill, or me fighting this morning. Thought I was dead. Glad to see you figured it out, JC. I'm hoping you're on the stream with us. This has been wild, man. This is the longest I think we've ever been off. And we've got power back, but they're still trying to figure out, I guess, everything needs to cycle through and get us back on the air.
Oh, we're at 219 subscribers. Patrick is when he comes back, he is going to be so happy.
I hope you're right, Hope. I hope you're right. No pun intended there. Hoping it's a close game. That would be my vote for the poll question today. Just be a close game, man. Be worth watching. I don't know how Mahomes and Brady can't be worth watching, but Super Bowls, that's what I remember growing up, Bill, is how they stunk for forever, it seemed like. They were just brutal games.
Yeah, they were a bunch of bad games there for a long time, and then you got a couple that were pretty good. I mean, I guess I remember, what was it, the Titans and the Rams when he got stopped on the 1 yard line? That was when I was in high school.
That's my senior year of college there, 2000, I believe, the 99 season. Jason, who's your kid, man? Let us shout out to your kid. Well done, using the phone to listen to the stream, in the car, taking the kid to school. Jason understands technology. He's all over. Well done, sir. Adam Bill says no one likes betting the under. That's why there's usually an over bias. Sounds like he's got a system.
What'd you think? Heath apparently did not like it.
Well, I think he said that he didn't prefer how they did some animation or something. He liked all the old footage, but didn't necessarily like how they did the style of the documentary. Sounds like she liked the same stuff that Heath liked. Yeah, how quickly do I need to watch this based on other 30 for 30s? Is it at the top of the list? Like, what do I put at the top of the list of that thing? The Best That Never Was really good. The Pony Express. Was it Pony Excess is what they called it, maybe? What else? I like the what other ones did I like?
Well, the first Miami one was really good, right?
What was it called? It wasn't Bad Boys, was it?
The U?
The U. Yeah. The U was fantastic.
That was the one, the Pony XS one.
Okay, so I'm not
a top 30 for 30.
Ringing endorsement. Oh, look at David's going to buy Gamecock Larry a season ticket. He's chipping in. Really? I didn't even know they had one on Ryan Leaf. Are you sure that was a 30 for 30, Chris?
I don't think that was a 30 for 30. I don't remember that being a 30 for 30.
No, me either. I think I've seen most of, if not all of them, not most of them. The last one I tried to watch was the one on McGuire and Sosa, and I got like halfway through, and it wasn't keeping me.
The Long Gone Summer or Boys of Summer or whatever.
Yeah. You know what? I wasn't doing it for me.
Yeah, there's been a couple.
Oh, the best one that I like was the Jim Valvano one. That one was fantastic.
Yeah.
Basically college basketball back in the 80s. It was kind of centered around an NC State reunion of that 83 national championship team.
Yeah.
And company.
Right.
I love that.
Raphael, the Alex Smith story, I don't think it was a 30 for 30, but it was on like ESPN last Sunday,
Right.
I think, and they had some pictures of his leg.
Oh,
And that was awful. That was I couldn't. I actually had to switch seats at a restaurant I was at. I couldn't. That was not good. Bo Jackson was really good.
So
Bo knows, I think.
yeah, that one's all right. The Ryan Leaf thing is so weird, man. He came by our studios not too long ago, maybe a couple of years ago. He had to set him up in our little alternate studio. He was doing Pac-12 network radio and was talking to Carolina. They brought him in as a speaker, and then he hopped in with Jay and Tommy, I think, right after he did his show on the halftime.
Robert sent a text message in and said Ric Flair was good. Ric Flair was really good. I did like that.
Yeah, that was good.
Ric Flair was. I think the way you watched the end of that Ric Flair one, did you feel bad for him at the end?
Yes.
I think we discussed that.
Yeah, like he got lost in his wrestling persona, and yikes. Yeah, Catholics versus
He's still
convicts.
lost in it. I don't think he got like he
Right. So it must have been an E60 thing on Ryan Leaf, I think they're saying, or maybe Alex Smith. The Miracle on Ice one? I don't even know if I saw that one. Well
Oh
done,
yeah, I'm
David.
trying to get in touch with Jim to.
Call with you on that one.
Yeah, Jen has not read my text message I sent because I figured we could send her the live stream. Maybe she can pull it up on her phone. It's 7:06 wherever she's at.
Great. Let her sleep, man. Let her sleep.
I sent her a screenshot yesterday of our text message from John, so she could better understand what we were referring to.
All right, let's see what else we got going here on some comments. Looks like Bill has lost his energy over there since we're off the air, man. We got to get it back for the live stream.
I've lost my energy. You want
So
me
you
dancing
brought up
around?
earlier about best player ever. Is it generational or bitter/pettiness to accept a new player being better as all time? We had somebody hit us up early and said, Joe, if Brady wins, then he'll pass Joe Montana. So Chaz asked, is that generational or bitter and /pettiness? I think there's a lot of that. Maybe how prideful a person is or proud.
In what you like?
And who
who
you say is the greatest of all time, right?
Let me ask this: if Brady wins, you ready? You ready? Let's do a sportsy sports. You ready? Who are you going to be? You going to be Stephen A. Smith or?
Who do you need me to be? Max Kellerman? How hard do I need to pound on this desk?
All right, you ready? All right, everybody. This is sportsy sports talk right now. If Brady wins, is he the greatest athlete of all time, regardless of sport?
Okay, I'll do my Stephen A. thing. I'll start slow. So, just to get this straight, you're asking if Tom Brady wins Super Bowl 55, has 7 Super Bowl championships, is he the greatest, not just football player, but athlete of all time? Are you serious? Are you really asking this? You can't be serious with this. Tom Brady has played for the best coach, the best organization in the history of the NFL. He has been the product of Bill Belichick. There is no way you can tell me he's better than Michael Jeffrey Jordan. I will never believe it. I can't keep going with that.
I was going to say, I don't know if I like that. If you're watching, that's why we don't do the series sports talk at 6 to 9 in the morning. We can't do that. We're not good at that. Oh, York weighs in. Bill Russell, I don't see.
Championship numbers are there.
Who's your discussion right now? You got best athletes of all time. You got Tiger.
Okay.
You got Jordan. Who else you giving me?
Ali.
Okay, Ali. Who else we got? See, I don't know about Bill Russell. I know Bill Russell's got a bunch of championships. I don't know. I guess you got to throw him in there. I guess. Yeah. I mean, I feel like
Babe Ruth.
Huh?
I would say Babe Ruth from baseball.
Okay.
And a guy who dominated his era unlike any other.
Okay. Greatest athlete of all time. That's where we're at.
Well, then you got to go, if you're going athlete, you got to throw in like Michael Phelps. You got to throw in,
Good.
who else? Who would you throw in from track and field? Raphael Thanks, I think.
I don't know. Carl Lewis, Jesse Owens.
No,
We're just not.
Jesse Owens, maybe. I think you probably got to go Jesse Owens there.
For the soccer fans, do we go Pele?
Yeah. Maybe you go Jim Thorpe. You have to go Jim Thorpe for everything he was doing back in the day. Jackie Robinson, you could probably throw in as possible. Rod goes with The Rock. Okay.
No, I saw that. But don't we got to throw in Ric Flair? Don't we got to throw? I mean, what was it? 9-time world champ?
No, we don't have to. Lewis Hamilton, the F1 driver. Usain Bolt. Scott saying there in track and field. Okay. Yeah, just that argument. Just Wilt Chamberlain, Donnie goes.
Now we're just throwing in names. I like that. It's good discussion.
See, I don't even think you can throw in Tiger because until he passes Jack Nicklaus, you can't even say he's the best golfer. Yeah, I think it's a better conversation about Brady or Bill Russell. Who do you give more? Travis, Barry Bonds, and don't hand me the steroid argument. There's no argument. What do you mean the argument? That's how he got so good. Very simple. Randy, good one. John Daly, surely you got to put him in there. Matt, Texas says, thanks. Sorry y'all are broken this morning.
Yeah.
Classic. So you checked out on this one too. You're not even gonna attempt to be the national show where we yell at each other.
Hold on, I got Pete Thomas asking me what's up with your radio station this morning? The personal text line. I'm like, it's not just us. It's downtown. It's basically all of Gervais Street. It's not
Jimmy Johnson. Come on, Brian. Come on. Is he even considered the best in NASCAR? Oh, Patrick's back in. It looks like.
Oh, Patrick.
What's the latest, sir?
We're almost there. Ed's going to get here in a second. I got some of the other stations running. And
before us?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a live stream. See, Patrick's doing this. Patrick, you want to guess how many live stream subscribers, YouTube subscribers we picked up in the last, 45 minutes?
10?
Close. I feel like you were going to overshoot the number regardless, but let's see if we're at 10.
Unimpressed.
This stinks because I just want to talk about the
12. We picked up 12.
Nice. Huge. Patrick, do I need to disconnect right now from the access? Should I do that?
Doesn't even pop up on the board right now.
14-time champ. Flair's a 14-time champ.
See, I think if I stay connected on my end, once it starts working on your end, it'll just click in, but I don't want to keep it from doing that. So you're getting very little advice and a lot of spazzing from up above?
No, not really. All right, I got the access. It's actually pulled up on the board now.
Okay.
I was clicking buttons. He was telling me what to click just through speakerphone, and we could only get so far with that. He's going to be here in a second. He said he was 2 minutes away.
All right, Jesse. Sounds like Jimmy Johnson fired you up there.
All right, so we're into hour number 3. So I feel like this hour we need to do 2 major things. We need to go over some prop bets.
Okay.
Tim, you want to pull those up, or a good is it Bovada maybe?
I'll find it.
And then just a little bit of Gamecock basketball discussion, Mississippi State.
Okay, I can do that.
I'm gonna be all over the Travis Kelce props.
You're on the Travis Kelce props, eh?
Yeah, because you know what Tyreek Hill did to the Bucks last time out. 13 catches, 269 yards, and 3 touchdowns.
I got him totally in and out on my stream. Oh no, the stream is struggling with Patrick. You got him
on the phone.
Okay, I got him.
Maybe Tim's thing is struggling. Bill, did I break up with you?
No, I didn't see it. I was looking for prop bets.
Yeah, I'm all aboard Travis Kelce because Tyreek Hill absolutely just massacred the Bucks last time out. So I think they'll be locked in on him and trying not to let him beat them, and Travis Kelce just catch everything underneath. The Bucks linebackers are phenomenal, but they can't cover very well. So Travis Kelce should be able to feast. Over 8.5 catches, I like.
Will Kelce have more touchdowns than Cristiano Ronaldo has goals? As a prop bet. Who's Ronaldo play? What's going on there?
He plays for Juventus, but I don't know who they play. I guess they play on Sunday. But yeah, I think they're gonna try and let it's Kelce versus Tyreek Hill on how they defend him is like death by 1,000 cuts for Travis Kelce, and Tyreek Hill just cut your head off.
Patrick, you didn't have. We were asked about our Super Bowl predictions. I think you did give yours. I still think it's going to be. I like the under. I will not bet the under. There's a total difference there, but I like the under because I want your opinion. You're the NFL guy. I like the matchup for the Bucks when it comes to the Bucks defensive line against kind of a beaten up, depleted offensive line for the Chiefs.
The Chiefs' offensive line is terrible, but Patrick Mahomes he's top 5 in his passer rating against the blitz. First of all, is 136, which is ridiculous.
Of course, it is.
He's in the top 5 in least sacked quarterbacks, but also most time to throw. So he takes the longest amount of time and takes the least sacks because he's just so good. He basically drops as deep as he can in the pocket, keeps his head up, and is just so good at throwing the ball away when he needs to. I kind of think that the Bucks should not even try to sack him. They should try and just get Pierre-Paul and Shaq Barrett around the edges and just keep him in the pocket. And Devin White should do nothing but spy Patrick Mahomes, and as soon as Patrick Mahomes break the pocket, just attack him like a missile. And that's how I would try to defend the Chiefs. Just keep everything in front of you on the back end, rush 4, and just have Devin White ready to attack as soon as Mahomes does anything. The Chiefs will not try to run the ball at all at any point because the Bucks are the best run-stopping defensive line, the defense in the NFL.
See, that's what makes me wonder. That's why I think this game will be more low-scoring than people anticipate. It's why I do like the under. If I was forced to pick one,
yeah,
but I would lean toward the under. And then, you know what, Patrick, I brought up while you were off. We were talking about just the gambling aspect of it in general, and what you pointed out is very true. That 3, most NFL lines end up on 3, and the hook there going to 3.5 is huge. When a game goes to 3.5, Vegas is very self-conscious about that. And as you said, I think you said 90% of the public money is coming in on the Chiefs, yet the line is not moving to that 3.5 number, which I think is interesting.
And I don't think it will at this point.
I don't think so. Vegas, I feel like the sharps are leaning toward the Bucks, but the public money is through. I mean, we talked about the general perception you feel like is that the Chiefs will win this by 10, by double digits, 10 or more.
Yeah. So that's what's weird because also the public money seems to be on the under, and I feel like if this game goes under, that bodes well for the Bucks.
So 31-20 was the score last year. You think it could be similar? I think it could be very similar to that this year.
27-24 was the score this year, but that was because the Chiefs just took their foot off the gas and rode that thing out. The Bucks had to give the ball back to the Chiefs after making a 3-point game with 4 minutes left, and the Chiefs are so good that they just held the ball for 4 minutes.
So, Patrick, can you explain to me why other stations there are 5 stations in our studios where Patrick's at?
Yeah.
How are the other stations back on and we're not?
Because they're running satellite apparently. I don't know. I just got here, so
Gotcha. Oh, we get the real behind the scenes stuff.
He just went in the back row.
Okay. If you get near Ed, tell him he's live in front of millions right now on the stream.
Or just don't get near him. One of the two.
You muted him. Oh, you muted it? How dare? Come on, man.
Patrick muted it?
Yeah,
you're going to give us that camera angle of the up his nose angle? Is that what he's doing?
I'll give you status updates when I can, but
okay. Thank you.
Can't be a distraction right now.
So you're getting to see the behind the scenes in the studio tour. Yeah, how rude are you, by the way, that you've never given the streamers the whole tour there in the studio?
Normally I'm on I would flip my camera on. I really do. This is our. All right. We'll start in the talk studio. This is the talk studio.
Okay, this is where Patrick. You see him sitting most of the time, right? There we go.
This is my seat.
Oh, so no, not you sitting.
And this is Tim's seat.
I didn't even realize where we're at. Now I got it. So nobody's in there these days. No one.
And
through the window where you see Patrick.
This is the bullpen area with just a bunch of desks. We'll go to Bill's desk.
No, go to Tommy's.
Oh yeah.
Come on, that's the gold.
What do we got there? What year is that Cardinals thing from?
There's something from 1960 sitting on that desk right now, guaranteed.
Well, if you look under Tommy's desk, there's just dozens of media guides from 20, 30, 40 years ago.
Tommy, they didn't have file cabinets in the 1950s, so that's how they did it back in the day. They just crammed it under their desk, and that's what Tommy still does.
What's the oldest thing that you're seeing in plain sight there?
Well, I know that he has a Clemson, South Carolina game program from the 60s, at least the 60s.
You got to show us.
I'm looking. Well, he's cleaned up recently.
Oh, good for you. Well done, Tom.
Maybe he took him home.
Maybe.
Whoa. This is the coolest notebook I've ever seen. Look at this binder.
Going through his mess now?
Well, you told me to look. Look at this baseball glove.
Oh, that is pretty cool. In plain sight is all I was saying. Don't dig through his stuff.
1973 Pro Football Annual preview.
Okay. There we go.
There we go.
That's pretty solid. That is older than me. Yeah. 1973. I was born in 77. All right, now he's going around to Bill's desk, which is very sparse. Is the putter still there? You still got a putter in the balls?
Is the putter still there?
There's a putter. Yep.
You got to show it to us. Oh, there we go. We got the putter.
Yeah, that's my old Arnold Palmer putter. What have I got there? What is that stuff?
This Gatorade.
Oh, my Gatorade.
I've wanted to drink that Gatorade so many times.
You can drink it. It's replaceable. Okay. It's replaceable.
Yeah. And a putting mat. Yeah.
That's not a commemorative Gatorade.
It is now.
We have two gift bags left because the listeners on the halftime show were really bad at picking games this year, so we couldn't even give away all our prizes.
Okay. Good to know. You show them the spacious WISW studios.
Yeah, this is our AM studio. I don't know why I saw people in the comments saying Stephen A. Smith was on our station. He should be on this station, not our station.
I was doing my Stephen A. Smith impersonation earlier.
It does have a show. This is literally just a closet.
So this is where Ryan Leaf was a couple of years ago, I think, when he came to visit. This is where he did his show from. I had to stick him in a closet, and he almost could take up the entire thing. Large dude.
He's in a probably similarly sized room right now.
No, he's not. How dare you, sir?
He got arrested again.
No, not too recently. He's back.
Is that the one he broke into somebody's house?
It was pretty recent.
It was, but now he's back out and doing well. He's got abs for the first time in his life if you follow him on Twitter. Playing a lot of golf. Just check it out.
This is our KISS 103 studio. All the music studios pretty much look the same. They have like the board, a couple computers. This thing is off the air right now as well. We have
two more.
Which one is this? Oh, WMG, classic rock.
where we'll have a basketball game on every now and again.
This is the best music studio. This is 106.7
WTCB.
TCB.
They got the corner spot there.
Yeah.
What's going on outside? Bill's been wanting to know outside. Can you look out through the blinds there? Is everybody okay?
Pretty ugly.
Good.
Pretty windy and ugly. Bank of America right there, though. It's really inconvenient not being able to flip my camera around on this stream because it's hard for me to aim the camera when I'm doing it backwards.
I understand. Bill, what are you engrossed in here?
We may have a guest. I may need you to send Jennifer email link. Can you do that?
Only if you refer to Jen as Jennifer.
Jensen.
Jen.
Gin.
Done and done. Nope, not done.
Oh no, the TVs are off. This is gonna be a pain.
Now that was some good old school surfer inflection there, Patrick. Well done.
It's always an issue. The cable boxes are all the way up here, and I have to get on a
rolling chair and almost kill yourself to unplug and replug.
Because there's actually not a single seat in this entire. There are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There are 16 chairs in this studio, and all of them have wheels. Every single one.
Yeah, we have. And how many mics do we have in there that actually don't work?
Well, we have 4 that work and 4 that don't work.
50-50. Yeah, 50-50 shot. I sent Jen the link.
There's no chairs to stand on to get this cable.
She was worried she wouldn't have credentials. I was telling her it's pretty simple.
Oh, nice.
Credentials. What are you planning, Patrick?
I was getting the TVs on. I got them on. They actually booted right up, which they usually don't do.
All the TVs have popped up.
Yeah,
so everything's working at the station except for basically what needs to work. That's what I'm hearing.
Us. We don't work.
Perfect.
We just preempt Dan Patrick and just go 3 more hours.
No, why not? I got nothing to do. The weather. It's not like it was the other day, but I'm watching the rain go across the lake. There's a guy out there fishing, which seems you're either really hungry or you really, really love to fish right now. If you're out there, there's a single guy on a little fishing boat out there. I can't imagine that there's a breeze blowing. I can't imagine it's relatively warm out there.
Isn't it good to fish in weather like this though?
I don't think so. I don't think it's like golf. It's not good to play golf below 55 degrees. It can't be good. You end up in that water, and that's miserable.
Well, I'm not a fisherman. I get too bored.
Patrick, Bill, that's where the interview is this morning. You need to get a hold of that guy. Get him on the live.
Okay, I'll see if I can flag him down and bring his boat.
Bring him on here.
What are you catching?
Actually, I'm guessing he's a guy that doesn't talk much. He's out fishing right now.
By himself. He's probably married.
What was that, Patrick?
Chris said Patrick always throwing shade. I don't know who did I throw shade on this time. Maybe Ryan.
I think you were throwing shade on Ryan Leaf.
Yeah. Over under 56 and a half.
That's exactly what I said, Kevin. That guy's married. That was his chance to get out of the house. He didn't have to go to work this morning. He woke up, looked around like, I'm going fishing. I don't see him catching anything either. His boat's turned sideways now. He's caught in the current.
I had a great haul yesterday. I guess Bilo is closing all of its stores.
Are they closing all of it? They closed the one in town.
Some of them are turning into Food Lions. Food Lion bought Bilo, but some of them are turned into Food Lions. Like the one in Casey is turned into Food Lion, but the one on Divine Street is closing. I went to get food and just saw that there was a sign that said store closes on Monday, and walked in. It was almost empty, but everything was at least 50% off. But wine was 75% off.
What?
Wine?
So I got 10 bottles of wine and a bunch of little cartons of wine that are that big. That were.
Do you drink wine?
Huh?
Do you drink wine?
He does now.
I'm not.
No,
really.
that doesn't mean he does now. That just means he might have a fancy wine cabinet. He doesn't know what any of them mean. He just
No. Do I drink? Well, all right. So actually, the first time I went, I just got one bottle. And then as I was driving away, I was like, how stupid am I? And I just turned back and went back in the store and bought 10 more. There were people filling up full grocery carts of them.
You have a wine rack?
I actually bought a little bar cart recently, but I don't think there's room for all that wine. A bar cart? Kind of. I mean, I don't prefer it. Like, I'd rather drink beer, but I do drink wine. I don't.
What's a bar cart?
It's like, it looks like a little table, but it's got wheels.
Oh.
But
you want a wine rack to hang on your wall?
I don't know if I can drill into my wall.
Sir, I hope you're not giving away the Jeff Coat wine rack that he made for you.
I do have that one too. I forgot. Now that one, Jeff Coat made a very nice wine rack, but that thing is heavy. He really used a barn to make that.
A lot of the wine's going to be gone this weekend.
Well, I've got a wine rack that I won. I don't ever win anything. I pay for them. I bid on them and win them. I win them because I pay more than the other people. But I have a wine rack. So I've got a huge wine rack that was built into the home. And I've got at the what do you call it? I got one that I won at an oyster roast that I used to have. It holds like 4 bottles of wine and then has one that goes up. And this is like a podcast. This is just, again, after hours.
Yeah. Wine gives me really bad headaches.
Nothing like a wine headache.
I haven't heard back from Jen.
I sent the link. Jason says it's time to play Red Red Wine by UB40.
We have covered a lot of stuff here.
I got white wine.
Yeah,
I don't
know white wine.
It was a wild scene. Those people there were like 3 different parties that were just filling up grocery carts of 100 bottles of wine.
Wow.
Pushing people out of the way.
Was the wine again?
Yeah. There was literally, I almost said something because there was like a couple college girls that were just looking around, like trying to pick out the right one. And they pick one up and this girl's looking at it. And the guy says, "Give me that." She's like, "What?" And he just hands it to him instinctively. He just put it in his cart and went and bought the 75% off wine. They were literally just filling it up. I guess I got there exactly the right time.
Wow.
It was
James, you were unable to hear us on the radio today because we have been without power for a solid hour, I think, right?
Yeah, 7:30.
Alan says we go to noon. The show was awesome today. Thank you, Alan. That ain't gonna happen though. I can hear the baby crying upstairs. That ain't gonna work in my house. Courtney, well done. 18 bottles. She's got you.
Well done. The beer was only 50% off, so I just got a 12er of Coors Light seltzers.
Call. I guess I can stop this little crawl we got going because even if you call, we can't get you on the air.
Good point. The crawl. Yeah, you need on the crawl. You just need to put subscribe to the YouTube channel.
Yep.
Well, now I figured out how to get it up straight to Twitter, where you can just watch it on Twitter.
225, Patrick.
We need to cut
big
one
YouTube.
Simply not stream it on Facebook and force all the Facebook viewers to subscribe to the YouTube.
I was thinking maybe we give like positive incentive, like give something away to.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Gamecock Larry right now. Gamecock Larry is probably losing his. Oh, look who's here!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Jen Jensen making her live stream appearance from where?
Downtown Chicago, just outside of Rush Hospital.
Impressive. Can you show us the snow on the ground outside the window?
I don't know. Can I? This is all.
Yeah, it's the live stream, Jen. Anything goes on the live stream.
The sunrise off the window with the snow. Well done, Jen.
Yeah.
Well done. So Patrick broke the radio station.
Yep.
Say what?
Patrick has broken the radio station in your absence.
I heard that. What happened?
It was going good for 1 week and 4 days. Just the 2-week mark is where things really fall apart.
Did you plug in a toaster?
So much they went and caused a huge power outage downtown and took out everything.
We have to stay live, and then Jen can live stream her walk to get an Italian beef.
Yeah.
Like that.
No, it's about 4 degrees. I'm walking nowhere. It's about a half block to the hospital, and I'm not. That's about as far as we're going.
You got an Uber?
No, I'm walking. I'm still walking. I have boots.
Oh, you are walking.
Yeah, it's a half a block, dude. Really?
I barely walk to the kitchen to get coffee in the morning.
We're so cheap that we actually park in the hospital parking garage because we can get it to
Good
where
call.
we validate it for $8
Nice.
and pay it $20 at the hotel. Yeah,
That's not cheap, Jen. That's smart.
something like that.
James says on the Facebook feed he works with Rush University Medical Center from Lexington.
Really? That's where we are.
Yeah.
How about that?
Cool.
So we got Jason, Raphael, Christy, Hope, KT, Donnie, everybody weighing in to say good morning to Jen, and then James weighing in on the Rush University Medical Center. Apparently you guys he's right around the corner from you. Is that the deal?
Oh man, that's cool. Maybe he can, slide me in early.
Well, I think what he's saying is he works in Lexington, but
he's connected.
Same group. Is that the deal? Raphael. She doesn't break the parking rules. She springs.
Sorry. It's a great hospital. We've used it before, and with the kind of break that Mom had, it was good, and some of her health issues. So yep. But I'm pretty whoops. I really should not be on live stream this morning, but that's all right.
Look good. Looks like given that you said that you had just woke up when I texted you, it looks like you did a quick job of getting dressed, makeup.
Trust me, I had to try something. Yeah, a little tired. I could be dragging. That's all right. It's good to see you guys.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you. You don't need any credentials. You just log on. Join in the fun. Unfortunately, right now they were showing Super Bowl XLI, whatever number that is, versus the Bears.
Oh,
Was it
the one experience? Yeah.
Yeah.
I've driven past. We've stayed up here a couple nights. Like we'll stay here for a night. Be the hospital day and day we come up, and then day we drive back. And then we'll go back to my mom's to spend the night, and then kind of reverse it. And so I'll drop one of my sisters off at work on the way. So I go drive past Soldier Field. It's like, but there's always fresh hope.
There was a few weeks ago, it was just something I was reading. It was like talking about new stadiums and everything. It was an article. It might have been on Sports Illustrated or Barstool or something, and it talked about like the biggest mistakes of like whether it was building a new stadium or arena or something and taking away, like I think one of them was like building TD Arena, whatever the Boston Arena is, but doing away with the Boston Garden. And like number 3 or 4 on the list was doing away with the columns at Soldier Field, the Roman columns that they had.
Yeah.
And that was like, it was listed as one of the top, I think it was one of the top 5. I can't remember if it was 3 or 4, but architecture mistakes that they've made. Again, number 1 was doing away with Boston Garden. I think 2 was going to the Staples Center from the Forum. That one was another one. Like the biggest mistake, just iconic venues that have been replaced or torn down or fixed or whatever.
So Patrick has left us with a view of the light in the studio. Thank you for that, Patrick.
Right. That's
Jesse
the brightest he's been all day.
There it is.
Try and connect your accesses.
Yep, I'm connected.
I'm connected. I've been connected.
And try to reconnect.
Jen shows up and all of a sudden everything works.
See, look at that. The power I wield.
I'm going to disconnect and try to reconnect there. So
Chris says I need to learn Roman numerals. Does anybody really know Roman numerals?
Yes, Billy.
Yeah.
Not that difficult. Huh. So do you know what? It's Super Bowl 55. Do you know what Roman numerals they are?
LV.
There you go. Do you know what they stand for?
55.
There he is.
There he is.
Is that exactly what it is? What do you mean? What do they stand for? What do they stand for?
What does the L stand for?
Seriously?
What does the V stand for?
Yeah.
Represent L.
Victory.
V. Now you're just being that guy. Now you're just trying to.
I did not. I was absent that day of school.
Only one day.
All right, it was a 2-day learning thing. I took both days off.
Well done, boy. We missed you, Jen. Jesse said he was going to have a meltdown with 2 weeks of no Jen. Mike needs to know how much snow is still on the ground, and if you come home late next week, you might have some here.
No, I've had enough.
Next Saturday. Next Saturday, it's supposed to be the high is like 39, and it's called the rain.
It's early. It's supposed to be like dropping frigid cold here. We're leaving tomorrow to start heading back, and it's supposed to be sub-zero. So I'm good to leave it. Now we got a couple more inches, a lot of blowing and drifting last night. So that's why we ended up staying here one more night. Kind of nasty, but there's still probably good 8-9 inches on the ground.
Wow.
Yeah.
What was it, last year, 2 years ago? They had that incredible, to me, it was an incredible picture. It might happen every year, where off of the lake, you had the cars that were parked by the lake, and like overnight, because of the wind, you had
they were
like
on Lakeshore Drive. A couple years ago.
That was crazy. And I can't imagine living in that on a year in, year out basis. Like, it's cool for about 3 days.
Yeah. And like yesterday, I was driving back from my mom's house to one of my sisters to pick her up. And the road had been cleared the day before, but because of all the wind, and you figure it's just flat, open fields, things were drifting, and it got treacherous in no time at all.
Wait, Courtney tells us we're back. Patrick, you got us on the air?
No, I can't hear anything in my ears for the OpEx, but I can hear you in your access on preview, so I can just turn your accesses on, and we can just talk.
So, Bill, can you hear me here? We might be on the air, we might not.
I got nothing in my headphones.
You're there, but maybe you can hear us on the air. If so,
it says I'm connected. Nope. I got a Tim. I got Tim on air.
Live stream kicking. Now you hear me, Bill? Are we waking up? Oh, it's in a commercial right now. Courtney's letting us know.
From the air.
Awesome.
Okay. As in, we're talking on the radio right now to everyone.
Nobody knows.
Travis is telling us no, we're not. This is really an interesting experiment. Yep, we can hear y'all now, Courtney says. How about that?
You see what happens again when you go out of town?
We're on the radio, but I can't hear Bill. Bill, you can hear me?
I bet you can hear me now.
How about that?
Yeah, if you turn a knob to the right and you turn up your volume, people can tip.
Now we're being really rude to Jen because Jen was just joined us on the live stream, but she doesn't have the radio equipment. So she was on the live stream, no problem, popped right in there. And now I feel like we're being rude and talking where we can hear each other. You can hear us, but we can't hear you, Jen. That's just rude. She gave us a wave.
I can leave.
That plays well on radio for sure.
Good luck. We'll see you. Thank you for joining.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, you did much better than Jay and Heath did the other night.
Oh, so much better than Jay and Heath on the live stream. Ooh, so much better. Not that anyone's surprised by that. So welcome back. If you've been listening to nothing on 107.5 The Game here, the 107.5 FM, we're blaming Patrick for breaking the station.
Can you guys hear
Patrick? Yeah, we can hear you now. How about that? Patrick, do you think you'll be able to continue to run the show now?
I don't think we have
What's the status in the studio?
Well, the computer that we run everything off of, the clocks and all that stuff, it says it's 4:42.
Okay, that's not a great sign. 4 hours off.
So I think we can pretty much just talk for 18 minutes and then put Dan Patrick on.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see.
The best
plan right now. We've learned a lot about adaptation this morning. Fortunately, we had the live stream going when we went down. You guys remember what time that was? Was it a little bit before 7:30?
7:20.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. So it's a solid 80 minutes or so ago that we've been hanging out with some of you on the live stream. Appreciate everybody hopping on there. We're on all over the place now. We got Twitter, we got the Facebook, we got the YouTube. Patrick's really looking for the YouTube subscriptions there, so please try to make him as happy as possible so he's as less bitter, the better for Patrick these days. We've done lots of things. Patrick was doing basically his version of the Blair Witch Project on the live stream because all the power went off at the studios, and apparently it's a downtown thing that I think has been remedied now. Is that what you're thinking there, Patrick? That the power has actually been back on in the building for at least 15 minutes, right?
Yep. It's just something about how we boot up the computers and get the system that actually runs everything going. I'm very. This is out of my.
So we apologize if you were certainly listening and then had an issue. And happy to have you back on there. I had a bunch of feedback in here. Jim in Goose Creek's always on the stream, and he let us know the stream wasn't working. Not sure if the audio stream he's talking about is back up. Rudy just hit us up as well, getting the commercials but can't hear y'all. You're all having a problem. He must have just tuned in, so he didn't miss too much there. I would say mainly our discussion has centered around Super Bowl 55 being the Friday of Super Bowl weekend, and Patrick has a whole routine planned with the girlfriend and the roommate and a bunch of food, and that has really interested Bill on the menu and the whole deal. Because Bill, you do not have anything planned necessarily yet. Is that correct?
No, I mean right now the kids and I mean that's all we got planned. But I don't have a menu like Patrick does. I'll take into account what the kids want to do. I'll probably go to the meat market and pick up some stuff to grill and get fully invested in that. And I might do that this afternoon. Depends. Again, look at the weather. I'll probably let the kids come up with the menu. So it could be chicken fries and French fries is what we may do, but whatever makes them happy.
Can you buy boneless wings?
Yeah.
Like just the chicken, like bite-sized chickens?
Yeah.
This is chicken. I have to just buy chicken breasts and cut them to my.
What are those called? Chicken nuggets?
Yes.
But I don't want nuggets. I want like actual chicken.
Yeah, go to there. Guys, remember we're back on the radio. We actually have to do professional radio right now, and I feel like we're venturing back down the live stream path. But the answer to your question:
why would we start to do professional radio 5 years into this program?
Yeah, you can. You can. I mean, you can go. You got to look. It's the frozen kind. It's like nuggets, but they have actual ones. And then I always do that, and then put them in a air fryer. You still got your air fry them, and then put them in a little baggie with whatever your sauce you want.
Well, I'm hand breading, but I just didn't know if I had to just hand bread tenders or if I could actually buy nugget size. I want boneless wings. That's what I want.
Okay, I feel aren't boneless wings nuggets? Is that not a thing?
I think nuggets are like the quality of meat is not actual chicken. I thought. I don't know. Maybe I'm just basing this off of Super Size Me and when they show what's in the McDonald's nuggets. I don't know.
So Patrick is recovering from a power outage there and is very focused on the food deal. We should probably get back into actual Super Bowl talk. He has given us a breakdown, Patrick. I understand. Why don't you rehash, if you will, for those who haven't joined us on the live stream, and even those that have, I think it bears repeating. You think the best strategy for the Tampa Bay Bucks defense to contain Patrick Mahomes coming up on Sunday is what?
I think their best strategy is to try and keep everything in front of them in the secondary. Don't let Tyreek Hill get behind you. Take what you can get underneath, or make the Chiefs take what they can get underneath. They won't try to run the ball. The Chiefs are going to throw the ball, and you're going to have the advantage defensive line over the Chiefs offensive line. So I think you need to, instead of having Shaq Barrett and Jason Pierre-Paul rush the passer in a traditional sense, I think they really need to peel the edges and make sure Patrick Mahomes cannot break the pocket, because when he does, that's when they're the most dangerous, because him and Tyreek Hill are borderline telepathic the way they improvise when Mahomes breaks the pocket. It's one of the most amazing things to watch in football. So I think you need to keep him inside the pocket and then use Devin White as basically a delayed blitzer and a spy on Patrick Mahomes at all times. The Chiefs, I'm really interested to see what they're going to do, because what Tyreek Hill has been basically a deep threat for a while, just always getting behind, finding a way to get behind the defense. But in the playoffs and towards the end of the season, they've been using him a lot more underneath and just trying to get him the ball in space and let him actually run after the catch instead of being a deep threat, which I think is a really interesting move. And if they decide, I think that's the route they might go, is just say, we know the Bucs are going to try and keep everything in front of them, so we're just going to throw swing passes and curls to Kelsey and Tyreek Hill, and we're going to dare you to try and tackle Tyreek Hill on the open field, which is a very bold strategy, and I'll be really interested to see if that actually plays out that way.
Question for both of you that I think is very interesting. In a regular year, when you get a full capacity stadium at a Super Bowl, how much would playing at your own stadium matter? How much do you think it matters? And then how much does it matter at all? Is there any advantage whatsoever to Tampa Bay being at home Sunday night?
I think the only advantage is that they have already been in Tampa in that weather. Chiefs have been probably practicing inside and in a different time zone, even though I think it's only an hour, so it doesn't really make that big a difference. The crowd would be not really much of a factor because the Super Bowl crowd is not home fans. It's mostly like representatives from every team and just kind of rich people that are there to say they went to the Super Bowl. And generally the Super Bowl crowd kind of just cheers for big plays on either side. And it's not like there's going to be a distinct noise issue when you're trying to line up and get your plays called and adjust to the line of scrimmage. It's usually not loud enough for that to be an issue. So I don't think it's much of an advantage at all. Maybe comfortability. I've heard quarterbacks say that like sight lines and things like that vary slightly from stadium to stadium. So maybe Tom Brady will feel more comfortable in playing on that field. But, I mean, the Chiefs already beat them on that field this year.
That was an amazing sports talk hot take. Did you hear that?
That was professional.
No, yeah, that's professional, but it's such a ruse because Patrick just gave us the breakdown of Super Bowl crowds in the past when a home team has never played in a Super Bowl. Ever. We don't know. Those crowds don't apply.
No, but it's about
it is. You're right about that.
Yeah, but who's to say a bunch of Bucks fans don't basically get a second mortgage and buy up those tickets and overtake it in a normal year? I'm talking about this year because it's so limited. I don't think it'll be the case. But we can't know how it affects a home team in the Super Bowl because we've never seen it before. But I understand what you're saying. Definitely, traditionally, those crowds are different, and it is just a corporate money fest in a lot of ways. Bill, to your question, my answer to your question is I think it helps. How much? I have no idea. I think it helps when it comes to just the circus that is the Super Bowl. This year, I think maybe it's tamped down in general for the players because most of the time this thing gets ugly behind the scenes when it comes to families and wanting tickets and what's available, and then the money involved, and then bringing everybody to the Super Bowl site and the whole deal. Well, Kansas City hadn't had to deal with that this year by and large, so I think it's kind of neutralized. Tampa Bay, it's an advantage being at home, but Kansas City has an advantage in a traditional Super Bowl visitor because they haven't had to deal with the circus that usually is Super Bowl week.
I think it's interesting. Do you think there would be for it to never happen and to be something that we've always talked about potentially happening? Do you feel like if it was a usual year that storyline would be a little bit more prominent playing at home? But because of the limited Super Bowl, because of the ticket distribution, it's not the story that it normally would be?
Totally think that it's not a typical storyline because it's just such an atypical year.
Yeah.
So now the question becomes, all right, do you have a strong rooting interest? That's what the Sudeth Automotive poll question is this morning. What do you want to see happen? Who do you want to see win this thing? Chiefs, Bucks, good game, or not interested is who you're pulling for is how I phrased it. And this thing has gotten closer. A good game still winning. Bucks in second place. So good game is about 36% of the vote, 29% to the Bucks. The Chiefs at 25% and a little bit less than 9% right now voting not interested. If you want to get a final vote in, this thing goes final in just a second at Tim Hill 1075 on Twitter. Bill, did you ever vote on this thing? Because I would vote good game for sure because I'm not going to be brokenhearted one way or the other. I think I would prefer to see the Chiefs win, but if the Bucks win, not okay. A heck of a story. Tom Brady is the best, and I do like seeing history being made in front of me.
All right, let me. I'm with you. Let's change the question very quickly. If it's a good game, who do you want with the ball? 2-minute warning, having to go 70 yards, 75 yards to score the touchdown to win the game. Do you want to see Mahomes with 2 minutes to go, or do you want to see Brady? Because I'm with you. I totally vote with you. Don't care. Want to see a good game. If you make
that mean throughout the course of the game, or at least for the first 3 quarters, you're going to be rooting for the Bucks because it will feel like if the Chiefs get a point lead, you'll feel like that game's over, right?
That's a good point. Yeah,
but if the Bucks are up by 10, 17 even points, I don't know how many is too many. You're going to feel like the Chiefs just can snap their fingers and turn it on and come back.
Who do you want? What scenario do you want in the final 2 minutes? Brady with the ball, 75 yards to go, touchdown, field goal to win it, or Mahomes with the ball and see the magic?
Go.
So Jason votes in. To me, I'm greedy, and I know how the NFL is so good at clock management. Usually, I want to see both. And I think typically you do see both in the NFL if it comes down to that. Like, they don't run out the clock a lot of times. That somebody gets at least a chance. But I think all of us, if you had to pick, you got to go with Brady at this point because you feel like you're going to see Mahomes have plenty more chances.
And like we said, the Bucs winning would be the more historic and iconic for the NFL. So if Brady can also, with all these storylines, first year without Belichick, first year in Tampa Bay, bring his team to the first Super Bowl in their home stadium, and he also gets to have the game-winning drive, it would just add to the theatrics.
I'll go both ways on that. You're right. It's Brady with the ball and a chance to keep Mahomes down, to continue to be the GOAT. If Mahomes has it, it's a chance to go down and I don't want to say take the GOAT label away. I think what they're saying this week is wildly unfair. You got a long way to go. If Mahomes wins, you know what? All he does right now, it's impressive, but all he does is tie Eli Manning for 2 Super Bowls in my book. Yeah. He's got a lot of years left, but it is Mahomes, like a passing of the torch, in my opinion, if Mahomes has the ball with the opportunity to go down and beat Brady there at the very end of the game.
Game. I mean, you heard what Romo said. The storyline was that he said that if Brady beats Mahomes this year, then Mahomes will never have a chance to catch him as the GOAT because Brady will have beaten him twice in the 2 biggest games of his career, and Mahomes would need that many more Super Bowls. And even if he wins more than Brady, ultimately, he'll never be able to say that he's beaten Brady head-to-head in a game that mattered like that.
And don't think that hasn't crossed Tom Brady's mind. Don't think that there isn't some extra motivation there for Brady to prove, the guy that always feels like he's got to prove himself. I think just to add that's why I think I got to vote Brady in your scenario, Bill. I want to see the ball in his hand. I mean, to me, that would be the ultimate competitiveness level. A guy
if we get either of those 2 scenarios, then we all show up very happy on Monday morning. I think that's the thing. That's what we all agree upon. If we get either of those 2 scenarios, it sounds like Patrick, you're funny.
Did you say 10 seconds, Patrick? We're done.
I can't hear anything in my ear.
We'll just keep going. We'll just keep going. Who cares?
I think we need to probably bow out and take a commercial for the first time in a couple hours. I think that's the show. That was something. Well, it works, Patrick. See what you got.
Trying. All right. Well, now it's a question of
nothing. We got nothing. First,
no, I got nothing in program here. I see you're hearing it, Patrick?
No, I wasn't hearing.
We got it.
So we need somebody that's listening to the radio to tell us right now if they can hear.
If you're listening to the radio, let us know if you're hearing anything.
All right, Raphael says, "Well done."
I don't know what he's on the YouTube channel.
On the air? Question mark. Let's see if anybody can answer that.
American John says, "Turn up the Patrick, turn up microphone."
Okay, so probably not. Then that means it's not running on the air. Patrick,
we don't have satellite right now.
Okay, but why don't you press the air button out there and see if you hear the commercials?
We don't. Ed said we don't have
Nothing? You got no way of checking?
Victoria says hearing commercials. She says she's hearing commercials.
Thank you, Victoria. That is the craziest thing ever. We have to ask people listening if they're hearing the commercials because we're not hearing them. Patrick's not hearing them. But you're seeing the computer run the commercial, Patrick, but you're just not hearing anything. Is that right?
Yeah.
And you couldn't hear us through the access?
No. No, I could hear you.
iHeart is down. Travis says just a clicking noise. Courtney said silent.
Apparently,
I don't know where everybody's listening.
We're not going to
have. I love big time radio, no doubt. Epic show this morning. Yep, Victoria says she's hearing it. So, Courtney, I'm thinking you're listening on the stream. Is that right? Thank you guys for your help, by the way. Thank you for basically producing our show.
I mean, this is wild.
Need a new intern that's computer savvy, Mark. Oh, that's just rude. Nothing on the radio, Courtney says.
Mark C. on the text line says dead air again, boys.
All right, let's get back on. Let's see.
Okay, I'm turning you guys on.
So still a work in progress here. That's what I'm hearing. We are getting some help on the live stream, the live video stream from Lots of you guys out there appreciate it. You can actually hear better than Patrick can. Thank you. It looks like Courtney's our go-to external producer today. Says we're back up here on the air, and we're just kind of winging it right now. Not exactly sure where we're going to head, but we'll keep talking. Bill was very disappointed and frustrated that we had to even consider wrapping up the show there.
God, no worry. I mean, and Patrick should be thrilled. Look at Patrick. Look at the smile on his face on the live stream.
I missed so much Super Bowl talk earlier. I got more.
This is the smile on that guy's face, knowing that he continues to get to talk Super Bowl this morning. That he's Patrick Big Carrot. Patrick Perrette Big Carrot is going over top of Dan Patrick. It's one Patrick taking down another Patrick.
I mean, I think we're really just going to talk until we hear Dan Patrick pop up and interrupt us.
Okay. Coverage, that's right. Extended version, yes.
The extended version, Hope says on the live stream there. This should be awesome. And we'll see. And at some point, my wife will come down with the baby and just hand the baby to me. So that'll be part of the show, too. Just so you guys know.
Hey, you be like Steph Curry and the baby. Yeah, I like that. They'll just bring the baby in and good time.
If that guy's not happy, you're going to hear that, too. The odds are pretty good. But we'll keep going. So, you got to flip it then, Patrick. Bill, do you agree with his analysis there of how the Bucs can contain Patrick Mahomes? Because I understand what he's saying, but to give Patrick Mahomes time, to me, is death. Is defensive death. He's going to figure it out. He's going to make a play. I get containing him. All right, the 7-year-old just gave me a thumbs up in here, so we're good.
Okay.
I get containing him, but I think you got to bring pressure and kind of live and die by that. You can't do it, obviously, just in any situation, be dumb and the whole thing. But I think you gotta rattle him. You got a better shot at him getting a little banged up or not quite being himself and getting out of sync, I think, than you do with taking your death by 1,000 cuts, like you were mentioning earlier, because I think he'll just slice you up, slice you to death.
But then you need single cover one of Kelsey or Hill.
Well, but here's the thing: if you don't bring pressure on Mahomes and you allow him to stand back there and have all day, you're also saying that you're not going to have a coverage breakdown. I understand when you're saying, well, you give everything up underneath, but you know what? If Mahomes is sitting back there with all day, what's going to end up happening is there's going to be a coverage breakdown, and if it happens, if there's a coverage breakdown 2 or 3 times, that's 14 or 21 points. I mean, that to me is the thing. Those players, Kelsey, Hill, those guys are so good at getting behind the defense or being able to make a play with a coverage breakdown. I'm kind of with Tim on this. I think you've got to bring the pressure. You got to get the ball out of his hand fast and then hope you can get them on the ground. You can't allow him to sit back there, pick apart the defense, and then – if they're hitting 7 yards, well, then there's a coverage breakdown, and there it goes for 6 points and the extra point to happen after that. I think that's a very tough way to go about trying to defend the Chiefs.
But there's really no way to do it. I'm almost resigned to the fact that the Chiefs are going to score at least 28 to 35 points, and it's really going to be more about the Bucs being able to stick to their game plan on offense. I think it's going to be way more about Tom Brady being able to outduel Patrick Mahomes, or at least I think their game plan will be much more revolving around the run game in Kansas City. So, I mean, I think they're going to try and make these drives long, but they're going to need to cash in every time. The Kansas City red zone defense is not good, so they're going to need 6 points every time out. But the problem is Kansas City, if they score a couple touchdowns and get up 2 possessions on you, your game plan is out the window, and you need to start throwing the ball. So that's why I say more things need to go right for Tampa Bay than Kansas City, because nothing's really going to throw Kansas City off their game plan, because their game plan is just, we're going to score 1 million points, and there's nothing you can do to stop us.
We're down 10, we're down 17, whatever. Been there before, done that in the playoffs. Just haven't done it against Tom Brady. You said throw out the game plan. That's kind of what we've done this morning with the power going off. Still have computer issues. Patrick tells me that we could go to CBS right now, CBS Sports Radio, but The Dan Patrick Show is not working. So since the Dan Patrick Show is not working, well, we're not going to make the guys in New York fill this time. We're here for you. This is what local radio is all about. We'll stay on until we can get that Dan Patrick Show going, and then, or my wife comes down and hands me the baby, and then I have to go take care of that.
Then it's just Patrick and I.
You guys.
Patrick and I. It's just Patrick would be thrilled with that too. That just means more airtime for him to get into. So we haven't done the prop bets. You got the prop bets?
I got some. I don't have them all up in front of me. I didn't realize there's one that is clear, far and away the most prop bet of Super Bowl 55. You guys want to guess what it is?
Is it an actual football bet, or is it like the national anthem? Or
it's an actual football bet.
Oh, it's the coin flip. It's the coin flip. I saw this the other day.
50 rushing yards.
Nope. Keep going. Let's play this game. It'll be fun.
Tom Brady half a rushing yards. One of my favorite. It's probably
we talked about that. Yeah, the half a rushing yards.
Because Niels is the only way to yards.
Right. And
so if they can, then yeah.
No, the sacks don't count against him in the NFL?
No, in the NFL.
Gotcha. Most bet on prop bet. Feel free to hit us up. We do have the text line up and rolling now. The Cool Care Heating and Air text line 803-404-6100. Have no idea if you call us on that number if we can get you on the Love Chevy phone lines, but we'll do our best if you would like to try it. And then the live stream comments have been up and rolling all day, just being there for us via Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube right now. So we got plenty of ways for you to get a hold of us, even if it's not the traditional show this morning.
That's fine. I was reading this quick article. I saw this yesterday. This came out yesterday, I believe, on ESPN. It's an article called "It's Flipping Madness: Startling Amount Bet on Super Bowl Coin Toss." And it's a breakdown of it's a funny little scenario in the back room of a Vegas casino or book where it's talking about the boss. It says they're gathering to watch the referees, the team captains, and the honorary coin flipper gathering at midfield. The room goes silent. The coin goes in the air, heads or tails to determine which team gets the ball first. The coin turns end over end, bounces on the field, and settles on heads. The stressed-out boss quickly asks, "How do we do?" An employee grades the bets, takes a deep breath, and replies, "We just lost $38,000."
It's so ridiculous. Courtney's guess on the most bet on prop bet is who's doing the halftime show and national anthem, or maybe she's just actually asking. Well, that was part of Patrick's original technical frustration. You remember way back, Patrick, when your biggest technical frustration this morning was playing songs from The Weeknd because he's the halftime guy?
Yeah, it's true.
You guys know who's doing the national anthem? So
it's
The Weeknd.
So the over-under for that national anthem, I think it's usually 2 minutes. They said it right at 2 minutes. The over-under is usually a big bet. It's Eric Church and somebody else.
Oh.
So it's a bet this year. So a lot of people are thinking definitely over, hammer the over because it's a duet. I don't think I've ever heard of the girl who's doing it.
Okay, and you're at 25. So Jasmine Sullivan.
Yeah,
I'm reading right now. Okay, Eric Church and Jasmine.
Yeah, that feels like that's going to be a super long. Now, but again, it's from the time. I think they started from the time of the first, the first note is sung.
One that screws people up because people that self-time it at home get different times. Because there was one, I can't remember who it was, but she did the Brave, Land of the Free and Home of the Brave. But then she said she did a double the Brave.
Ooh,
so
and that did it.
Cut it off at first Brave.
So FYI, R&B singer Jasmine Sullivan has 12 total Grammy nominations, and her debut album Fearless earned 7 of those. And then you got country singer Eric Church.
Nominations? Don't give me nominations.
I'm reading the article. This is on NBC Sports. What do you want me to do? I'm reading the article. R&B singer Jasmine Sullivan, 12 total Grammy nominations. Doesn't say any wins, because with country singer Eric Church is a 7-time ACM award winner, 4-time CMA award winner, and 10-time Grammy nominee. Church's hit singles include some of it, "Give Me Back My Hometown," Springsteen, and "Drink in My Hand." I would have highlighted several other songs besides some of those. Springsteen.
Do we think they're going to sing it together or go back and forth line by line? Because if they go together, they're going to thing yet. At the same time, they're going to need to be on the same pace, and they probably practiced it, and it's probably going to go under. But if it's like I do one line and you do the next line, then it would be an easy over because they're going to be trying to out-sing each other.
I'm guessing there'll be a little combination of all that. They'll each have a solo moment, and then they'll sing it together, and that's how duets work.
They're both going to go to. Here's the question: They're both going to do Home of the Brave, right? That's how it's going to finish, right? Nobody gets that special moment where they get to finish. And so the question is, do they both have it timed out to end at the very end, or is one going to try and outdo each other, and we're just sitting there for an extra 45 seconds? See who can hold the note the longest.
I know
that what's going to happen?
I think she did. I'm pretty sure she did an NHL All-Star game saying the national anthem, and she went over on the All-Star game. The theory was that if she can do it in an icy arena where it's really cold, she can do it in the Super Bowl too. Because a lot of times people tense up and they just want to get through it and hit all their lines and then just get it over with because it's really nerve-wracking.
Where's the code of ethics for a performer doing the national anthem about the betting line there? I mean, why wouldn't you? Yeah, why
have a little bit of money on it?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you have a couple of your buddies throwing money in on it? Yeah, I'm with you on this. Like
the last time Collinsworth called the game, there was the prop bet of how many times would he say, "Now here's a guy." So at the beginning of the game, now here's a guy, now here's a guy, now here's a guy, now here's a guy, and just hit them all. All right, this is how you guys can just enjoy the game.
Unbelievable what the Super Bowl has become.
That is an interesting. That's a good point. Like, I mean, if you're Eric Church, this is easy money, right? Like, I mean, that's easy money.
And then what can Vegas do, right? Do they just say, "Oh, we're not paying out"? Do they rule the Collinsworth bet out because he clearly was in on it? I don't know how that works. It's so weird. Obviously, you're not supposed to throw the bet if you're playing in the game, and I don't know how it works. Like, what if you're part of the equipment staff and one of these prop bets is like the color of the Gatorade, right?
I don't know.
I mean, why wouldn't you throw that? Why? How could there possibly be a code of ethics about the color of Gatorade?
You can just see, what is it, Floyd Mayweather? Floyd Mayweather is calling up all the equipment guys, be like, you want in on this? You want in on this? I got you in on that. He's good friends with The Weeknd right now. He's like, hey, buddy, what's your opening song? What do you got going on?
Right.
Look out on Twitter. I can guarantee you every year it happens. There's a viral tweet of a screenshot or something along those lines. It says, my cousin's buddy's sister works on the equipment staff for Buccaneers, and she told me that they're going with red Gatorade today. Hammer red Gatorade. And that always happens. Somebody always says that they've got a hook and they know which color the Gatorade is. It happens every year.
So silly. So you guys still want to keep guessing about the most bet on prop bet?
Individual bet or a team bet?
Individual. So it's a specific player.
This is yearly, or this is
year.
Yearly? Just this year.
Travis Kelce, anytime touchdown scorer.
I'm going to say Tom Brady, 1.5 interceptions.
Nope. And what'd you say about Kelce?
I said Kelce to score a touchdown.
Nope, but it is close to that. It's who will score the first touchdown.
Ooh. Well,
and Kelce and Tyreek Hill are the favorites right now. That is a really interesting bet, right?
Bucks. I think you
I
have
would
to
go
bet
with Bucks too. I agree. I go Godwin right now.
And the Chiefs always defer.
Well, also too, the Chiefs seem to start slowly in a lot of these games, right? And that it's worked out really well for them. Like the Bills were up 9-0 and then 21 straight. We saw it last year several times. And definitely, I think in the Super Bowl as well. That just seems to be how it works out with this formula that they have going. So it looks like Mike Evans is way up there as far as a favorite. I wonder I'm sure Gronk's on the board. Fournette, I would go Godwin though if I were placing the bet on the most bet prop of Super Bowl 55.
Cameron Burke, I'm going to place.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one for sure.
Tight ends to score touchdowns.
Does it say which will be the first score of the game? Rushing touchdown, passing touchdown, defensive touchdown, field goal, or safety?
It's certain books. There's good money on betting.
Because I remember an article. I'll go back. I forget what the odds were, but I believe it was the Seahawks and I think the Broncos. And the first score of the game was the safety. You remember this?
Let's Sounds right.
But you're talking about when Brady threw the intentional grounding in his own end zone against the Giants?
Here it is. All right, here's the article. It's from 2014. I remember this game, and it's titled don't do that. Super Bowl prop bets 2014 Seahawks safety stuns Vegas.
Snapped over Peyton Manning's head. Yeah.
Yep, and it says if you bet $100 on the Seahawks safety, it was the first score of the game. Bovada odds of safety being the first score of the game, it was plus 4,000. So if you put $100 on safety, you won 4,000.
Strong.
I like plus 750 any kick to hit a upright. That's a fun one too.
Any kick to hit the upright. Wow. There's some really good ones out there for sure. Patrick, have you figured out? John's telling us via the Cool Care Heating and Air text line that he tried to call into the Love Shepherd phone lines. It did not work. So thank you for that, John. We're still working there. Do you know if commercials may be working? Because if they are, we should probably do some of that on this commercial radio station.
I mean, like, you guys can't hear anything.
Right. We can't hear it, and you can't hear it.
Playing what should be a commercial right now.
So, again, we have to rely on our live video stream listeners to see if they
I'm having to communicate with family members and other people right now who are trying to contact me because it's after 9 o'clock and they're wondering like why I'm not answering my phone, and I'm having to explain, hey, we're kind of doing a Super Bowl radio-a-thon. It's just
I think I might have disturbed my family when I was doing my Stephen A. Smith impersonation and yelling earlier, and they might have realized something that was going different. And the thumbs up from the 7-year-old a few minutes ago, I'm not sure what that means. Patrick, you still don't know.
It meant Mom's packing your clothes, buddy. You're apparently going somewhere.
You had 67% earlier this morning, Patrick, on this
live streaming.
You don't have a charger? You don't have a charger somewhere?
No, I don't bring a charger because usually I'm only in it for 3 hours.
Well, Chris, I appreciate the effort there. He says y'all are on the radio talking right now. Okay, so maybe we were talking over the commercials. Maybe we were not. That's kind of what we were looking for there, Chris. Can you hear the commercials as well? So we'll go with no, and we'll continue on until we're told otherwise, or until I'm handed a baby and you guys get to take over. So,
well, we
have nothing left to talk about.
We haven't gotten into that.
Well, that will never happen to this group. Yeah, Gamecock Frank hit us up earlier, and he realized this was obviously a little bit off topic.
Wait, hold on, stop that. When you say hit us up earlier, you mean like 3 hours ago? Yeah, about 3 hours ago.
It was at 6:15. I thought it was more like 7:15.
I thought it was 7.
That was just a couple hours ago.
I thought it was 6:30. Yeah.
Okay, this was coming off of a 31-27 Bucks prediction, from Ronnie, who says they will not rattle Tom Brady like they did Josh Allen, meaning the Chiefs. If Brady was playing, he was the one who got into the Joe Montana conversation. Then we got into that whole generational deal and how it was kind of ridiculous. Gamecock Frank just mentioned, hey guys, regarding Gamecock basketball, why can't we have a great basketball program? There's so much basketball talent leaving South Carolina to go to the programs. If we get best players in the state, we could have a great program. That's what Eddie Fogler did, and the 2017 Final Four team also had a lot of great South Carolina players. We have one of the nicest and biggest arenas in college basketball. If you build a great team, they will come. Gamecock. Bill, I mentioned this, I think, when I first saw this, that you guys got into this in the game companion after the Florida win. You and Jay, I feel like, went through the entire history of Gamecock basketball, back to Frank McGuire. And it's such a complicated situation with a simple outcome, unfortunately for the Gamecocks, is that there hasn't been a great basketball program. That last part, if you build a great team, they will come. There's no doubt about that. The question is, how in the world do you build a great team at the University of South Carolina when it comes to basketball? Because back to the beginning there, that the way that basketball works is it's maybe we look at it differently from a football perspective, but typically basketball players don't play in their home state. Right? I mean, a lot of times these guys are going all over the place. It is much easier to recruit nationally basketball-wise than it is football. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it's a lot easier basketball-wise to recruit nationally, to go to New York, to go to the Midwest, to go to Chicago, Texas and land
You
players.
can go further than that, right? Internationally, it's easier to recruit in basketball. I mean, the Gamecocks and Canadian-born players has become a bit of a trend.
Exactly. You're 100% right. What is it we've seen? I mean,
Wayne Notice, AJ Lawson, and now Trayvon Minot, all from Canada.
Yep. There you go. Mm-hmm.
So I feel like you have to throw that out of the mindset. I understand it is brutally frustrating to watch guys in the state, Kevin Garnett, Jermaine O'Neal, the guys kind of back when I was in college, and that was the classic rumor. Ray Allen go up to Connecticut and was over from Dalzell. I get it. It stinks. But that just, I think, is a reality that you have to come to accept in a lot of ways. Zion Williamson, obviously the best example, Ja Morant. But you got to figure out other ways to do it. And Frank Martin did that Final Four year, obviously, with Sindarius Thornwell, Justin Mackey, and P.J. Dozier being South Carolina guys. But it certainly wasn't just those guys. You had a guy from Estonia in the starting lineup in the post, in Kotsar as a freshman, and then Chris Silva as a really talented sophomore on that team. Then you had other guys, Hassan and Gravett, and the junior college route. It was such a unique mix, I feel like. And isn't that what South Carolina basketball has to be? You got to kind of cobble it together in different ways, and you can't just say, hey, we're going to build a great basketball program and keep the best in-state players in the state, and that's how this thing is going to happen. Am I off on that, Bill, or what do you think?
Well, I think there's this narrative that Frank Martin has not recruited the state of South Carolina well. Well, Frank Martin's done exactly what almost every other coach before him has been able to do, and that's land a few players here and there. But if you go back, I mean, start with Stanley Roberts. There's a history of players leaving the state of South Carolina. Now, there's also a history of South Carolina being able to land an elite guy by now. Our elite guy here and there, B.J. Mackey stands out. Sindarius Thornwell. If you think about that, the two guys that were the stars of the South Carolina program when they were at their best, the SEC championship and obviously the Final Four run, they were South Carolina guys. But it's revisionist history to go, well, man, Melvin Watson was a big time player, and Melvin Watson had technically gone up to Brewster Academy, I think it was, up in Massachusetts or up in the north, for 1 year to try and enhance his stature. He wasn't some elite recruit. Larry Davis was a transfer. Larry Davis goes to North Carolina, doesn't get off the bench. That's kind of what it's been. He transfers back. Go on through but go in from 95 through now and think about the guys. And I'm probably a little bit better at this because I remember the guys, but at one time we had Marshall Moses in this state at Aiken, went to Oklahoma State. We've seen Murphy Holloway go to Mississippi. We've seen, this is all prior, Rashawn Dickey from Marlboro and Zam Frederick from Calhoun go to Georgia Tech. Bryce Johnson going to North Carolina. There's so many I'm leaving out that I could start making a list. Devin Downey going to Cincinnati. Buddy Harper was going to go to Cincinnati. Buddy Harper was my age, Major Wingate. Does everybody remember Major Wingate going to Tennessee? Like, there's a history. What Frank's doing is no different. If you want the guy who's recruited the state the best, it's probably Darren Horn. Damian Lillard was not Damian Lillard.
You're right. No, not Damian Lillard.
Hey, not
Who
Damian
was
Lillard?
That guy?
Leonard. Was it Damian Lillard?
Yes, very good. Leonard.
Was a big time recruit. Bruce Ellington was obviously a big time recruit. R.J. Slauson was a guy that a lot of people like. Clifton Geathers.
Eric Smith.
Carlton Geathers.
At one time. Carlton. Mm-hmm.
Eric Smith was a big time. If you go back, Darren Horn's the guy who recruited the best maybe in-state. Frank's got in-state guys now. When you look at when you look at how some of these players are Trey Hannibal's an in-state guy. Go through the roster with me real quick there. Javon Benson's on the roster, in-state guy. He landed Patrick Ariel, who obviously is no longer playing basketball. He's got Jalen McCrary.
McCrary start? Does that count?
Yeah, he's I guess technically an in-state guy. CD Kaida, technically an in-state guy when he committed. So, and Thornwell and Mackey and Dozier as well. I don't know, because of how this state is built with AAU coaches, and there's not a voice that players look to and follow. It's tough to keep players in state without a strong connection to South Carolina. PJ Dozier is that example. Mike Boynton and Darren Horn, for that matter, did an incredible job with Sindarius Thornwell and Frank Martin, made him a priority early on, and Thornwell committed. Justin Mackey, was a guy that obviously had strong ties. PJ Dozier, strong ties. So I think it's hard with in-state players. There's not a lot going. It's tough. And look, it's not just South Carolina. Clemson plays in the ACC. Clemson's been able to land the occasional Milton Jennings, Clyde Trapp. They've been able to land some guys here and there. But again, it's not like kids are looking at these schools at South Carolina Clemson and go, man, I can go stay in-state, play for an in-state school, and play in the ACC, which is what the selling point is for South Carolina football, right? Stay in state, play in the best football conference in the country, represent your state, represent your family. They're not really doing that with Clemson either.
So it's a long, complicated history and question of why South Carolina basketball can't be great. How much does where the program is at right now fit into that thing? With year 9 of Frank Martin, and clearly the wildly uneven performances you get, just go the last 2 games. You lose to Vanderbilt, you go to Florida anyway. And with where the roster is, a lot of experienced guys that may not even be back next year. Where does the team go, and how much does what happens down the stretch here? 8 games left, I think, starting tomorrow. Mississippi State at home. It's a 3-game homestand. Alabama's up next. The class in the SEC, they're undefeated. How much does it matter right now how Carolina finishes these last 8 games and the feel around the program coming off that?
Well, I mean, it matters. It matters a lot because I think it matters because, as we've talked about, we don't know now what the future of the program is, and it's just we don't know. We're pretty certain that AJ Lawson is going to the NBA. We'd all bet on that he's off to the NBA after this year. He's having a really good year, and he deserves that. He's done. You're a South Carolina fan, much like what PJ Dozier has gone and done. You should thank AJ Lawson for his time, for his effort, everything he's done. And you wish him the best so that you can continue to point to a guy in the NBA that joins Thornwell with the Pelicans, Dozier with the Nuggets, Silva with the Heat, and that you can say, hey, we got 4 guys in the NBA, which I think would be a record for South Carolina if they can all be on an NBA roster next year at the same time. I would have to think that that's a record. You point to that. Now, what happens with Seventh Woods? Again, Seventh Woods, everybody think back. You weren't playing basketball or football or baseball, but did you want to spend 6 years in college? Wood spent 3 years at North Carolina, transferred here, sat out the 4th, is now playing his 5th. He technically gets next year, but does he want to do 6 years of college? What does Seventh Woods do? What is Justin Minaya? I have no clue what year Justin Minaya is, by the way. I've just given up on Minaya's years. I think technically he's supposed to be a senior, but maybe he got a red shirt year and then he's getting this year back again. Minaya very well is heading. Let's look that up real quick because I've just given up on Minaya's years. He's an older guy. Does he want to stick around? I've seen guys who shouldn't go to the NBA, but somebody gets into their ear, and if somebody gets into Keyshawn Bryant's ear and he continues to play well and says, "Hey, buddy, look at what you did in SEC play against tough competition. I think you can make it in the NBA, or you should go get a start in the G League and make some money." Who's to say he doesn't do that? I think the uncertainty of next year's program. And by the way, remember this: they got 4 guys coming in right now. Woodley, another post player who I'm forgetting, Jacoby Wright, and Devin Carter. Oh, Carlos Williams, who's not signed. Carlos Williams. They got 4 signees right now. We don't know what
3 signees and one who's not. One
right.
One who's committed.
Yeah. Mania is listed as a junior, but he has played. Redshirt junior, but he's played 4 years. I mean, next year would be his 5th. And technically, remember, Mania would be a junior next year, I guess, because this year doesn't count, right?
Right. Get another basically free pass. Patrick, you're popping in and out on the live stream there. Everything okay in the studio? Where you at?
Good news, bad news. Bad news. Well, bad news for us. Good news for the listeners. No updates on when we're gonna get back on the air. We don't have internet. We got nothing. Good news. My phone's not gonna die. I ran to the car, fed the meter, grabbed my car charger.
Good job.
So we're back.
And you didn't take your phone to show us all this?
Let's put out a message to the city of Columbia right now, which I'm sure is listening. Don't give a parking ticket on right outside the building. There's been power issues. Patrick has been doing it just a model job today here. Don't hit him up with a parking ticket.
It's one of those red meters, so if we got
they'll get you. No, come on. That red meter on that one's on. Then Sumter, is that right?
Yeah, on Sumter.
Don't mess with Patrick.
Please, very quickly. I've had water and I've had now several cups of coffee. Do we get to start taking rotations on bathroom breaks?
No, you got a cup in front of you?
Hey, you can't lay in. You've already gone, man.
It's true.
You're the only one that's been up and been able to go. You can't.
You guys can pick up your things and just carry them around.
Or I could be a regular, or I could. I was gonna skip over that. Or I could be a regular person and take a minute and a half off a break and run.
No breaks.
See, what we've learned this morning
around here. Where's our Will Muschamp clip? No vacations.
Patrick is relatively professional unless the bathroom comes up, and then it's off the rails real quick. So I didn't hear any bad news in there. We get to stay on. Is that what you're saying?
I guess that's.
Are you wanting to go home? Are you done? Do we need to get Jen in here?
All right, hold on.
She's already joined the live stream.
This bothers me when this happens. I'm not sure what Kentucky Joe misheard. I meant 4 South Carolina players in the NBA. 4, in the NBA, not on the same team.
Well, first of all, you have to know that Kentucky Joe is listening to the show differently than anybody else, especially the basketball conversations. He just wanted a chance to brag about Kentucky basketball, especially this year when you can't brag about the current team. You can only brag, Kentucky Joe says, there's 30-plus players in the NBA from Kentucky. Yeah.
4 NBA players in the league across the board. I get what he's coming from when he says 30-plus players in the NBA from Kentucky. I understand what he's saying there. So me just saying 4 South Carolina players in the league at the same time sounds ridiculous, but I got a feeling, Tim, you're with me. That's probably a record, right?
Oh, no doubt. And it's not even close.
If Lawson is on an opening night roster next year, as well as Thornwell, I do think Silva and Dozier will be 4 guys at the same time from the University of South Carolina in the NBA on a team, not the same team. I think would be a record for the University of South Carolina. It would be something that they could. Yeah. He is with the Pacers. Yeah, I mean, I don't count him.
Count him.
Count him.
No, you got to play a minute at least, man. You have to play a minute in the game.
He's got gear.
No. You have to play a minute in your college uniform.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was the one. That's why I didn't. I'm with you on that.
Somebody asked Chris Hiss up a little earlier and asked about Chris Silva. I hadn't heard much from him in the NBA. That's because he hadn't played much, and I don't know why. It doesn't look like there's been an injury issue to me.
He was injured. I think he was out.
I know at the end of last year it was a pelvis injury at the end of the playoffs last year, so maybe that carried over. Oh yeah. So the end of the playoffs last year was much shorter gap right in between the break. So yeah, maybe it did linger. He's played 6 games.
And then the Heat
about 9 minutes.
The Heat had some COVID issues. And I think he was a part of that as well.
We've had just 3 points and 3 rebounds. I think is what he's averaging in there in that time. 4 points, 3 rebounds.
Well, he had
a limited action this year.
He came back a few weeks ago and played significant minutes one game and had a really. I'll go back and look. He had I'd say he had a really good game. I mean, for what they're asking him to do, he had a pretty strong night one night. I just happened to see it come across Twitter one night, and I think that's where the majority of his stats came from in one game. Yeah, 21. It was on the 14th of January against the Sixers. He played 21 minutes, had 13 points, 4 rebounds, and in Chris Silva fashion, 5 fouls.
Wow, classic. Got to give my 7-year-old some credit here. He just came down to the garage, pointed to his watch, and gave me the quizzical look, like, "Hey man, what's going on? Seeing me doing the show? We're having a little bit of a problem, bud. A little bit of a problem. So we're still on the radio. Still on the radio here.
He right now is going back. Man, I can't believe I'm the one that has to tell mom this. This is not going well.
That worked out good for me. Thank you.
Management is breaking down. The whole system is breaking down. I got to go tell mom. She's freaking out already. She's unhappy with that. I got to be the one to relay the information that things
extra
are going
dessert
wrong
for somebody. Extra dessert here on a Friday for somebody. It worked out good. And then Raphael just hit us up on Twitter. He's got us up at his house on one screen, and then Dan Patrick up the TV version on the other screen right now. And just the current situation. Yeah, that's the only way you can listen to Dan Patrick right now here locally. We're having a satellite issue, part of our technical issues when we went off the air a little bit more than 2 hours ago. There was just a power outage in downtown Columbia, not just our building, certainly not just our station, but all over the place. And we've been adapting since then. So, Patrick, let me put it to you, Bill. I don't know if I got a clear answer that I was looking for, Bill. Let's let you try to do this one again. How does the end of this year affect Gamecock basketball moving forward? Because I feel like you were at the point after the Vandy game where you felt like the program was pretty broken and didn't see any kind of light at the end of the tunnel. Did one win at Florida turn that around for you? Or am I overstating how you felt after the Vandy game?
Well, no. All I'm saying is you just, in terms of the end of this season, you don't know what the future of South Carolina basketball holds. I got to admit, even with Frank Martin, I don't. Not that I think he's going to be fired or anything, but he looks worn out, and he's admitted it. He's admitted as much that he's worn out. This isn't something that's new news. I'm just talking about, like, a few weeks ago, he was saying he's like a 6 right now on a scale of 1 to 10 for health-wise. You've got to feel like that when this season ends, Frank Martin might look at it and be like, is this – I know he loves the relationships with his kids, and I know he loves coaching. But you've got to wonder if he's going to look at it at the end of the season and be like, man, been through a lot health-wise. Like Frank Martin, I don't know if we talked – they did the part when he was going to the Final Four. I think it was the Final Four. And they did the thing on him. ESPN did the big story about him almost passing away when he was out in Kansas State. And he's had some other health just issues that he's discussed. And I feel like you've got to wonder at the end of the season if he looks at it and just says, man, I can go do television financially. He and his wife are set. You know, if he just needs to get out for a year or two and just kind of recharge the batteries.
I think it's impossible to have watched South Carolina basketball this year and not to have at least wondered about that. And it's all speculation on our part from the outside. No clue. But especially after that Vandy game and the disappointment and the whole deal, I understand that being part of the thought process. But then you watch, this is the thing about college basketball this year. You watch Carolina beat a ranked, hot Florida team in Gainesville, and we have said we wouldn't be surprised if Carolina again goes on a run in the SEC like they've done the last several years. Now, even if they do that, I think it has to be some kind of monumental, near-perfect run to get back into the NCAA tournament discussion at this point. And so that's why I say, what kind of impact can it have on the program moving forward? Because I think without a monumental run to the NCAA tournament, I don't see Gamecock fans coming to the conclusion anything other than, hey, this is kind of what we've seen the last several years. And it's disappointing to have watched a Final Four run and then not to have backed it up with at least an appearance in the NCAA tournament.
It's going to be the same thing as
every other water.
It's just the same. Like, finish strong, and then next season you'll talk yourselves into, well, look what we have returning.
Well, but
strong, so there's momentum going into next year now.
But hold on. Let me stop you right there, because this is where I think it could go. If they finish strong, and this is where I start to really question what this team could be like next year. If they finish strong, that probably means Keyshawn Bryant plays really well. And I know people are sitting there just slamming their hands on desks or they're going, Keyshawn Bryant's not an NBA prospect. I've been around that situation enough to know it doesn't matter sometimes if he's an NBA prospect or not. It's what people tell him. He's, Frank Martin might carry some weight with Keyshawn Bryant, but I can tell you, there's an AAU coach or some boys back home who are going to look at it. And if South Carolina finishes strong, part of it's going to be because Keyshawn Bryant played really well. And there's going to be some boys back home going, hey, man, saw you on ESPN's top 10 plays every night. And I'm looking at your stats, and you were leading the SEC in scoring there for a little while. And they're not even going to acknowledge the fact that it was during conference games only, right, Tim? We're just going to ignore that thing. And they'll be like, hey, man, athletically, you're as good as player X who's about to get drafted. And you know what? If you don't get drafted, you can go play in the G League and start making money. Go do it. And you know what? I've seen it happen more often than not. Somebody, all of a sudden, that player goes, I got a feeling I can do that.
So even if they do finish strong, it's
I feel like
going forward. So basically,
that's what Bill's saying. There's a tanking for Tua situation for Gamecock basketball is what I'm hearing.
Well, I don't think it's that necessarily because you do want them to finish strong. I'm just saying what you're saying, Patrick. There's no way right now for us to see. Like, does anybody besides Seventh Woods even know what he's thinking about next year? And he may not be thinking about it. And there's four guys. There's four guys sitting out there on the four guys sitting out there as recruits that you're talking about bringing in to an already full roster. How does this? If you're bringing those four guys in, I don't know what the numbers are for scholarship and how the NCAA is going to allow that. You can have a 19-man, a 17-man scholarship roster next year with 2 walk-ins. You can have 19 guys. The point is, if you're Kentucky or Duke or Michigan State or some of these schools, this is easy. You got your one and done guys. They're gone, man. They're off. Things flow as they always do. A lot of other programs, it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. And I think South Carolina more so than a lot. There's a lot of things that will need to be settled as soon as the season ends regarding scholarships. And even if Frank Martin wants to continue to coach, how he feels. I think he is a human being, and his health has got to be priority number one.
James and Sumter venting some frustration this morning about Gamecock basketball. Hits us up, Cool Care Heating and Air text line. And yes, we've seen some of your other ones get to you. Anonymous texter just said, can't get Dan Patrick. Got it. We're having technical issues, working through those. Trying to get him back up and rolling as soon as we can. They beg and plead, James says about the Gamecocks, with Seventh Woods back in 2016, but he ends up going to North Carolina. Final Four in 2017. PJ Dozier leaves. Kim Felder's a knucklehead. Seventh Woods is riding the pine at UNC. No problem with Woods being here now, but it would have had a huge impact if he would have come out of high school for him and USC. Is that timing right, by the way? Because he was
a freshman. He was a freshman when they faced off in the Final Four.
Right. So that was the 2016. He was a freshman in that 2017. Okay, gotcha. Just wondering, because it seems so long ago to me in a lot of ways. But that's how some college basketball careers go. Are you double-checking that in your head right now, Bill? But I think you're right.
2016
was out in Phoenix.
2016 was the Final Four run, right?
Well, it was 16-17. It was this 2016-17 season. So it was in 2017, that March, when North Carolina won the national championship with Seven Woods out there as they beat the Gonzaga team that South Carolina had lost.
Yeah, because he just last year, and he was the freshman.
Right, on that team, for sure. 803-404-6100. Again, the number into the program. Love Chevy phone lines not up and rolling that we know of right now, but you can still text us. Cool Care Heating and Air text, though. And the live video stream, I think we have a 4-hour limit, and we're coming up to 3 hours and 37. I didn't think 4 hours would ever be an issue. It might be today. It just might be. This is a hilarious text in by Eddie. Eddie says, I just spent 15 minutes trying to figure out why my clocks were wrong. Started listening early this morning. The station went out at some point. I didn't turn the radio off. So when you came back on, I assumed it was still before 9 o'clock. Looked at my phone, saw the time, Twilight Zone for 15 minutes until I figured out you went over. Sorry, Eddie. This is where it is good to have the live video up. I just have extended show written at the bottom. I just had to take off our little early game. We usually say 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Well, that doesn't make any sense this morning, so I had to take that little graphic off. Patrick, looks like you're getting a little antsy over there. Now you're up and walking. You're moving way more than usual. You You usually don't have a problem sitting still.
Well, no, I can't. I need to stand up, otherwise I'm tired.
Yeah. Cat just wandered by.
Oh boy.
Did you wave at the cat?
No, well, I was like, I don't know why I thought y'all would see it. I was pointing at it like, hey, the cat's here. I'm not used to 4 hours radio. It's just started to.
I wish we don't have internet, so I can't check Twitter. I can't.
Oh, good. So Patrick's doing everything without
that's
a
why
net,
he's antsy.
any stats. I know that's why he's gotten quiet. He can't look stuff up. He doesn't know.
We stopped talking Super Bowl, so that's when I just took my cue.
Right now, we might be circling back to it. We've done 30 minutes, 45 minutes on Gamecock basketball now.
Patrick, you haven't given us the recipe for Kansas City to stop Tom Brady. You gave us the opposite recipe. Do you feel like the Kansas City defense is up to that challenge? Because what if we go weapons-wise? I feel like Kansas City has the reputation of having the best weapons in the league, and they deserve that. But Tampa Bay's not far behind in this game, are they? Offensive skill weapons I'm talking about?
No, I'd almost argue that they're better weapons-wise. It's different. It's a different array of weapons, and I mean, you could also argue that Kansas City has the best two weapons in football in Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill right now. But there's a lot of firepower in this stuff. That's why I think when I was talking about props earlier, all I was thinking about was Chiefs props, because every game Hill and Kelce get fed. But the Bucs, you never know who's going to be the big target day in and day out. I don't know that there's a recipe necessarily for Kansas City to beat New England. It's going to be to beat Tampa Bay's offense, Kansas City's defense to beat or outmaneuver the Bucs offense. But I mean, the recipe would basically be Chris Jones. I believe Ali Marpet, the lineman for the Bucs, I think last I checked, looked like he was going to be out for this game, which means there's going to be a little bit of a hole there. So Chris Jones can potentially exploit that. He will most likely be the best defensive player on the field in either side. The Chiefs are pretty weak in the middle of the field. Their linebackers are very bad. Daniel Sorensen.
Everything all right?
Yep, my phone just fell. Their linebackers are very bad. Daniel Sorensen, their strong safety, is very bad. So Tom Brady's just going to try and own the middle of the field. That's why I think Cameron Brate might be a little secret weapon there, and Gronk might have a bigger game than most people are expecting. But Tyrann Mathieu just covers up so many holes in that defense. I mean, he really is probably the best ball hawking player in football right now, because he just always finds himself near the football no matter what. He's so smart and so instinctive. So I think it's really just going to be the two stars for Kansas City making plays when they need to. Chris Jones pushing the pocket at big time moments. Tyrann Mathieu coming up big, covering somebody's butt. Like if Daniel Sorensen does a blitz or gets beaten over the top and Tyrann Mathieu has to cover for him. That's the recipe for Kansas City, really, defensively. And just red zone defense. I mean, you gotta just surrender yards, because that's what Tom Brady does. We talked about the Bucs forcing Patrick Mahomes to beat you underneath all game. That's all Tom Brady does. Is just 7 yards at a time. They're going to try and run Leonard Fournette. They're going to try and make these drives long. So when you get in the red zone and goal to go situations, Kansas City's going to need to hold tight and just force them to kick field goals. If you kick a field goal, you basically win that drive. If the Bucs kick a field goal, the Chiefs win that drive.
So that's why you said earlier the better a game Ryan Suckup has is probably not good for Tampa Bay. You want him to be very quiet. You want both kickers to not be kicking field goals and just extra points in this thing. During the middle of that tremendous gas baggy hot take and awfully sports talky take, I do still have the internet at my house in the garage. And Patrick, you're just using your phone now for the live stream, so that's why you have no access to anything else. But as that popped up, I retweeted it. Dustin Johnson playing this weekend on the PGA Tour, and that's maybe the one thing we haven't really touched on. How about former Gamecock there, Matt Neesmith, tied for the lead, 8 under, round 1 out in Phoenix. Mark Hubbard also 8 under. Neesmith tees off today at 2 p.m. and was talking after the round yesterday. Almost aced the old stadium hole at number 16. He's like, it was like the quietest near ace on number 16 in Phoenix ever, because they limited fans, so he's going to bum because of that. But Dustin Johnson playing right now, and that's what I retweeted, video of him. This did not look good, guys. I mean, it's nothing too serious. The announcers at the time said, the guy's all right. But Dustin Johnson hits a drive, and it smacks a volunteer, I think. And the video just shows him kind of like limping away as the announcer saying, he's okay. Not good to be on that receiving end of Dustin Johnson. I'm trying to see how he's doing. Bill, did you watch any of Dustin yesterday? I know you said you were watching Rory mostly, Xander Schauffele in that group.
They never, at least when I was watching, they never showed Dustin. So I never saw him yesterday.
I'm pretty sure this was happening like live. I'm still scrolling and trying to come up with a Dustin Johnson score, so I could be way off here, and it could have been some other kind of video. I never saw him yesterday. I mean, I'm not saying he's not in the tournament. I just never saw him and I watched from like 12. Oh, you're right. No, you're right. That's definitely not him. He's not playing. This is maybe he is playing maybe today, but it looks like he might be playing overseas in a different event on the old WGC instead of 6 under through 6, it says, and live on the Golf Channel. So I'm guessing this is a WGC event. I'll do a little bit more research there. Feel free to, European Tour, Wesley says. Saudi Arabia is where Dustin's playing today.
I think the phone lines are back open.
Oh, thank goodness.
No way. Why do you think this?
Because I called myself. Things popped up. I called my own number, and the call actually went through. So whether we can get it on the air is a secondary question, but if anybody wants to talk, you can call in. Cool.
If you'd like to be the guinea pig, feel free to do that. And we have some breaking news. Just came in my email here. It is confirmed. It's not really that breaking news. The only breaking news part is that it's official, that Montario Hardesty is the latest final coach to round out Shane Beamer's coaching staff as the running backs coach for the Gamecocks after Des Kitchens has moved on to the NFL and the Atlanta Falcons. Hardesty, I'm guessing you've heard about him. This has been reported. I think Gamecock Central the first to do that a couple of days ago. And Shane Beamer actually asked about it at his National Signing Day press conference on Wednesday, but said he had just extended a job offer that morning and clearly did not talk about anybody specifically. But Montario Hardesty, the former Tennessee running back, most recently has been on the Charlotte 49ers coaching staff as a wide receivers coach, coming to coach the running backs at Carolina. Norfolk State, I believe, where one of the places he started his coaching career, and Tennessee, I think, maybe finished up there for a year as a student assistant or a grad assistant over there. So Montario Hardesty. Bill, what do you make of Hardesty filling out Shane Beamer's staff?
I joked. I kind of talked about it yesterday. I joked about, it's like the Indiana Jones and Last Crusade thing with the entire Shane Beamer regime. I sit here and say like, all these coaches, there's no way this can work. But I also can't be the one who sits here and says, oh yeah, this is brilliant. Another hungry up and comer who's got limited experience. I think his time at Tennessee was as a graduate assistant. Am I right on that? It just says Tennessee. But I think it's actually from it was actually as a graduate assistant. Am I right about that?
Yep, as far as I can tell.
So with that being said, the Indiana Jones, the Last Crusade example that I used, I think is very valid here when I say it's like the final little test or whatever that Indiana Jones has to do to save Sean Connery to get back there and fight to deal with the knight and pick the cup or whatever. It's a leap of faith, in that movie. At that point, Indiana Jones is good. This incredible. If you've never seen it, I don't know what you're doing with your life, but it's he has to step out and believe, because he can't see it, believe that there is a bridge there, and you just got to take a leap of faith. And with South Carolina and with these hires, I think that's what you have to do. It's perfectly okay to be skeptical. I mean, Marcus Satterfield, there's a background there as an offensive coordinator and an offensive mind, but doing it at the SEC level against some of these defensive coordinators, that's entirely different. Clayton White has done it at Western Kentucky. He's coached at North Carolina State, so he's got some Power 5 experience. He's coached at Stanford, but again, totally different, drawing up defenses against JT Daniels and Emory Jones, and next year will be Bo Nix, and going against these offensive coordinators. I feel like Justin Stepp and Torian Gray are the two proven guys in this group. I don't feel like that. Their resume tells me that. So with all that being said, Montario Hardesty, maybe he's a great hire. Maybe he's, remember Jay Graham, everybody wants Jay Graham to come back. Jay Graham came from Miami of Ohio. That's not exactly a hotbed of coaching. You don't think when Steve Spurrier was the head coach, and I think it was Robert Gillespie that left, I don't think anybody said, oh, Jay Graham. I think we all did the same thing, right? We looked at Jay Graham like, I remember him from his days at Tennessee. Is he a good coach? Is he bad? I don't know. And Jay Graham ends up being a guy that has been a very popular coach now after his time at South Carolina. A lot of people would have loved to have him back. Maybe that's Montario Hardesty. Maybe he's going to be great. He's going to be the next Jay Graham. Maybe he's going to be the next Madre Hill. Remember Madre Hill? I think Spurrier's first running backs coach.
Yep.
So I don't.
He was not there long, I think, is your point.
Yeah, I think he was there only 1 year, and then they went to Robert Gillespie. So I think that's, like I said, it's a leap of faith. It's okay if people want to be skeptical. I think you just got to believe and hope and see where it goes.
Just a quick note on Hardesty's background. He was back at Tennessee just in 2018, but not technically an on-field assistant, I don't think, an offensive quality control coach there. Before that, he was 1 year as an assistant strength and conditioning coach in 2017 with Lane Kiffin at Florida Atlantic. 2 years prior to that was his first full-time job, I think, at Norfolk State as the running backs coach and special teams coordinator. So, and then the last 2 seasons, like I mentioned before, with the Charlotte 49ers college football program that has been certainly making some noise down there. Will Healy coming over from Austin Peay. But I think your point is a good one, and there is a massively stark contrast right now. Maybe the running backs coach specifically excluded because Clemson recently just hired C.J. Spiller. I think they're paying him exactly what Will Muschamp is making, $300,000 a year. So it's certainly on the low end of the spectrum there, both experience and pay. But the news yesterday was they're giving Tony Elliott a raise from $1.7 million as their offensive coordinator to $2 million. And this is a direct result of the interest coming at him in the offseason, and maybe also to see how that Clemson offense sputtered without him in the college football playoff game against Ohio State. But now Clemson, the only program out there, and this is a sentence that hurts my brain to say, to have both coordinators making at least $2 million. So the investment there, how much money is Shane Beamer making, Bill? Isn't it 2.75?
2.75.
Brent Venables is making 2.4 as the defensive coordinator there at Clemson. So there's a stark contrast between coaching staff, both experience at the Power 5 level and then salary. And as I say that as well, the other part of my brain says, hey, man, both coordinators at Carolina are making $900,000. That's pretty good.
You want a scalding hot take that's going to upset some people, I think?
No. Is it taking you 4 hours to get here?
I'm just listening to you say that. This is going to probably upset a certain orange-wearing portion of the state.
That's what you like to do, anyway.
Patrick, are you going to agree with me on this?
I think Patrick's falling asleep.
Patrick is starting to lose it. When you're paying,
you're about to lose it.
No, I said I'm probably going to agree with him.
Oh, okay.
This tells me that Dabo Swinney's replaceable, right? It's not Dabo Swinney.
Yes.
It's the coordinators. They're going to do whatever they take. And I understand.
It's the complete opposite of Alabama because Nick Saban continues to win no matter who his coordinators are.
Yep.
Dabo can't win unless he has top-tier assistant coaches every single year.
And the administration
he's offensive coordinator number 3 there. Okay, Chad Morris got it going.
Head coach.
I get it. Billy Napier was first. What's that?
They both got head coaching jobs. They're elite.
Right. Yeah, but they wouldn't have gotten head coaching jobs if they hadn't performed well.
Exactly.
Dabo Swinney.
Exactly. They performed well. Made Dabo look good.
Mm-hmm. So wait a second. Will Muschamp is a complete coach killer, and Dabo Swinney. So
yeah, Dabo's best quality is getting out of the way.
Exactly.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
it's so ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I'm being serious. I'm not being serious because we're going on hour number 4. We're heading into hour number 4, and I'm starting to think that we're about to do 6 hours of radio this morning.
Yeah, wait a second, Patrick. Is there any end in sight? Are you getting anything from?
Yeah, like
no,
I've just
Just
sent
tell Pearson that he's got to come in an hour early for.
I've just sent some text messages. To people that I was supposed to meet this morning. Like, I don't think I'm going to make it. Like, I've got a feeling I'm doing radio for 2 more hours. Like,
the morning show's turned into the brunch show.
Yeah, I've had some things. Off air, I've started eating a little bit here just to keep the energy up. But
what do you mean off air?
Actually,
We haven't been off air.
I meant off camera. That's why I was leaning way away from the camera a minute ago. But like, I'm not. There is a point that's true about that, right? Like, you could plug in. You could bring Jeff Scott back. I don't know what Jeff Scott went this year, 2-8 or something. Not good. They weren't good.
Florida's struggle.
And you could bring Jeff Scott back, plug him in with Tony Elliott as your OC and Venables as your DC, and you feel like that Clemson train keeps running. Whereas at Alabama, he's got out. Patrick's right. Look, and that was the example I was going to use. They fire through offensive coordinators about every year. They don't break the bank to sign guys. I don't know what Bill O'Brien is. Bill O'Brien been officially named OC over there?
He has.
Okay. Do we know what he's making? Does anybody have a clue? Patrick doesn't have internet to look that up. And they fire through defensive coordinators over there, and they continue to win. It's more of the Saban philosophy than anything else. They win because of their head coach. It looks like at Clemson, you win because of your coach, which is fine. I'm not putting them down. Lord knows if you're a Clemson fan and you're still listening and you're like, well, that's why our program's great. Well, it is. Yeah, they've got a system in place. But I think in the system, you can replace the head coach, and it'll be perfectly fine.
I don't understand that.
Oh, a lot of text messages now.
A lot of support on the live stream. But first of all, okay, Mark says Dabo's a CEO head coach where Saban is an X's and O's head coach. This is coming from a Clemson fan. But if it was easy to do either, everyone would do it. And that's – I completely agree, right? Nobody is going to tell you that Dabo Swinney – I don't think even the Clemson fan like Mark understands that he's a different type coach than Nick Saban. He's not necessarily the X's and O's guy. But you got to give the head coach credit for getting right guys in the right place. And then how about just the fact that you got the program to a place where you can pay your coordinators a combined $4.4 million? You got to give the head coach some credit for that too, man.
I give him credit for the offensive coaches. Venables was a good defensive coach. The breakup with Oklahoma was bad, but that was kind of a no-brainer. That was a good. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was a good move. And at the time, moving on from Kevin Steele, who was not a bad defensive coordinator, but you upgraded. You were upgrading those. Now, I know again the end of the Venables era in Oklahoma was they were ready to run him out of town. I wonder if they still feel that way, but
that's part of.
I give him credit. I give him
credit that you have to give Dabo Swinney for getting that ego out of the way.
Well,
these things work out.
What I give Dabo all the credit in the world for is the hiring of Chad Morris, because that was risky.
Right.
That was, and he took a chance, and it has paid off. It's paid off tremendously for him. And we'll see with Shane Beamer. We could sit here in a few years and say, man, that Marcus Satterfield hire was risky. You could have done whatever you had to do to break the bank to keep Mike Bobo, regardless of hard feelings or anger or whatever. You could have broke the bank, but instead he took it's a risky hire. You look at the background of Marcus Satterfield, and certainly there's a lot of things that you like, but doing it in the SEC against those defensive coordinators is entirely different.
And this is where Clemson fans go too far. Neil says Dabo made the offensive coordinators elite. What about Billy Napier? He just got rid of him. And clearly Napier knows what he's doing as a coach, but that combination didn't work. You do have to give Swinney credit for making the move. I think you got to give him credit for getting rid of Kevin Steele. Kevin Steele is clearly Auburn thought he was a good defensive coordinator, paying him $2.5 million a year, but he wasn't good at the end of his Clemson tenure, and they made the move. So I hear what you're saying, Bill. I just think you're completely going overboard.
I think
the head coach is replaceable, and they can keep it going, no problem.
Well, they would go out. Then you would, I think you would look at it and say, I think Tony Elliott's a good offensive coordinator, and I think that showed more in the Ohio State game. And if it was Dabo, if you're saying it was Dabo, you would say, all right, well, he can go higher, or Brandon Streeter can be promoted, or whatever. We'll keep the ball will keep rolling. This is telling me, hey man, we got to keep these elite guys around. We got to keep these. We got to do whatever it takes, because it's a brilliant business decision. If I'm Tony Elliott, I've got great job stability. $2 million is more than he would ever make going to anything that's not a Power 5 job.
Well, also
again,
he got. I'm pretty sure the contract's through 2025 now.
That's what I'm saying.
The one he got. It's not a usual assistant coach contract.
He's going to Tony Elliott now will leave only for a top 20 job that's a top 20 job today, not based on potential. Like, there's no reason, zero reason to take a risk, double your salary, and go to, say, a Tennessee right now, or a Vanderbilt, or anything like that, that is an uphill climb. Tony Elliott and Brent Venables can sit here and be real choosy, and they can look at a program that, say, like is in Auburn, who's got a lot of things in place, and go, hey man, that's a good job. They've got the same thing that Bob Stoops was able to do. Florida made it so attractive back then for Bob Stoops to wait for the perfect gig to come along.
Wanted to try. You said it was risky, that hire for Shane Beamer, going with Satterfield and Chad Morris back in the day. This is a little bit of a risk for us, Patrick. You ready to take it?
Oh,
yeah.
It might be as the live stream ends and we tick down to 4 minutes on the live video stream. We're going to try to get out to the Love Chevy phone lines and see if they're up and rolling. And we usually don't encourage a second call in the show, but today's show's been extended, so all the rules are off. And Gamecock Larry gets back in. I think we hear him.
Nope.
Oh, I could have sworn I heard some background noise there.
I thought I heard a click.
Gamecock Larry, try again. Please.
I like how you yell extra into the mic. Yeah,
please.
All right, we'll try again with the phones. So maybe not.
Wait, someone's calling right now. I'll let you know in a second.
Okay.
Well, in Gamecock Larry's defense, remember, he's using a tablet to listen to the live stream. He's probably not getting the live stream of Dan Patrick. He probably has no clue. Maybe he's been able to pick this up on the actual radio. But let's remember here, Gamecock Larry missed about an hour and a half. What was it, about an hour and 20 minutes of radio, because unless somebody walked over and helped him with his tablet, popped us up on YouTube or Facebook, he's been out of he's missed a lot of radio this morning.
Oh, I'm definitely hearing something back there. Hey, Gamecock Larry, we got you.
Hey, I don't know nothing about no live screen, a tablet, a smartphone, a computer, email, and all that junk. I'm an old timer. But one thing I want to ask you, where is Kevin Steele at now? But I got something else to say also. Where's Kevin Steele at now?
Tennessee.
Have they officially moved on from him at Tennessee?
He's still in Tennessee. He's got a 2-year contract.
Still at Tennessee.
Got a 2-year contract.
We're gonna have a lot of fun this and laughing at Tennessee and Georgia. Muschamp and Smart fussing and a fighting over who's who. Kevin Steele and whatever that joker's name, or whatever that guy's name is, fussing over who's who. But we're going to have a staff down here that'll be #1 in the SEC in 2 or 3 years. The Gamecock's going to be in the Final Four in 2024. And I got something else to say. Let me take a minute. Let me keep a gambling on. I'll think of it right quick.
Okay, but, take your time. Take your time. Gamecock,
can you hear
us? Can you hear us?
I'm sure glad I ain't got to listen to Dan Patrick. Boy, I don't like that joker one bit. I hope he can't hear me, but so I can talk about it. I want to say something about the 3 guys at 107.5 in the morning. Bill, Patrick, and Tim. Bill, Patrick, and what's this? Tim Hill, that's it. Bill, Patrick, and Tim. I really enjoy listening to you guys. I can listen to you guys talk 8 or 9 hours in a row. Why would you don't bash my Gamecock? But I want to wish all my friends out there at the VA have a good day. Old Gamecock still a kicking and a corn. Except I ain't kicking quite as high and crowing quite as loud. That's about all I got.
Gamecock Larry, wait. Did you talk to Pearson yesterday?
Pearson cut me. You know what? I tried to talk to Pearson. I want to get something straight to Pearson. Mr. Fowler, I'm not mad at you. I love you, but let me talk a little bit when I try to talk to you. I'm not mad at you. You my buddy. You my number one guy on the extra point. Let me talk to you a little bit. I don't mean anything.
There's only one guy with extra point, right?
Only time I get mad at you is when you bash my Gamecocks. And you know you did. You bashed them Monday morning. And still, you didn't talk too much good about them yesterday. I'm not, again, old Gamecock, I ain't mad at you. Don't get me wrong, I ain't mad at you.
LXC is running through program
let me
2
talk
of
to
the
you
A,
once in
the
a
A
while
is
on
tied
a
directly
call.
to the output. The same
I
thing
love you,
feeds in
buddy.
A to is feeding the A.
We all want to, we are
no
the
gas in the
Gamecock
act.
Nation. Let's put it that way. And
now I got to work on TCB.
got the Bulldog, got that the VA. Look out, Kirby and Will. Kirby and the Will. They mad at each other. Here they go again. That's what you go hear in about the last half of the season. And then Will's going to move on after the season. And then Kirby going to have one more year, and they're going to put him on his way. And we're going to have a staff that's number one. I can talk. Oh Lord, I can talk a lot of trash because it's about trash talking time. And you know, 107.5 keeps those Gamecock Larry going. I tell you, I got three radios here. When y'all went off the air this morning, I kept trying my radio, and I got my other radio, and I got my other radio. Three radios, I couldn't get you. So I said, if it ain't me, it must be them. But that's all I got to say. Have a good day. Go Gamecocks.
Oh, that was amazing. Gamecock Laird. Backup radio, emergency backup radio. We failed him on all three accounts, and yet he still sings our praises even.
Well, that's the backhanded compliment to Pearson, right? You're my number one guy on the halftime show, because that's like what I tell my son sometimes. If I'm not, I'm like, you're my favorite son. He's like, Dad, I'm your only son. I'm like, exactly.
I really wanted to just leave the phone line open and we could just walk away and just let Gamecock Larry go.
I think he's figured out that we can't go to commercial break. That Tim couldn't stop him and say, Gamecock Larry, we got to go to commercial break. He figured it out about an hour ago. Was like, they're gonna let me go as long I can take. He could have gone for 2 hours. Halfway through that thing, I realized he was just going to empty the notebook in this segment with, well, I say segment. I mean, we've been in the same segment now for an hour.
3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
he figured it out.
I just talked to the engineer. I think we're on multiple stations right now because the only thing that's working is our mics.
Fantastic.
So I think the other stations are off, and we're just talking on as many stations as will receive us. So, I mean, I think we're here. I think we're here for a while.
Well, I think we should probably then say you're listening to WNKT FM, Columbia, Eastover, South Carolina, and then let us know what else we're on. If we're on WISW AM, maybe we're on there as well, possibly WTCB, KISS, WOMG. We're not sure. WLXC. This is a power outage issue that we're trying to figure out here. Bill, you're doing an excellent job turning your mic down when you're coughing, sneezing, and eating here in this last 3 hour stretch.
Yes. Now it's just this is just we've hit 4 hours. We're over the 4 hour limit. Like at this point, professionalism just goes out the window. We're just going to survive the next few hours.
It's hilarious. I think most people think that ever thought there was any professionalism in this show.
Well, there is.
Hornet Panther going to take him to the woodshed. KT says. So that was part of this morning. At some point, I mentioned the weekend is an interesting stage name. What kind of stage names would you throw in if you just had the? Like Patrick at one point this morning has turned into the former producer, possibly by playing some tunes that maybe shouldn't be fit for air. Fortunately, we've avoided that situation. So he is the producer right now. He did mention the girlfriend Do we have a caller, or is this the caller?
We got Mike again.
Okay, let's see if we can get Mike up on the old Love Chevy phone lines this morning. Hey, Mike.
But I'm gonna switch gears on you a little bit.
Okay.
Going to college baseball since it's right around the corner. I was a little irritated that we didn't get Monty Lee a few years ago, but I don't really think that's a great hire for Clemson right there anyway. I don't think he's that great of a coach anymore. But if Mark Kingston doesn't work out, is Landon Powell first on the list? And if Ray Tanner doesn't get him, is Gamecock Nation going to be angry at that? Because I know I would be. But I'll take the comments off there. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike. Welcome to Gamecock Baseball, by the way, at this point in the post-Ray Tanner era. As you're about to start, I guess this is full year number 3 for Mark Kingston, right? First year, 1 win away from the College World Series. Second year, brutally disappointing season. Finished 500. Worst season in 20 years of Gamecock Baseball. Third year, last year, 12-4 when the stoppage of play happened. Had lost the series to Northwestern and to Clemson. So now, Mike's already fast-forwarding to Landon Powell. Gamecock great for sure. Played in the big leagues. Caught I think it was a perfect game. I was going to say a no-hitter, but I think it was Dallas Braden's perfect game with the Oakland A's. And now had a lot of success down in North Greenville, Division II way. Our buddy Trey Dyson on the staff now with John Kootlangus, a lot of former Gamecocks down there. So I understand keeping some tabs on him, Mike, but I think it's way too early to even have that kind of discussion, especially as the Gamecocks are ranked 17, 18 in a lot of preseason polls. Big time recruiting class coming in, and in baseball, I think more than any other sport, if you get some good players in, they can contribute immediately and really get the program back to where Carolina wants it to be. Going to be brutally difficult this year. Vandy in Florida, as always, the class of the country there is sitting in your division. Now you got a non-conference series with Texas scheduled in there as well, the last non-conference series before SEC play starts, not to mention that conference series against Clemson. I think what Mike was saying about Monty Lee, though, I know Clemson fans are frustrated with the lack of postseason success, getting to that super regional route, Bill, and that certainly is a factor going in. We had a texter, I think, hit us up the other day and talk about how the Gamecock baseball program, Mark Kingston in particular, since he's the head coach right now, it's kind of unfair to him how Gamecock fans have gone into those seasons here recently, coming off disappointing football and basketball years. And I think unless you see a run for Gamecock basketball, this is a very similar type environment for him. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I don't know. How much does it – because at least Frank Martin, I don't know. I guess they didn't finish the season last year. They were 18-13. They could have got to the SEC in the SEC tournament. They could have had a run and put themselves in position for the NCAA tournament that maybe –
Well, I think they were 16-16 last year.
Master South Carolina?
Yeah. Was that not
they were
the
18-13. They were 18-13. Yeah, they weren't 16-16 last year. 2 years ago, they were 16-16. And or 16-15, whatever, and won a game to get above 500 record. But you know, the thing with Kingston is they were 12-4 last year, and I think they lost the Clemson series, if I'm remembering correctly. I think that's what they were. I think you had told me that they were 12-4. I guess I should fact while you're fact checking me. Yeah. Well, but wasn't there some? What were some people upset? Did they lose opening day and then lose the Clemson series and lose another game that they weren't supposed to? Is that? It feels like people were upset last year, but the schedule but the record was pretty good going into SEC play. Am I wrong on that? Yeah, it's been a year ago.
For Gamecock baseball, the record should always be really good going into the SEC season.
True.
This Texas series is an anomaly. Traditionally, it's a bunch of home games against smaller schools that need to play in the South and the Clemson series, and then you start SEC play. This year's a little different. So, yeah, you were right about 18-13. I fact-checked you there. Did you fact-check my 12-4?
I'm going back right now. It took me a minute to get to the Gamecocks online. Hold on. Let's see if they'll go.
I got you now. So I think you're right. I think it was a loss in that opening series.
That was the year before. They swept Holy Cross, beat Presbyterian, lost They lost the series to Northwestern. That's what angered everybody.
Yeah, so it's just those were the 4 losses: 2 to Northwestern and 2 to Clemson.
2 to Clemson, right? And they had beaten. Yeah, I mean they were rolling it. Now that I'm kind of looking back again, maybe it's funny. It's not funny, but it's where we are now as we come up on a year from everything. It felt like, I guess, Tim, that people were kind of upset about South Carolina baseball because they dropped that Northwestern series. They'd lost the Clemson series. But they were playing, it seems like they were playing pretty well. I mean, they beat Cornell. I know it's Cornell, but they beat them 10-3, 6-1, and had just beaten the Citadel 10-1. They were winning games, and they weren't winning it 3-2, scratching across runs in the 7th or 8th. And so,
but Gamecock baseball, I'm reading it right now from Chris on the live stream, held to a higher standard and held to the highest standard, I would say, in college baseball. After you play for 3 straight national championships and you win 2 of them, that's just the environment that it is, or certainly was, for Chad Holbrook, and he wasn't able to live up to that. And now that's why Mark Kingston is here, heading into his 3rd full season. But the hypothetical brought up by Mike on the phone is just way too far out, I think, at this point. Actual baseball stuff, I'm going to be really interested to see how the newcomers do plug in for a pretty experienced team, and how the arms end up looking for Carolina, who, college baseball's changed a lot here in the last few years. When you got guys throwing mid to high 90s consistently, especially at Vandy and Florida. I know I was hearing Mark Kingston talk the other day and say how his staff now is a lot closer, has closed the gap to those 2 programs being kind of the standard, the class of the country, and now the power arms that Carolina has, certainly in the neighborhood at least. How they stand up this year is going to be a big part of the success I think that Carolina has, and whether they can get back to competing for championships there in the SEC and then get on to postseason play and see what happens. That's far off. It's, at least it feels far off. I guess it's not really far off as we sit here just 2 weeks away from opening day. So we'll see. We'll talk much more about that here in the coming weeks. We need to get back into the NFL discussion because this is the last show. And fortunately, we've had a little extra time to talk about Super Bowl 55 and preview that thing. Patrick, all right, how do you do it? We heard earlier, this has really got Bill's attention, all the preparation of the food, right? So that's a big deal. Someone just hit us up recently, and they're surprised that you mentioned the girlfriend. This is news to them. So, yes, feel free to spread the word. Yes, Patrick does.
He's off the market. He's off the market.
Tell every single young woman you know. Stop.
Well, we don't want to depress them. I mean, it's cold out there. It's rainy. How depressed do you want them to be on a February 5th? It's gonna be cold the next few weeks, and you're just trying to bring the whole Tinder Bumble thing down, aren't you? Just tell them no point on getting on anymore.
So part of the Super Bowl, a large part of the Super Bowl, is around the game, right? Not necessarily the game. Patrick, how do you prioritize your Super Bowl Sunday? You got food involved, right? You have possible wagers involved. You have the actual game. And then you have the social part of it to go along with the food. I feel like those are the 4 main components there. Can you give us an order, in a ranking in order of importance to you? Because to me, I'm definitely about the game first. I'm that annoying guy. And then everything else kind of ties. Especially, I guess, here in 2021, a lot of us will not be having Super Bowl party experience necessarily. So the social aspect of it might go down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm absolutely game first. Like, normally I would not be cooking this much because I would be at a party and it'd be just bring a dip or something like that to the party. And I'm the person at the party that is sitting on the couch right in front of the TV and not.
Okay, I want to stop you. Let me stop. Hold on. I got to ask. Tim, we've both been there before. You said your girlfriend's not that into football. She's there for the cooking. She's there. How much talking is she allowed to do to you during the game?
Wait. You do talking to someone?
This
How
game,
much talking is she allowed to do to you?
Yeah.
Well, to you, like for him, Patrick might allow her to have a conversation elsewhere around her. And I know there's only a roommate there, but so Patrick might be okay with that conversation as long as it doesn't cross his face, where if he's got the roommate on the left, as Patrick just said, he's taking center seat. So if the roommate's on the left and the girlfriend's on the right, I don't know if he allows cross conversation to go back and forth, or if he stares at one of them and goes, you're going to need to move to that side of the couch so that your conversation is strictly to my right. Or I don't know if he allows her how much, if there's a word limit per quarter.
I don't have a rooting interest in this game, so it's okay. I don't need to hear all the commentary the whole time. And I said she wanted to place her first sports wager ever on this game, and she's going to bet the Bucks, and I'm going to be on the same side of it. So I'm hoping that this will actually motivate her to care about the game. And I'm trying to get her to put money on some props that are going to keep her interested the entire time. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what the perfect props are for that. I think it would have to be like a catch total or a yardage total or something like that, so that she has to keep watching and say, oh, look, 87 caught another one or something like that. That's what I'm hoping for. And I don't know if she'll be engaged in the commercials. That's usually how like my mom and sister are when we would go to Super Bowl parties. A lot of the people would just tune in for the commercials.
Right. The exact opposite attention focus that I have. Like when the game goes off, that's when people perk up sometimes. And like, what are you doing?
Do you know they offer a class? I've taken it twice because I failed it the first time. Super Bowl commercials at USC. Yeah. So 2 years in a row in college, I had to. What the deal is, you literally just study and watch and write reports on the Super Bowl commercials. And 2 years in a row, I had to watch the Super Bowl in the journalism school, because you have to take an eye clicker and you have to grade the commercials on a scale of 1 to 5. And at the end, the USC Super Bowl commercials class comes up and decides who's the best scorer. And then they bring in whoever the producer director of that commercial is, and they give him a cocky trophy. And they come in and like speak to the class. So two of my Super Bowls in the last 5 years have been spent in the classroom.
How does one fail that class?
I have no idea.
It involves attendance for sure.
Lack thereof.
Or lack thereof, yeah.
Wait a second, but shouldn't the main thing be that you sit on a Sunday in a classroom? Like, you should get a lot more credit for attending that part of it than just regular class, right?
Also, do you know how devastating it was knowing that I
do it
actually
twice?
did the worst part of it and then had to do it again the next year? Yeah.
Oh, man. Raphael's got a great line here on the live stream. Yeah. I'm dying for someone to join in now and ask, so, what have I missed?
Somebody did call in a couple minutes ago and said, where's Dan Patrick? How much time do you have? We don't know.
He's up north. I don't know exactly where he's at. Or maybe he's in Tampa. We don't know. We don't know right now. We don't have time to worry about where Dan Patrick's at. Is Dan Patrick on? I still got my TV here. I was watching GameStop and the stocks and seeing what was going on there.
Oh, Bill, why would you put this on the Cool Care Heating Air text line? Patrick, has anyone read you your Miranda rights? I mean, that's not necessary.
I didn't do that.
Not you, Bill W. in West Columbia.
Oh. Well, be specific. There's one of us named Bill that's on the show that people can confuse that. They don't.
Well, in my computer, I had pulled up the text and I was talking to the Bill's name that was in front of me. That doesn't really work on radio.
Doesn't quite. Well, yeah, we're just falling apart here.
So you're changing your television now? You've been bored with the show and you're going to the remote control there, Bill? Where are you going on TV? Going to golf? Is that what you're doing?
Now we got another hour and 30 minutes before golf comes on. I was looking to see if Dan Patrick was still airing on. I was just looking to see because Patrick.
It's not a Dan Patrick show issue. This is our issue.
No. I was looking to see if Dan Patrick was down in Tampa because Patrick's right. One of the fun things of Super Bowl week is seeing Sports Center from wherever it's at.
And Dan Patrick does his classic bit of reading every single person their draft grades and then asking them the same question. Have you seen this bit? Or their draft profile.
Sure.
It definitely gets old when it's like there were a couple where it's like Saquon Barkley, who was unanimously one of the greatest running back prospects of all time, and he's reading them off like these nitpicky things, and Saquon's like, I mean, yeah, pretty accurate. Yeah, you're right, and it just does not work.
Anonymous Raj hits us up and lets us know that Dan is not on location this week.
He's not. Thank you.
Yeah.
I can't find him on TV. I guess
he's man cave.
I guess he's not. I don't have the channel on YouTube television. I have now flipped back over to the Waste Management Open where Ooh, Phil Mickelson. I did not see this late yesterday afternoon. Finished very strong. He's got a birdie on 18 that would have taken him to 5 under. So I'll see if that falls, and then we'll gear up for in an hour and a half for the second round today.
We talked
Technical
about
issues.
We discussed this up the air yesterday. Bill, how many of our afternoon hosts do you think are awake right now and understand what's happening on the station at the moment?
Yes, it's crazy.
Well, Jay usually wakes up about 11:30. Pearson seems like an 11:30
so
kind of
ridiculous.
guy. Heath doesn't sleep. If you've ever been around Heath,
so noon will be the latest.
So Heath is probably actually right now trying to text him to see if he can get on and just fill an hour just with hot takes on something.
Right. I mean, does Pearson know that when he comes in for the next one, he's going to just have to talk for an hour straight by himself? Or he's going to have to start, he's going to have to lobby Jay to hop on earlier than usual.
By the way, I just got the first. It made it at 10:27, I think, until I got the. What is going on? We're in the garage. What is happening?
I didn't hear it. How did Jason hear it? What happened?
Because so I turned down the radio volume, but on the live stream, you
I
got
have
a
to
little
go back
bit of
and
that
watch
back and forth.
this, Mark, this moment because now everything's coming in on the live stream. It must have been
Yeah, that's what it was. I would say appropriately not pleased. Let's put it that way.
I think you've been hiding in the garage for just the
Just
headphones.
laughing it up, having a great time.
I had all right. I'm not gonna say his name because I don't want to, but I had a neighbor one time who went out on a Sunday afternoon and had a little bit too much fun. And he came home, and I walked out on my back porch, and he was sitting on his back porch with the grill on, music blaring, singing. And I said, "Oh, what are you grilling?" He goes, "I'm not grilling. I just told my wife that I'm going to grill, and I just don't want to sit inside because I've had too much to drink, and she's just yelling at me, so I have the grill on." I was like, "Don't you think she's going to notice that at some point that there's no food?" He's like, we'll deal with that problem when that problem arises. Right now, if the grill is on, she thinks I'm out here grilling us dinner." I was like, "Okay, well, good luck with that." Going back inside.
Robert hits us up on the Cool Care Heating and Air text line, says, "Yeah, what is going on? I was thinking this was a rerun show at first." As he's just wanted to let us know he's going into Lizard's Thicket. Okay, Robert, have a good lunch. You doing late breakfast? You're doing brunch? I'm not sure. But we just have a technical issue there. Basically lost power about 7:20 this morning, as all of downtown Columbia did. Thank you for letting me know, Robert. It's breakfast. Enjoy your breakfast, sir. While we sit here and try to entertain now for more than 3 hours straight without. I guess we did try commercials, and they did run for about maybe a minute a while back, and then they dropped out, and we're back. So was that the end of the show? We thought was the end of the show where we tried to run a commercial there.
Yeah, we tried to wrap up
9 a.m. We tried to do that, and apparently it worked. Patrick couldn't even hear the commercial here in the studio. He had to rely on you guys on the live stream to let us know what you were hearing from the outside. But so apparently those things are still trying to be fixed, and we're trying to bring you what we have this morning. For those of you who said this should be the routine every day, it should definitely not.
Let's get Tim's wife's vote on if this should be the routine. Get her down here and get her on, and let's ask her if it.
Well, there's a reason that shows don't go 6 hours, I think, on the radio.
Well, especially without commercials. Like
right. I'm doing the bladder challenge right now. What about you?
I was starting to think you're actually a camel at this point. Like I was.
Well, you've been doing the same thing, right? You haven't left during this either.
Yeah, I put a note. I put a note down earlier.
Didn't even notice.
Oh, yeah, that's doing great. Please, I had it on the chair behind me, and I moved the computer up to it just in case y'all want. That's how.
I was just zoned into whatever hot take I was on. Patrick,
that really did. What Hope says is what Hope said. What really just happened?
No, just about the 6 hour shift. Jim says, totally agree that you guys should be on until noon every day. Move national shows to 7 p.m. Jim, thank you for that. We would have to do some serious negotiating, I think, if that was ever gonna be the case. Patrick, you said we have another caller up?
Yeah, we got Jimmy.
Yeah.
All right, Jimmy,
what's up?
On the Chevy phone lines. Hey, Jimmy, how are you?
Hey guys,
I'm really enjoying the radio marathon commercial free.
Thanks, Jimmy.
I want to suggest a poll question. Patrick or Pearson? I like both of you guys, man. I like both of the competition. And last thing I want to say before I hang up, I listen pretty much throughout the day. If you please, tell him, I know you're the program director, tell Pearson to stop eating his lunch during the first segment of Jay's show. It's a quirk, and it puts me in a bad mood sometimes. But other than that, love you guys.
Thanks, Jim. Done. Pearson, no more eating during the first segment of Jay's show.
He's not going to have time to eat because he's going to have to talk for 3 hours straight there.
Do have a confession, though. I feel like a large hypocrite as Bill is now answering a cell phone call during the show.
Everything's all right. Let me call you back. I'm probably going to have
you guys on the live stream.
Back at noon. We're literally having issues, but everything's okay. She's got through the night.
He actually does not know how to do that.
Right, to mute his live stream.
He genuinely does not know how to mute his mic.
So, Jimmy, I'm with you as a listener.
I'll call you back at noon.
I think it's better coming from you. Here's how I'm going to relate it to Pearson. Hey, Pearson, got a call in the morning show. Jimmy listens all the time, loves us. He actually wanted to put up a poll question, you or Patrick, and clearly he wants you guys to fight to the death. But he had one constructive criticism to not eat your lunch during the first segment of Jay's show. I can't say, having been a co-host on Jay's show, who brought his lunch into the studio and ate it usually during that first segment of Jay's show. I feel ultra hypocritical telling Pearson not to do that. So I'll put it to him that way. So who do you vote, Patrick? You or Pearson? In the poll question.
I vote Patrick.
Okay, fair. Bill, everything all right with the cell phone? It looks like you might have moved to texting now after that short conversation.
Yeah, everything's good. I got a buddy who's just got something going on, and I was telling you all off air. I thought I was going to have to go to Tampa, so I wanted to take that call and just make sure everything was all right.
Good to hear.
I'm working to line up a guest or two the next hour. That's why I'm texting right now.
People can just keep calling. We have open lines right now. We have Tim just called in too, so see what he's got.
Oh, all right. Tim's up next on the Love Chevy phone lines. Hey, Tim.
Hey, guys. Hey, also, we're doing complaints.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be fun.
We're just going to rip the afternoon show.
Wait a second. You mean like taking breaths?
I'm just sitting there thinking, John Cena I'm like, back up off the mic, dude. That's it.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Thank you, Tim. So we're going on 4.5 hours plus, and Tim called in to just complain about breathing in
the airing of grievances.
That's what this has turned it into. Okay, interesting. All right, Ronnie will get us back on the sports path here on the Cool Care Heating and Air text line. Ask Patrick, what's the possibility of Deshaun Watson going to the Redskins?
I don't think it's very high. I just think the price tag is going to ultimately be too high. The Redskins aren't going to have valuable enough draft picks to squeeze into that. I mean, have you guys heard the newest rumors about Derek Carr? How the Raiders would like to parlay Derek Carr into Deshaun Watson by finding a third team who will give them 2 first-rounders for Derek Carr, and they will then flip those 2-rounders and probably throw in 2 first-rounders of their own and trade them for Deshaun Watson. That's the newest buzz, and the buzz has switched to Washington trying to get Derek Carr. I think they've almost given up hope that they're going to be able to get Deshaun Watson.
Well, is that even something that you would want, especially if it included Chase Young?
If it was 2 ones and Chase Young, I would probably say yes. If it was 3 or 4 ones or 2 ones and 2 twos and then Chase Young, I'd probably say no. But I mean, there's really no. I think it'd be kind of hypocritical because when I brought up Jeremy Chin and Brian Burns and said that I would definitely take that for Deshaun Watson, I think it'd be hypocritical to then flip that and say I wouldn't give up Chase Young or Chase Young's off limits for him because the position is just not nearly as valuable. And then you could just re-sign Ryan Kerrigan. Ryan Kerrigan's probably going to walk this year and go somewhere else where he can start. He's not going to stick around in Washington, and it'd be cool to just say, all right, well, Ryan, you're going to stay here now, and you're going to be a career Redskin.
Hit me up with some timing on this thing. How long if a deal is going to be made by the Houston Texans, I fully believe it's going to be made. I think that divorce is final and it's irreparable. How long does this go on, especially knowing that you had a new coach in there who is saying, no, but Deshaun Watson's our quarterback, and you got the new GM in there as well. How long do the Texans let this thing go on? Does it depend on getting the right price? Surely it doesn't go all the way up to the draft, does it?
I would not be shocked at all if it goes all the way up to the draft. I think they're going to try and mend this relationship as long as they possibly can, see if they can wait him out, sweat him out. I mean, there's really no benefit to trading him before the draft, and the draft is when deals are made. So I would be prepared to buckle in and wait. The draft is April 29th. I'd be prepared to wait another 2 months at least.
Wow, that's incredible, especially knowing the timeline there for the Lions and Rams and how Stafford – I mean, that is about – as seamless as an exit for a franchise quarterback as we've ever seen, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
And it's like the exact opposite of Jared Goff's exit from the Rams. It seems like that got a little messy. And there's some hard feelings there, I feel like. I saw that Goff has opened up a little bit about it. I haven't read extended comments. Patrick, have you followed that at all about what he's saying?
Yeah, he basically – I mean, he's saying what he needs to say. There's no way he's happy about having moved to Detroit as a lifelong Californian, but he just said basically, I'm happy to be somewhere where I'm wanted. I mean, kind of a weird comment considering he was given a contract extension that was way above market value for him, but that's just kind of what everybody says when they get traded, is glad to be wanted. And I do think the narrative early was they threw in a first round pick so the Lions would take Jared Goff. The word is their new GM drafted to help draft Jared Goff, and I think they genuinely did want Jared Goff. So that just adds to the fact that it's a massive haul for the Lions. And that's why I think their Lions pick is going to be up for grabs. And I think a team like Washington or San Francisco, who are outside the top 10, are going to be more likely to trade up to number 7 and jump in front of the Panthers and draft a rookie quarterback than they are going to be able to put a package together that'll get them Deshaun Watson.
Bill, I'm sure you didn't appreciate John's comment a little earlier on the live stream that you look like an air traffic controller. We kind of see where it's going.
What's an air traffic controller look like?
I think he's talking about the actual guys on the ground there at the airport.
That had to be was it on the live stream?
Yeah, that's on the live stream. I can't keep it straight at this point as we
I can't either.
Hit up 10:40 this morning. Patrick, you haven't resorted to actually sending in texts as well as producing, right? Because we have a Patrick in on the Cool Care Heating and Air text line who says, love my Washington football team insight. Keep it coming.
I wish. My phone is, I have no internet access. I just have my phone. All I can do is stare at my phone. I've been out of coffee for about an hour and a half now.
Hey, Bryce just wanted to let us into his life a little bit. He says, I'm a lifetime Gamecock fan from North Carolina. I've been to a few football games, but that's it. A few football games, that is. Last April, my job moved me to Columbia. Dream come true, right? I thought I was going to get to go to every game for every sport. COVID hits. Now this becomes the torture, being this close and not being able to go to any game. Sorry to hear that, Bryce. Hope things get better for you. Thanks for letting us know where you're coming from this morning and help us fill what has turned into a bit of a marathon show. You're getting the request to go 24-hour marathon. That's not going to happen. We're capping this thing at noon, right? At the absolute latest.
Yes. We're
walks into the studio.
That's right.
All of us are jetting. There you go.
Somebody should text them and be like, "Hey, be prepared. Like, maybe start doing show prep now because you're gonna have to talk for."
Well, and here's
an hour and a half.
You know, Matt Pearson, he can talk for an hour and a half straight, no problem.
Yeah. No, but here's the thing about talking the way we have. Normally, there's a commercial break to like just be able to stop talking for a minute, like, I mean, or to just like kind of just walk away or whatever. We're on 2 hours of no commercial breaks. This is just straight. This is the definition of a radio marathon.
If anybody that wants to call in, you can.
We're just begging for callers now. Yeah, nobody. We got to put it like, not many people know that we're still on. So like, I'm getting a few text messages like, "What's going on? Like, you guys are still on? Like, I don't understand what's happened."
You don't have to just call in and
like Dan Patrick actually
10 seconds and queue us up. You can literally talk for 5
I just sent somebody a text. I was like, Dan Patrick actually just said that he didn't want to do the show today. We had to fill in. He texted us and told us to fill in.
Gamecock Larry, call back in again, please.
Let's not get carried away.
All right, Bryce adds an addendum to his text there. Also headed to, I think this is that? I just read it was Bryce, right? Yeah. So it says also a Gamecock, lifelong Gamecock fan, but he's doing it now. So first it was a text on the text line, and now it's on the live stream.
I think
Got to be the same person here, right? What do you mean? Also a lifelong Gamecock fan headed to North Carolina for a ski and Super Bowl weekend. Hope you all have a good one. Who's your pick to score the first touchdown in the Super Bowl? If you didn't join us earlier, that is the most popular prop bet. And so I think I'm going with Chris Godwin there for Tampa Bay as the wide receiver. Patrick, you're also going with a buck, right?
Yeah, because the Chiefs always defer and the Bucks always accept the ball. So I think I'd be stunned if the Chiefs get the ball first.
No way. Now Bryce on the live stream is saying different Bryce. LOL. Unbelievable. What a world we're living in. I love it. My apologies then, Bryce, for jumping to the conclusion. But you guys had this. You even spell it the same way. BRYCE.
And technically, both of them it had North Carolina in their message.
Right.
Which threw me off.
But so I'm going Godwin. Well, first, I guess this is the most bet on Super Bowl prop bet, and the favorites right now are Kelsey and Tyreek Hill from a Vegas perspective. Patrick, where you ended up going Cameron Brate, right?
I'm going Cameron Brate, yeah.
That's a great one.
I
love your odds.
Brady on a scripted first drive with 2 weeks to study. Gotta believe he's going to take that thing to the end zone.
I agreed there. Bill, who are you putting your money on, your faux money, your radio money on as the first touchdown of the game?
You know what? I'll take a chance and say that Tom Brady finagles it to where he gets the 1 yard touchdown plunge to go over the rushing total and to get the touchdown.
Phone lines are lighting up.
He's the best sneaker of all time. You did do that telethon thing. I thought I was going to have to go into
call in now. Donate.
My old television career. I had to do that like my first year. We were doing that, and that's exactly what Patrick was sounding like. Just call us. You can talk. However long you want to call.
You're exhausted. I mean, look, I know people are like, man, you got a dream job. No, we're on 5 hours now. Like talking for 5 hours. I'm not even a person who likes to talk on the phone to people. And that's for like a minute or two. I'm not a phone talker. Huh?
What do you mean? You just told people they didn't have to be quick, and now you're saying we're going to rip through them real quick?
Yeah, what do you mean rip through them? Just start talking. Go ahead.
The first time people called in, we kept talking on our own subjects, and they hung up. So I just want to make sure everybody gets to.
Okay.
People are working.
Since you know who they are, Patrick, we'll let you play host there.
All right. First one was Kevin. Kevin, what's up?
Hey, John, what's going on?
Hey, Kevin, how are you?
I'm good. You went off the radio. I cut my car off and cut it back on around that time. I was like, what's going on with my radio? I don't have anything programmed but 107.5 my radio out of approximately 24 channels I can have. So I just randomly went to another station to find out what was wrong with the radio, then came back to you and you guys were on.
All right. Our apologies. We just had a power outage, man.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, and it happens in all sports, but my concern or my frustration is with all professional sports. That being, mainly football, basketball, baseball. And it happens every year. These guys get paid billions of dollars, and it never fails. They should be taking care of their bodies, but it never fails that instantly, sometimes even before the season starts, some guy gets hurt and is out for the season. I remember way back long time ago,
what's your name?
prime example, which is why NFL
Robert?
does the business what it is now.
Yep, I'm putting you on hold, Robert. Thank you, sir.
Next to the last preseason game. I just want your opinion on the professional athletes and their statistics. And that was my question. I just hang up and listen to you.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate you listening as faithfully as you do. And our apologies for the power outage there. Patrick, he said he's hanging up, man. He's dumping, man. Attaboy.
Sorry, I have to turn the volume up on the speaker in the studio so the people on the stream can hear the phone calls. Yeah.
He's got it all going. You do deserve a raise today. There's no doubt about that one. Everybody's been singing Patrick's praises for the most part. All right, Bill, what do you make of Kevin's question there about conditioning for pro athletes? To me, it's the best it's ever been. You got nutrition at a level it's never been. A lot of these guys on the very strict. I mean, I guess Tom Brady's the best example, right? He's 43 years old. He's been able to play at the highest of high levels all this time, and it's because of how he trains, the whole TB12, the whole deal, man. And I think the concern about guys getting hurt before a season or somehow not coming in great condition is probably at its lowest level in the history of professional sports. What about you, Ben?
Well, I mean, when you talk about the conditioning of both pro and collegiate players, I mean, there's been so many new innovations and ways of going about doing it. I mean, Tim, I don't know, 20 years ago, did we hear about anybody like Kristen Coggins, the nutritionist for South Carolina? Was that ever brought up?
Well, let's see, 20 years ago is almost the time I was done at USC. So my roommate was a walk-on guy. Their big thing was that I think they just got creatine, right, or protein powder or whatever there. So there's still a nutrition aspect to just the Gamecock football specifically, but certainly the sports. It's just not nearly as fine-tuned as it is now.
But, I mean, you look at it again, the diets, the things people do. I mean, this is what you're saying, also the conditioning. We talk about, like, defensive linemen, big defense, like Clowney. You sent us that. We never actually talked about it the other day, but that article in The Athletic about we did talk about the article about Clowney?
Tim and I did.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I was going to say, wait, what did I miss? You used to not have defensive linemen that are 6'5", 315 pounds running 4.6s, right? And now you do. Like athletes today, the way they train, the way they eat, the way they do everything is entirely different. And it's kind of crazy.
Able to internet, right?
No.
Agreed. We got some more callers ready to roll there, Patrick, on the Love Chevy phone lines?
Yep. Tom, you're up next.
How about that? Hey, Tom.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well. Yourself?
I'm doing all right. I got a compliment for Patrick.
All right.
Patrick, you've been a Redskin fan all your life.
Yes, sir.
You notice I said Redskin, right? I didn't say that other name. Washington football team, come on. I've been a Redskin fan since 1955.
That is their name now. Yeah.
Gotcha, Tom.
Yes, the Redskins, always. Talk to you later.
Hey, Tom. Good talk.
Programming note. Got a guest lined up at 11 a.m.
All right. Don't tell us who.
I've already seen it. What are you doing over there?
Tired of talking, man. Get somebody else in.
Unbelievable. Phil Gunther.
That's our text message. I'm not going to say who.
Schedule guests.
But I'm not going to say who, but I was told that the person I'm texting with says, wait, y'all are still on air? Why are you off air? I said, and I've kind of explained the situation. He says, I've seen people jumping off buildings. That explains it. I said, yeah, that's part of it. So we have a guest.
At least hype it up. Tell them they're from the Gamecock coaching staff.
Yeah, no, I thought you said you didn't want to know. I thought you wanted to be a surprise. Pete Limbo, Gamecock. Pete Limbo will be calling us in 9 minutes. Gamecock coach Pete Limbo. Thank you, Steve Fink, for saving us. I hope Pete Limbo's got a sense of humor. We're about to find out if he's got a sense of humor because, boy.
So did you text Steve and just say, hey,
anybody?
Talk to us,
I was like, hey, you got anybody that wants to talk? Tell that staff.
We will literally accept anything.
Unbelievable.
My legitimate text, I will read it to you. This is welcome to Behind the Scenes Radio. I sent Steve Fink, who does a great job of text. I said, we can't go off air. We can't take a commercial break. We'll take anybody. Luke Day, Justin Stepp, Shane. I don't care. Tell them to plan on cutting up. It will not be a serious interview.
Unbelievable. Jason, good call. Rack 'em. What up, clones?
Go up.
Jim Rome impersonation. I'll add that to my Stephen A. Smith. Who else we got on the phone lines now, Patrick?
Dirty Water Man. Dirty Water Man, what's up?
Hey, guys. 6'1", 235. And conditioning overrated. I can put in a plug. I had the best quick trip chorizo burrito with chorizo, sauce, egg and cheese, and a bag of flaming hot Funyuns. That's conditioning, boys.
Well, I'll see the conditions.
Overrated. I mean, I am still the same simple I was in college.
Sure.
Same Adonis, but I got an idea for the sports over there. The women are the only programs that win at university. So let's make the men wear bras, maybe for that mojo will absorb into their mantra and make all the male programs wear bras. And they might start winning. Because if you look at the board seriously, the women's golf always ranked. The women's basketball speaks for itself. Women's tennis is always ranked. Volleyball, I mean, just let the guys wear bras. I don't know. What do y'all think?
Thank you for the phone call. I think this is what happens, Patrick, when you pay for callers.
And we can't. And we don't have time to screen them either. It's okay. Robert will save us. Robert.
What do you mean we don't have time to screen them?
Right. You can screen all you want to. Robert, go ahead, sir.
Hey, good morning, guys. This is a really pleasant surprise for a Super Bowl primer to have you guys on nonstop instead of Dan and the Dan. This is perfect.
Thank you.
Hey, I don't know if y'all have covered this. I just wanted to put a plug in for Brian Suckup. I think Suckup's going to score the first points on Sunday. I was really impressed. I read a little bit about him. He has, if I understood the article correctly, he has surpassed the number of games played in the NFL by any Mr. Irrelevant. And just a really good story on his perseverance and really the year he's having. So I'm going to put a plug in for Suckup to score the first points. And then I had a question as well. I'm guessing there's a lot of interest to see what the Gamecock football team has, and if you all have heard anything relative to attendance at any practices or what the spring game is going to look like, so we can take a look at some of the new talent they brought in. So thanks a lot, you guys.
Great question, Robert. Fortunately, we're going to have the assistant head coach on here in a second. Great one to pose to Pete Limbo, right? And
that's a little bit more of a serious question. A little bit more serious than I was going to ask you, but sure.
And we're going to start the interview by telling him the answers we will not accept. Number one, I got to look at the tape and then let you guys know. That's the number one thing you can't say. Number two is we will not allow him to just deflect and say that's going to be a head coaching answer. That's going to be something that Shane Beaver's going to have to decide. We're going to make him decide it today, and then obviously Shane can change it later on. It doesn't have to be official at all, but just for our program, we just need an answer. What do you think, Bill? They're going to be a little bit more open to fans coming to practices here in the upcoming spring, or I would think because of where we are just from a COVID situation that wouldn't necessarily be the easiest thing in the world to do.
I think typically I think Shane, I just guess, I think Shane is open to having fans come to some practices. I don't think it'll be Spurrier-esque with 10 practices open for the full time, but I can see him having 3 or 4, maybe having an open scrimmage in the stadium that you can watch besides the spring game. But my expectation is that because of protocol and everything that they won't be able to do that. But I think he would like to. I think that he would. Shane probably remembers, and it's a great recruiting tool too. And I'm going to go not way in the future, but I'm going to go to August. If you're a head coach and you have the ability to have fans, now this is going to be the other. South Carolina might have one of the best ways of being able to do this. If you can have and name your first night of fall camp, obviously the easy one's opening night, but night with the Gamecocks or something. Because think about the way that parking lot, Gamecock Walk, is set up and how Gamecock fans are. And if Beamer is not able to have fans come and watch spring practice, maybe spring game is a little closed off because of protocol. But if you can get everything back to normal, think about the recruiting pitch that you sell, on your opening night of practice. Because we all know, if you say, hey, fans can come to the first practice. Fans can come to the first practice. Now, I don't know if they'd be able – it's different with how you could get fans in there and line up around especially now that they've built the operations building. But there would be people out there tailgating before the first practice, right? And if you bring some recruits in and you say, look, these people are so fired up. These fans, this fan base you're coming to play for is so fired up for Gamecock football, and you walk recruits down through that Carolina Walk Park, before, and you're kind of showing them around as a recruiting tool. That's going to impress some kids, not as much as winning a bunch of games. But I think Shane, having seen what happened during the Spurrier era, because, man, people love that. That opening night, the first night you could go out and catch a glimpse of the team, that place was always packed down there.
And now where Carolina fans are in every, I guess, for the hunger to know, right? Or at least to put their own eyes on things as opposed to just having to dig for it or rely on other people or just not getting any information. I feel like there is a lot of certainly anticipation, and it would be well received for sure. What are you giggling at?
I had somebody just text me and they're like, boy, you guys, I hope Coach Limbo has nothing to do because you guys might keep him on the whole hour just
read the Chris Farley show interview. Remember that time?
I don't think he knows what he's about to get into. I don't think most coaches know what they're getting into with our radio show to begin with, and that's what we don't. But I also got a feeling in this instance where we've been on for 5 hours and we've been on for 2.5 hours straight that we might just keep him the entire time. Whereas he's thinking, okay, quick 10-minute interview with the local radio station. I'll get on. I'll say some coach speak and buddy.
And Bill, we're going on 3.5 hours straight. By the way, just for the math, it was 7:20 when the power outage happened. That's 3.
No, that is true. I was thinking about on air stuff, but you're right. You're right.
This is 107.5.
We are this is the Irishman of the early game, right? The dancing with
Thank you
wolves
so much. We're so glad to have you on the air. We've been talking.
803-404-6100 is the number. You guys want to ask any kind of serious questions want us to pass them along to Pete Limbo, the assistant coach, special teams coordinator at Carolina. We'll be happy to do that, and we will definitely be getting as much personality for you as possible. Fantastic. Let's do it right now. Assistant football coach of Carolina football program, brand new in the Shane Beamer era, special teams coordinator as well, Pete Limbo on the Love Chevy phone lines. Pete, special appreciation for you joining us today because 2 hours ago is when our show normally ends. We've had some technical issues today, so you are our favorite new coach of the Carolina coaching staff, and it's not even close. Thanks for joining us.
That's true.
Well, I heard. I guess I'm the cavalry coming to the rescue here. They must have needed to sign up somebody that wouldn't mind talking a little bit. So good to be on with you guys, and good to make an introduction this morning.
Well, Kimry on your staff there used to do the noon to 1 hour on our station. Maybe you can just start taking over the 11 a.m. to noon hour today, and then it can be a thing over there if you need it to, if you want it to.
I've heard all about it. Coach Kimry's a great guy, and he's never met a stranger in his life. So we've become pretty close here the last 5 weeks, and I could see why he would have been a great radio personality.
No doubt about it. Yeah, give us a little bit more insight there, Bill. I want to throw the first one out there, just about that 5-week transition for you to Columbia, South Carolina, and the Gamecock coaching staff.
With Shane and his demeanor and how he's carried himself through this transition, it's never easy. You hire a coach, he's got to hire a staff. Families are all over the place. My family's still back in Memphis through the remainder of the school year. But you hit the ground running, and the key is what kind of people are you surrounding yourself with? And what I've been so impressed with, and I have somewhat of a unique perspective as a former 15-year head coach in the college ranks, that I've hired a lot of people through the years and been in a lot of different situations. And the thing that's made this so much fun to come to work every day is just the people that Shane's hired, the small egos, the great personalities. You mentioned Coach Kimry already, that you guys know well. It's just a staff full of really good guys that all want to be here for the right reasons. And the way Shane handled himself through some of those adverse weeks there early on, where he thought maybe a couple of guys were going to stay and then they left and things like that. He never blinked, and he had his plan ready. And I'm feeling really, really good about how this staff has come together. And some of these guys that I've only worked with for a few weeks now, I feel like I've been around them for a year or two already, and that's just because they're really good people.
He's Pete Limbo, USC football assistant head coach, also the special teams coordinator. Needed to let you know you're listening to WNKT FM, Eastover, Columbia, a Cumulus station. Also simulcasting right now on WISW AM, ESPN 1320. Bill, what do you want to throw out to Pete as he's just getting used to us here, and appreciate the insight in the last 5 weeks?
We're going to be way more serious with you to start because we'll do that, and then we're going to get into your Super Bowl menu. We're going to let Patrick take over there, and you can hear his Super Bowl menu. But from your perspective, you've been in college a long time. How odd has December and January been with recruiting and the transfer portal? Obviously, signing day was Wednesday. You get 4 more guys signed on the dotted line, but I'm a guy, coach. I worked with ESPN. I worked with 24/7 Sports. I covered recruiting very closely. It was, for me, a guy who loved signing day. It was kind of sad to see this past Wednesday not have the same feel. But as a coach, seeing signing day what it used to be, seeing signing day the way it's evolved with the early signing period, and now with the transfer portal, what's it been like as a coach to deal with all these moving parts the last 2 months?
Well, you're right. I would say that the changes in college football over the last 5 years and some more of the changes that are happening right now and soon to come, it's been, these last 5 years have been different than my first 23 in coaching in so many ways. And, and then you throw the pandemic on top of it all and the fact that it's been non-traditional in terms of travel and having to do things virtually and whatnot. But you touched on something really critical, and that is the early signing day has really taken a lot of the angst out of the February signing day. It used to be you were trying to sign your whole class in February, early February. You were scrambling around the entire month of January trying to keep guys that were committed and prevent them from jumping ship and maybe ending up somewhere else, right down to the wire. At 7 o'clock on that Wednesday morning, the first Wednesday in February. But the early signing period has taken a lot of that out of it, and it's really cleaned up the month of January because you know who exactly is still out there and you know exactly what your needs are. So I think that's been a real positive change in college football. The transfer portal is a whole other story. Depending on your perspective on it, it could be the greatest thing, or you could have a perspective where you feel like, maybe it's not in the best interest of some of these guys to be able to move so freely. And for a lot of us, we probably fall somewhere in the middle of that spectrum. But you have to change and adapt with the times. And I am very excited about the guys that we're trying to bring in here, mostly because we're doing a lot of evaluation on their character, their demeanor, their work ethic, their desire to be here, and guys that are going to fit the culture that we're trying to build.
My expectation is that there will be a few more transfers. It's just how football always goes. It's nothing against you guys or any other school, but after spring ball and players get a chance to evaluate their position maybe on the depth chart or actually be coached by some of you guys, you always see a few guys who may transfer out. How exactly does it work? Because I feel like you guys will be in the same boat. You might look around. There's going to be players from other universities that may elect to transfer after their own spring practice. Is there still spots? Is it something you move forward, or how do the numbers work? Because I feel like this transfer portal is going to be something that's ongoing all the way up to almost the very first practice in August.
Well, you're right, and some of that it is going to happen. Each school is going to be a little bit different based on how many counting spots they have left. So, of course, the NCAA caps us at 85 scholarships, but they also cap us at 25 initial counters in any one given year. So, unless you're in a position where you can count somebody forward, what people call blue shirting, schools are going to run into a situation where they may be at that 25 initial counter limit. And even though they might have scholarships below the 85, they may not have an initial counter spot to add a guy. And one of the things that some of these young men are encountering in this transfer portal is, at one point, I don't know what the number is right now, but back in December, there were over 1,000 kids in that portal. And you have to wonder how many of those guys are actually going to land a spot and who's not going to have a spot, at least
at a Power 5 school or a Group of 5 school, when the musical chairs stop. So there's certainly some risk involved for the young men, too, that decide to go that route.
He's associate head Gamecock coach, or associate coach, I should say. Associate head coach, I think, is the official title, right? Pete Lembo, special teams coordinator as well. On the Cool Care Heating and Air text line, we got a text in here, a question for you. What should we expect from your special teams? How aggressive do you plan to be? Now, before you answer this question, Pete, I need you to understand how I'm going to listen to your answer, how we do. We listen to coaches talk all the time, and I feel like that is an unfair question to ask because – of course you're going to say you're going to be aggressive and you're going to do the best you can possibly do. I think it frustrates some fans to hear a relatively stock answer like that and then to see it on the field on Saturday and be like, hey, what happened to all this aggressive special teams talk? So how do you balance that?
If you're not gonna try and block every kick, we don't want to hear it. Tell us now. Tell us right now. Our goal is not to block kicks. It's to kind of push them a little bit, but we like fair catches in our system. Fair catches are the way to go. And just tell us now.
Yeah, we're not going to wave the white flag, I promise you. So let me give you a truthful and probably non-traditional answer. I look at my job a lot more holistically than just trying to block punts or create an explosive return, those kind of things. My job is to develop every guy on the roster from the top down, from the bottom up, from the walk-on that just joined us after a tryout last week, develop that guy as much as the 4 or 5-star recruit that we get in here, because what we teach on special teams are the fundamentals of the game. And the fundamentals of the game carry over to that wide receiver, that defensive back, that linebacker, that running back. It's all the same stuff. There might be more time and space on a punt, but a lot of the techniques and the football fundamentals that are play out on both sides of that play are the same things for the same guys that they're doing at their offensive and defensive position. So it's a lot more than just schemes. It's a lot more than just making an aggressive call at some moment in a game to try to steal a possession or create an explosive play. It's a lot like the strength and conditioning coaches who are developing the guys year-round. My job is to develop the guys year-round, too, to make them better football players. And it ends up being a sum greater than the parts type of equation when you add up every player on the roster and every position that they're playing on offense and defense in addition to special teams. So I know that's probably not the answer you were expecting, but from a big picture standpoint, that's really how I approach my job every day.
You have to answer right around the question. You have to
Now,
answer the question. I don't even know if I don't know if he's going to fair catch everything or if he's going to try. For all I know, he's going to put 11 offensive linemen out there and they're just going to hang out. I don't know what that was.
Well, I'll tell you what. So let me tell you this about offensive linemen. So the organization that goes into special teams is critical. So we break down the roster to every little nook and cranny. And when we're working on a drill for 5 minutes, we can tell you where every player out of 110 should be. And if they're not involved, they're with their coach working on individuals. So again, it's about efficiency, right? It's about development. And those things hopefully translate into helping us win games. So there's a lot more to it behind the scenes than maybe the typical person. Obviously the product on the field is when we go out there and our units are out there, how are they performing? All right, but there's a lot more to it the way I approach the job behind the scenes.
That's good.
I'm glad he's talking behind the scenes. We got to get more of this from you, from the associate head coach, the new Gamecock football associate head coach, and Pete Lembo, also special teams coordinator. So Shane Beamer was talking to us the other day and was mentioning the offensive coach's room and them having a good time in there. He's a little bit jealous that he's not in there so much. They're talking so much ball. How does it even work for you, Pete? Where are you spending your time as it pertains to the coaching staff? Do you bounce back and forth between the defense and offense? Or you in your own special teams meeting room hanging out with some student assistants?
Or just him and Parker White, just hanging out.
I do have one analyst that works with me who's a really sharp young guy, and so that helps. And then I get some time with the staff 2 or 3 times a week where
I will say, okay, on this day, based on what we're going to be going through, I need these particular 5 or 6 coaches in there with me, based on that unit, based on whatever we might be discussing that day. So fortunately, I've got a head coach in Shane Beamer that understands the importance of special teams, values it, appreciates it, has a background coaching it himself. And so when it comes to getting some of that staff time, he and I spend time talking about it, and then I'm able to get some time with the coaching staff to make sure I cover the things I need to cover. And then what I'll do is typically work on recruiting at a time when the offensive and defensive staffs are working X's and O's, and then that allows me to jump in there when they are working on recruiting and sit and evaluate prospects with them, which is beneficial for me. But also, hopefully, I can chime in and give my 2 cents on some guys just with my experience.
Oh, this is great because I feel like you might be the most qualified right now, maybe outside of Shane Beamer. If you've been meeting with these coaches, you can give us a heads up on some of the personalities behind the scenes here. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go down the roster real quick. And I know one of them just became official, so I won't make you talk about Montario Hardesty just yet because he just became
Yes, I have not met him yet. So you can't ask me 20 questions about him.
So I just want a quick sentence or two as far as a personality type from these guys, because Shane talked about it maybe more than I've ever heard a head coach talk about, how important it was to him to get the right mix of coaches in there and the right guys. So if you can, tell us what kind of, maybe your initial impression of some of these guys that I know you have varying kind of background histories with some, and some you just met for the first time. So let's go. Let's see. Where should we start here? Let's go with the new offense coordinator, Marcus Satterfield, to start with the assistant coaches and kind of their personality.
Yeah, very real guy. He got a dry sense of humor. Very hard worker. First guy in here every morning. If I roll in here at 7:05, he's a guy that looks like he's been at his desk for an hour already. Quiet at times, but great personality and a dry sense of humor, and he's a lot of fun to work with.
All right, let's jump to the other side of the ball then. Defensive coordinator Clayton White.
Yeah, really good guy. Just very comfortable with himself.
It's not my mic. I'll explain it when
has
this
a
is
really
over.
good demeanor with the players. Just carries himself with a lot of confidence, but not a big ego, and a very easy guy to get on the same page with.
Now, defensive line coach Jimmy Lindsay.
Yeah, the positive guy. Just you could tell how excited he is to be here and have this opportunity. A guy that's very familiar with South Carolina and the Carolinas in general. It's interesting. We've got a bunch of guys on this staff that all have ties to the Southern Conference as players or coaches, and of course, Elon is not part of the Southern Conference anymore. But when I was the head coach there for 5 years, we were playing Wofford and Citadel and Furman and Chattanooga, and so it's amazing how many guys we have on this staff with ties to that league, and Jimmy's one of them.
Let's go to the offensive line coach then, and Greg Atkins.
Yeah, Greg's awesome. He's kind of the veteran of the staff. He doesn't mind saying he's the oldest coach on the staff. I think he's got me maybe by 3 or 4 years. Very comfortable with himself. He's been here 10 days. I feel like I've worked with him for a year already. Great sense of humor. You could just tell that he's still doing it for all the right reasons.
All right, we'll go back, maybe skew a little younger with Justin Stepp, new wide receivers coach, moving over from Arkansas, and a Pelion High School guy.
Yeah, incredible energy. Really sharp, really positive. Polished guy, Furman grad, but his energy is really tremendous, and you can see why he's got a reputation as such a great recruiter.
So his guys are going to be going up against Torian Gray's guys, the new defensive backs coach, in practice each and every day. What about Torian Gray?
Yeah, it's neat to see a guy who played at such a high level in college, played in the NFL, coached at such a high level, who's still so grounded and understated. And you know his background, you know his experience, he knows his stuff. but he just goes about his day with very little ego, and he's very approachable.
And that leaves us to the guy that I think has the most NFL experience playing-wise on the staff, Mike Peterson, coaching the outside linebackers and defensive ends, the one now Will Muschamp holder.
Yeah, I've really gotten to know Mike. He's in the office next to me, and enjoy talking to him every day. And I love the confidence he carries himself with. I love the rapport he has with the players. You know, he's a family man. His kids are athletes. You can just tell, you know, as an ex-Division III player, you can tell I've got an entirely different genetic makeup than Mike Peterson.
I can identify with that as an ex-high school player, being around really big-time athletes through the years for sure. Bill, as you heard that, anything dawn on you as you got the scouting report from Coach Limbaugh?
I was going to say you'll be 51. I was looking at it April 16th, so you got a few months. But it is a younger staff, isn't it? I mean, comparatively speaking, I guess you're more familiar with college football staffs around the country. It is a relatively younger staff, maybe than what most are. Is this about right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I haven't run the numbers. I'm not an accounting guy, but I'm guessing it's probably the median or average is somewhere in the mid 40s, early to mid 40s with the group. And the biggest thing is not so much the age. I think it's the personalities, and it's the character and the values. And it's very clear that Shane put a priority on that in hiring these coaches. And you know, he's such a grounded guy himself, just the way he carries himself around the office and whatnot. You can tell that he wanted a bunch of guys that were going to hit the ground running together and enjoy every day working together. And that's what I can tell you we're honestly doing right now. It feels like we've been together for a longer period of time than we have, because there's a comfort level already when you surround yourself with people of similar values.
You were a 4-year starter at Georgetown at center. You offensive linemen. You guys are usually known as mean, nasty guys. You ever just walk through the hallway and just chuck Mike Peterson? He said his office, just knock him down his bed. Hey, son, I'm still better than you here. Don't start thinking that you defensive end and linebackers can come through the hole, right? That's what you do as your title. You make sure you keep everybody in their place, right?
Well, first, let me just say this. Yes, I did play center at Georgetown, but I was the other center on campus with Alonzo Mourning. So he's a little bit taller than me, just by a few inches. But yeah, no, I still have some grit about me. I still got a little bulldog in me. It shows itself every once in a while. Every once in a while that born and raised in New York manifests itself in me. But it's all good, and it's all for the right reasons. And I can just tell you that you know, transitions are never easy. You get guys in new places, and you know, kind of feeling their way through, and families that haven't moved yet, and all those things. It's never as easy as you think. But again, just being around this group of guys has made it fun to come to work every day. And we know we've got a lot of hard work ahead of us. But when the coaches like each other, when the coaches enjoy their time together, it clearly, I truly believe this, it trickles down to the players. And when they see the positivity that we have and how excited we are to be here, it can't help but help them be excited as well. And so that's the thing that Shane has done. You got a bunch of guys that are grateful to be here, that want to be here, that hope they're here a long time. And I think the players are seeing that and starting to respond to that already. And I'll also add that we've got a fabulous strength and conditioning staff that's doing a great job with them.
Let's talk about kind of that from it's 20 minutes of very serious radio. What is your diet for tomorrow? Patrick Perrette, who took the phone call and I think is having to listen on the live stream, not really able to speak. He's got a big day planned. He's cooking with his girlfriend. They're baking. They're cooking all day. Coach, what is a Super Bowl plan for you?
Oh, it'll be very, very low key this year. Fortunately, I've gotten a couple invites to go spend a little time with some people locally here. I'm in town. I'm going to pretty much work through the weekend and try to clean up my desk a little bit and get some recruiting done and some things organized for next week. I just want to sit back and enjoy a good football game. You know, one of the things about being a college coach is you really don't get to watch NFL football during the season at all because Sundays are one of your busiest days. And so I'm usually leaning on my son, who's a senior in high school, to give me a scouting report on what's going on with the NFL. And so when it gets to this time of year and you have a day off and you can watch a game, you just want to sit back and hopefully watch a good football game. And you know, a lot of these Super Bowls that we've seen through the years, sometimes they get a little lopsided. You just want to see a good competitive game that is going to go down to the wire and well played on both sides.
He's associate Gamecock head coach, Pete Lembo, special teams coordinator as well. I know when you got hired, you said that you would be the guy on the staff to do whatever Shane asked you to do. I don't think you realize it might be jumping in a last-second interview when the radio guys have to go from 6 a.m. to noon, but we certainly appreciate your time. Pete. Exactly. My last question for you, Pete. Your most recent stop was Memphis. You've been the head coach at Ball State and Elon before in your career, various stops all over the place, Maryland included, but never in the SEC, I don't think. Have you had a welcome to the SEC moment? We talk about those moments with players. Have you had one as an off-the-field experience with any Gamecock fans or anything Columbia specific in your 5 weeks here?
Well, I would just say the incredible warm welcome. I'm one of those folks that does the social media stuff. I don't want to say somewhat grudgingly, but it's part of what we do, right? To coach in this day and age, and to be a part of that, and there are a lot of positives to it. And the welcome that my family and I felt when I accepted this job was just overwhelming. And we had a great vibe in Memphis, great support in Memphis, just how the university was positioned there in the city without a lot of pro sports and whatnot. But it was nothing even close to the vibe that I felt, and I know so many of our other coaches have felt coming here, just the passion and the support for the university, for the football program, and obviously the league, the conference being the most elite in college football and how important it is in this league. And I'm sure there's going to be a few more welcoming moments, hopefully a lot more good than bad in the months and years to come here. But it is special. I've been able to do some neat things in my career that I'm proud of, mostly the relationships that have built along the way. But to get a chance to coach in this conference against this level of competition was something that I just couldn't pass up, and something I'm very excited about. And with all humility, you have to be confident to do this job. And I think any coach that really is, wants to test what he does and how he does it against the best in college football.
We certainly really appreciate all your time this morning. USC Gamecock associate head coach Pete Lembo, special teams coordinator as well. Good luck to you here in the coming weeks as you guys continue to build this thing, and hopefully you won't get a random emergency phone call from Steve Fink anytime soon saying, hey, these radio guys need some help.
Well, I'll have the bat phone ready, guys. It's great talking to you today, and wish you a great weekend. Thanks for having me on.
You too, Coach. Thank
Absolutely. He has the same attitude towards social media, I think, that I do, so I should pump up his social media Twitter account at Pete_Lembo, Lembo. Follow him there. I just tweeted some appreciation his way, and maybe he can get up to 1,000 extra subscribers while we're pumping up that YouTube page for you, Patrick. What do you think? Nice job, by the way. I don't know.
Updating now. We are at 230.
Ooh, how about that?
Oh, okay. Tim and I are happy, and Patrick's about to take it out on people.
Oh. Ooh.
Yeah,
I appreciate
we'll work
nice
on
job
that.
getting it in at all on that live video stream there. Jason said that this is great. Thanks, guys. Bryce, with this is great content. Appreciate Pete. Bryce says talking to you guys and sharing with us fans. And Bill, I don't want to overstate it, but I think just what we just heard and what just happened is the most recent sign, obviously, but a sign that things are different at Gamecock football. They're always going to be different when you switch head coaches, but different from a positive standpoint from those of us on the outside and some of the access and information, the additional access and information that we will get. I will say probably that Carolina fans have mostly always got, most football fans have always got, and Will Muschamp on the other end of that spectrum coming from the Nick Saban tree.
Yeah, I don't know. Steve Spurrier it's interesting for us, for me in particular, doing some of the things I did with the Big Spur back then, to have the access that we had from Steve Spurrier, who kind of, he treated his coaches like adults. You'd go out there and you talk, you talk about your unit, and he kind of held his coaches accountable, right? Like, if Ron Cooper didn't do his job, if he didn't do his job against Kentucky at the end of the game, guess who got called into the press conference after the game to have to answer questions against Kentucky? What was that 2007? And he put his guys out there, whether it was after practice or whatever. You could request whoever you wanted to through Steve Fane. Obviously, with Will Muschamp, it was something we complained about. How would you allow your quarterback, Jake Bentley, in particular, to go and talk to the media after the game, but you won't allow the guy who's calling the plays, whether it's Kurt Roper or Brian McClendon, to speak to the media? Now, I find that a little unfair to Jake. I found it unfair, actually. I didn't find it a little. It was completely unfair to Jake Bentley throughout his tenure, when if it was a bad offensive performance, he's the one that's got to go and talk about it, and not the offensive coordinator telling us what went wrong. I don't know if you'll go back to the Steve Spurrier way of doing things with Shane Beamer, but I also don't think you're going to have the complete lockdown of information, or not being able to get access to Pete I've seen Luke Day doing interviews, whether it's Marcus Satterfield, if we want to talk to him, whoever. I don't see Shane limiting these guys. They're adults. If you're a coach in the college football profession, you have to know how to speak to the media. You have to know how to answer some questions, and I think he'll allow his guys to do that.
David says, I like the genuine enthusiasm that these coaches seem to have. John hits us up, says, y'all's show is making grading schoolwork a whole lot more enjoyable. Well done, John. Way to make the world a better place by educating the youth, and glad we can make it a little bit more enjoyable. You could always use my trick that I had he was a biology teacher there in high school. He just had us all grade our own tests there in class. I think he was more concerned about the condition of the grass on the softball field that he was in charge of. No, he just didn't play. Hey, yep, here's the answer. You guys switch pages. Mark it yes or no. All right, done. That's how he did it. It was a good trick that I learned from him back in the day, getting other people to do your work sometimes. Patrick, you okay in there? You're gonna make it? I heard you say saw that you said Pearson's in the house. He's ready to go?
Pearson's in the house. I was trying to explain to him what's going on. I think he's trying to see if Jay will be joining him for an extra hour, if he's got to talk for the whole noon to 1 hour straight. But
yeah, Jay called me at some point here a few minutes ago.
Yeah, he called me too, because he tweeted his daily rundown of what his show is going to be. And right. I just tweeted and said, who's going to tell him? And he called me immediately afterwards. And I had to decline it and just tell him on Twitter, because I was using my phone for the live stream. But yeah, he's aware.
It's been an interesting morning for sure. And Bill, I saw you tweeted it out. We've been going nonstop since 8:30. Is that so? That's just been on the air.
That's just been on radio. That's been on radio, because
the live stream has been going consistently since 6:05 this morning. We've been rolling pretty good here.
Well, the live stream's been going consistently. For those who are wondering, at what 7:20ish is when there was. I've been looking too. By the way, just let's be clear. It wasn't just our building that Patrick said downtown. We had a couple people say that it was a power outage from the Vista. I've seen a couple things all the way through all the way down Gervais Street, basically to 5 Point. So it wasn't just our building. And something's happened. I've kind of been checking the news just to see if we can get an update on what exactly has transpired, if it's a wreck or
all it's going to show is us. We're the only thing going right now. The only thing working. It's like a car chase that you just follow for hours. They just play our live stream on the air.
Yeah.
Steven hits us up on Twitter, says, I really enjoyed the pop-up interview with Pete Limbo. Appreciate your candor and grateful to have you and the rest of the Gamecock football coaching staff in Columbia. Look forward to winning some games in the near future. And I wanted to add that point on at the end there, right? Ultimately, the satisfaction of the Gamecock football fan base is not going to come from how much access they have and how much information or how often they hear assistant coaches and all of that. And that's, I think, what we learned, or we made that very clear in the Will Muschamp era. Especially, I think if we ever whined about not getting access, I meant to make that clear. Like, ultimately, it doesn't matter, right? You got to win. The problem is when you have the Nick Saban model and you don't give that access, I think the patience is that much shorter from a fan base.
Some breaking news here from the Southeastern Conference, and this may not be particularly good news for South Carolina basketball. The Southeastern Conference has put out a tweet 21 minutes ago. The Florida at LSU men's basketball game for February 6th has been postponed due to a combination of positive tests, contact tracing, and subsequent quarantine of individuals within the Florida basketball program. Given that South Carolina just played them on Wednesday night, and we saw what happened the last time South Carolina played a team who ended up having some issues. That would have been Houston. That might be something to keep an eye on over the next 24 hours here.
Oh, no doubt. But we saw it during football season where that happened a couple of times, right? That it was the team that Carolina had just played, and yet it didn't directly affect the Gamecock team moving forward. But, yeah, that's certainly something to keep an eye on. And that news did come out, 25-ish minutes ago, right around 11:10 or so, about Florida. LSU postponed this weekend, still on as we know it for Carolina and Mississippi State on Saturday. Alabama's coming to town, set to come to town after that. We had just talked about how Carolina had finally gotten into a rhythm and a routine the last 3 weeks or so, being able to play and practice. And so certainly, hopefully, this does not disrupt that and things can continue in that direction for Frank Martin and company, which, by the way, assuming they do play, what do you think about the matchup for Carolina if we can even do that with this team when it seems to be all about the guys in their locker room and how they are going to come out and play as opposed to their opponent, like when you've just seen the last few games, right? You blowout win against Georgia, then you turn around, lose to Vandy, then come back and win at Florida.
I mean, I think that's where it starts is what are you getting from South Carolina? I kind of don't look at the match. Athletically, South Carolina matches up with pretty much everybody. If you can go toe-to-toe with LSU for, 40 minutes, 35 minutes you're in control, I think LSU is one of, if not just the most athletic teams in the league. And it looked like South Carolina was able to match them athlete for athlete. Now, I think one of the more athletic here, a team just as athletic as LSU, or right there below them is Alabama, and Alabama comes in on next Tuesday night, I think, and that'll be an interesting test. But South Carolina should be able to match up athletically with those guys. If we're just talking length, running, jumping, speed, being able to rebound and everything, that's where it is. Now, does South Carolina go out and do the things necessary to be successful? Do they take care of the basketball? Is Woods and Cousinard able to provide you a good game from the point guard position? Do they shoot the ball well? Do they rebound? How does Jalen McCreary continue to develop in the post? I do like getting him back. He seems to be coming along now that he's healthy and playing at a higher level and taking a lot of stress off of Wildens Levesque. So, I think man for man, South Carolina's okay. The problem is we just don't know what we're going to get from this team. Maybe they come out and they look great. Maybe they shoot the ball really well. Maybe Cousinard's 5 for 12 from three-point range. Maybe Seventh Woods is continuing to play good defense and running the offense, and McCreary is able to lock down the post. If that happens, they probably win. If you don't shoot the ball well, you have dumb turnovers, you're giving up easy fast break points, you're not getting back on defense after a bucket like they did against Auburn, and you might lose by 20.
Clemson Sean, Cool Care Heating and Air text line. Is this a radiothon to raise money for Muschamp's buyout? Got to give some credit there. Soda City Mark. at Gamecock Park with my wife for the COVID vaccine shot, listening to you guys on the radio, talk to the football coach in the operation building right behind me. Go Gamecocks. Again, that was from Mark. This from Chris on the Cool Care Heating and Air text line. Excellent interview with Pete Limbo. I love the fact that this coaching staff is accessible, and I feel like we as fans are a part of the program. Very excited for Coach Beamer and the team. And that, I think that's a big part of what I was trying to say earlier, and probably didn't put it as well as you just heard. Being a part of the program. Chris appreciates feeling a part of that. I think that is a big part of how things soured pretty quickly, almost feeling like you're not just separate from the coaches, but also the players to a large degree. And I think that's why how and why we saw things get as ugly as they did down the stretch there in the Muschamp era.
There's an element, I haven't talked to Shane Beamer. I think he knows, but there is an element, in my opinion, of getting the fans. I don't know what the word you would use, Tim. Getting them to be a part of the program. I think there was obviously the way Will Muschamp handled media. Maybe some of the things he did kind of, as you said, cut off the fans from the program. And then obviously when you start to lose, it alienates the fan base. And so with that being said, I do think that there's an element to getting the fans back around. And I think you don't have to go overboard. How easy is it for a head coach to allow his assistant coaches to do what we just did? And for those, again, thank you to Steve Fink for making that happen, because about 10:30, I was like, oh boy, we got another 2.5 hours. I might want to track down an interview real quick. And so I started texting Steve Fink, and Tim will tell you, under Will Muschamp, there's no way we would have made that happen. There's no way Will Muschamp wouldn't come on with us. I think I offended him asking him if he ate donuts and took vacations, but there was no way we were getting an assistant coach on to be able to speak, even if it was a guy from around the area who's been in the state. And Bobby Bentley, we joke about it, but it's true, right? If Mike Peterson's in a group of people and started talking, would you know it's a South Carolina football coach? I don't know what his voice really sounds like. I hadn't heard him. I know he's been on staff for 5 years. I'd have no clue. That's unheard of. But allowing your staff to speak and to show their energy and their excitement for this job, and you heard that in Pete Limbo, and you've heard that in the other coaches, is that they're genuinely excited to be here. They don't view Tennessee or Alabama or Auburn or Georgia, perennial powerhouses, as the place they want to get to. They view this as the place to be, and you hear that excitement. That's an easy step. It's an easy step to bring fans closer to your program. I don't think Shane Beamer needs to open up every practice. I don't think he needs to open up half of them. But having 3 or 4 that fans can come and watch and be a part of, and I'm the recruiting guy, using it as a recruiting tool, I think is a great idea, and I think goes a long way.
Patrick, you hanging in over there?
Yeah, we almost made it. I've been talking to Pearson off there. He's prepared. We've got a long way to go.
Terrified or like
Jay's supposed to be hopping on here shortly, so help him out with the extra point hour, I believe.
KT just hit us up, said, I think the new staff will use the phrase, we're going to play the QB that gives us the best chance to win, and actually mean it. Another thing that he's holding against the old staff. To me, the frustration, as you were saying that, Bill, was to talk to some of the assistant coaches like Bobby Bentley, like Dan Werner when he first got here. It was like, oh, man, I feel like I learned a lot. I feel like Gamecock fans learned a lot and got some insight here, and it's just a shame that you didn't get to get any more of that. Chris K hits us up, says, you guys are doing a great job. Thanks for the extended listen. Good luck following this, Pearson. Raphael says, big shoes to fill. Justin says he's been listening since breakfast. Appreciate it, Justin.
Yeah, he also said now he's eating lunch, and I am so hungry. I haven't eaten since 8 last night, and then I went to work my night job, and then came here and stuff and eaten. I haven't eaten in however many hours that is, like 16 hours. I'm starving.
I hear you. All I can think about is taking the bathroom break. But we're going to make it these last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
I mean, we made it this far. We're going to make it.
We definitely
it is just battlefield adjustments, just like Pete Limbo just told us, gentlemen. Just like they told us. And
we're struggling well.
We are.
Well done.
Yeah. By the way, did you hear the Luke Day's replacement's press conference?
No.
Do you want to?
The strength and conditioning coach at Marshall you're talking about?
Yeah.
Why not?
No.
I actually recorded like 20 seconds of it because it went kind of viral on Twitter. I recorded it this morning because I was here an hour early. Here, let me.
Okay, can we have the technology to play that right now?
Yep.
How about some commercials?
No commercials. No commercials. All right, here, let's see. I think we can do this.
All right. I'm going to keep talking until I hear something.
Let's go get this mug. And I'm going to teach you how to do this after this. It's herd jacks. Here's what we do. We say herd jacks, team ready, you say ready. We say herd jacks, team ready, you say ready. Herd, exercise, H-E-R-D, herd, hat. Let's go to work.
That was his.
That was at a press conference.
Who's he killing it?
He was telling it to the reporters on Zoom.
Wait, you have that? So you have the video of that? You retweeted it?
I can find the video. I'll retweet it.
I'll retweet it.
Right
audio? Yeah, I got to see that, man. I mean, because that sounds like the most insane thing I've ever heard from a
no, I mean, that's clearly they clearly hired. Hold on.
Actually, yeah, Barstool Marshall page said Marshall is strength coach university.
Oh, that's great.
I mean,
that was something right there. I mean, I would never think that anybody could energize Luke Day in an introductory press conference, but that's what I just heard.
And he sounded like, when I heard it, he sounded like he was like an old man.
Whoa,
he's really like 40 years old, I think. I think he graduated in 2004. They hired him away from Stanford.
No. That's they hired him away from. Well, give me the program. South Central Louisiana State University. Of course, the Mud Dogs are going to be really missing Farmer Fran now.
Ben Ashford.
That was Farmer Fran, right? Wasn't Farmer Fran the strength and conditioning coach?
Was he strength coach?
I think he was.
We've really gone to Waterboy details right now.
We've done 5 hours, 44 minutes of radio. If we're getting into Waterboy at this point, we've done really well.
Okay, that's fair.
What was Farmer Patrick? What was Farmer Fran's?
I don't know. He might have been the strength coach.
I thought he was strength and because remember he tells, or was he special teams coach? Because remember he goes and makes the field goal kicker run laps.
Yeah, I don't remember them lifting weights or running at any point in that movie.
I'm doing a search right now. For some reason, his official spot on the coaching staff didn't pop up right with Farmer Fran search.
That's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Final Super Bowl prediction I think we should get into in the last segment of the show. This is going to be our last.
There's no segments, Tim. It's all one segment. This is you just say the last 15 minutes.
Last 15 minutes of the show. Super Bowl predictions. Patrick, you went earlier. What was your score?
35-34.
Oh, yeah, amazing game. And I added a field goal and took one away. So I added a field goal to the Chiefs, 38, and took one away from the Bucks and go 38-31. I think it's somewhere in there. Bill, you don't think it's going to be that high scoring? Is that where you're sticking with that?
Yeah, I'll go Chiefs. Man, I really want to pick the Bucks, though. I really want to pick the Bucks. I think as we've now done 6 hours of radio, I realize I'm pulling for the Bucks and Tom Brady. I'm going to say Chiefs, though. I think the Chiefs win 27-21. I think it goes under. I think it's more low scoring. Again, I really like the under in this. It's 56.5. I wouldn't advise anybody to take that pick. I've not done well on over-unders in a while. But I just think, as Patrick, you and I were talking about earlier, that Chiefs offensive line is going against a very good defensive line for the Bucks. I think they're going to be able to stop the run. That'll make Mahomes beat them. I think he will, but I think it'll also limit some of the points that you would have seen in this game. And so I'm going to go Chiefs to win like 27-21. Brady gets the ball 2 minutes to go and can't get it done.
What? That would be, I think, the last thing I would ever think is going to happen. If Brady has the ball in his hands with a chance to win Super Bowl number 7 for him, lock. I would be shocked if he can't do it.
If he gets it, Twitter's going insane if that's what happens, right?
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. Everything all right over there, Bill? You keep looking off camera?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on over here. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Soda City Bobby says this will be close. Kansas City 30, Tampa Bay 27. Jason hits us up on the live stream, goes 27-24 Bucks. And I hope we're all kind of right with at least the close predictions, that we get the good game here, because again, it's hard. I'm not going to feel bad either way. I'm just not. If Tom Brady comes up short for Super Bowl number 7, is he really going to garner a bunch of sympathy outside of big Tom Brady fans? Which, I mean, are Patriots pulling for the Bucks in this thing? How's that work from a Patriots perspective?
The players, maybe. A lot of fans are.
Fans. You think the fans are? They're still with their boy Tommy?
I think most of them are, yeah. I think they understand.
Okay.
And how can you can't just be a Patriots fan and say, I don't like Tom Brady anymore. He gave you everything.
All right. Bryce says 31-24 Chiefs. Hart wants Brady and the Bucks to get it done, but he's going with the Chiefs. It's just too much there. Also, we had a question a little earlier about Rashad Fenton and his health.
Yeah, no,
Bill, have you seen anything? Is Fenton good to go for this sucker as a former Gamecock and good to go for the Chiefs? Patrick, you see anything on Rashad Fenton's health either?
I haven't seen anything about Fenton, actually.
Okay. It would be interesting to see. I know it's been a little tricky here in the last several weeks, and you never know as far as defensive backs, man. You got to be near 100% to play.
No updates.
It's limited in practice yesterday.
A
lot of guys are limited, though. And also, everybody that got a haircut is now back for the Chiefs, I think.
Okay.
You guys did see that, right? That's
so weird, dude.
They should. I don't know why they don't just do what the hockey players do and just grow out their playoff beards and hair. They're actually all lined up to get a haircut the week before the Super Bowl.
That's what Heath Klein was doing.
He actually is growing out his playoff beard.
We saw it. It was a thing. It was, and for some reason the other night he wore a hat kind of sideways, and he did look like something. He looked like one of the guys on Dumb and Dumber at the truck stop.
Seabass?
Joining the Charlotte coaching staff. Breaking news.
Joining the Charlotte coaching staff?
Yep. Tight end coach at Charlotte.
So you're talking about the Charlotte 49ers, right? The college team. Joe Cox, former Gamecock wide receiver. So during this show today, during the span of one show for us, we've gotten Shane Beamer's, what we think is the final assistant coach to become official as Montario Hardesty, officially now the running backs coach on the Carolina staff. And we've gotten one of Will Muschamp's former assistants to become officially an assistant at the Charlotte 49ers coaching staff. And that makes sense. Joe Cox is from Charlotte originally and relatively inexperienced, came over to Carolina. It made sense at the time from Colorado State because very familiar with Mike Bobo. And Bobo talked about him specifically, how he appreciated him being here, especially when he took over as interim head coach. So you had someone who really knew the ins and outs of the offense, along with Colin Hill as a player, but as a coach to kind of coach up the coaches. Bunch of you weighed in on your Super Bowl predictions as well. Anonymous texter says Brady gets picked off in his last 1 minute drive to end the game, 28-21. That would be shocking.
Got picked off on his last pass in New England.
That's true. That was pretty shocking when it happened. Jeez Louise, Robert says, what a fantastic day to lose power. Anyone need to fill me in on the last 10 minutes for a bathroom break?
Real quick, you see this just coming out. This is interesting college football news. Just because we were talking with Pete Limbo, we talked a little bit about this hour. Louisville is going to begin spring practice Monday and will not have a spring game. Does this make sense to y'all?
I don't know. I can't really think.
Is there reasoning behind that?
It's good for us to get going earlier. This is Scott Satterfield talking. This is what he said prior to last year's spring ball. He said it's good to get going earlier. It gives the guys more time to heal up and get ready for the fall. The Louisville will not conduct a spring game this year, and the final spring practice is slated for March 13th.
Yep, seems weird. It's been a weird all season for Satterfield, hasn't it?
But what's the rush? And why would you not? I mean, I guess I get the spring game, but what exactly is the rush right now? That seems. I was just kind of scrolling Twitter and was seeing some of what Patrick just talked about. Just don't kind of understand it there when you can push it out. And I think also the opportunity right now, April 15th, is considered the end of the dead period. Now the NCAA is potentially going to try and push through what's called a quiet period. I haven't seen the exact rules on that after the dead period. But, I think one of the things that Shane Beamer's trying to get in, and I think you're going to see more coaches try to get in, is the spring game being a little bit as being that spring game after April 15th, so you can maybe use it as a recruiting opportunity if you're allowed to get guys back on campus.
Back to Super Bowl predictions there. John says he's a Patriots fan. Go Tampa Bay. And Gamecocks for Life is the handle there on Twitter. $42.40. Man, what a game that would be, huh? I'm all about these close, high-scoring games. I would absolutely just come in here and tell you I love the Super Bowl if that's what we get on Monday, assuming also that we do a Monday show from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Otherwise, we might have to hold out for a contract renegotiation or something, Bill.
Speaking of which, Pearson's chomping at the bit right now.
You're not going to let him in.
He's ready to talk for 4 hours straight.
He's got 8 minutes.
No, I'm about to trade off with him in the studio, and you guys are going to transition that into whenever Jay Phillips decides to get on the air as well.
Wait a second. Patrick, you started producing this morning at 6 a.m., and you're going to leave 7 minutes before noon hits?
I mean, all right, here's what I'll do. I'll put up the in-studio mic, and I'll sit in studio for the next 8 minutes.
Attaboy. That's
good strategy. That's our producer.
Strong.
That's my producer. Yeah, all right. Good job.
He's even bringing his live stream with him. This is good news. Attaboy, Patrick. That would have been bitterly disappointing. I mean, also, you probably have at least 4 tickets on your car outside. We gave the City of Columbia folks the heads up. This was early on. I think he was going to make it until 10 at that meter on Sumter Street. Oh, that's disappointing. We got a quote from a student assignment, too. How about this? So John says he's been listening to the extended show, and it's made it easier to grade papers. Quote from the student assignment: "If there is no struggle, there is no progress," from Frederick Douglass. Looks like the Gamecocks are in the perfect position for some serious progress. Oh, I thought he was talking about the show. Patrick, that looks like a great seat there. You're right there in the big boy seat in the talk studio.
I just heard you mention the Sumter Street parking as I was walking in here. I definitely have a ticket. I probably have 2 tickets.
Yeah, we
turned them on. We'll start after the show.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
We turned them on to you, and then they all went down there and stood. They've all been figuring it out. Each one's just because they've got a quota to hit. They're like, it's my turn to get my ticket. It's my turn. You're going to go out there, your car is just going to be littered in tickets.
Venmo is Patrick-Perrette for everyone that wants to pay my parking ticket.
Just shameless. It took us almost 6 whole hours to get the shameless donation plug. It's there.
You can tell Jonathan Frew that, on the live stream, yes, the cat made an appearance a little while. So I'll go sprinting across the deck. It did appear to pop its head up and look at me, kind of like, can't get into your house today. I'm sure that cat owner is probably fed up with that cat.
So Pearson, everything okay there at the producers board? Everything good? It
for
just
my
feels
career
like
or for today?
I think that's a good overstatement. Way to come in with some hyperbole. Love it. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like we can do this probably every Friday. It should just be a tradition, right, Bill?
Sure. I was reading. They just put out our soccer schedule for Austin for at this point. What does it matter? At this point, what is it? We've persevered through the last 6 hours. I feel we've done a good job too. I mean, not being able to take a break, we've kind of maxed out for the rest of the year. Sure, why not? That'll get.
All you got to do is watch Kicking and Screaming. Wasn't that the movie where Will Ferrell's the soccer coach? I think
I yelled at the kids. I yelled at the kids the other night, and I think I told the story off air. The coach, there was a coach on another field, came over and asked one of our assistant coaches, like, "Is that guy okay? Are the kids going to be okay?" Because they weren't going through the drills hard, and it was the first practice of the year. You got to set the precedent, right? You got to set the tone. And I told them we were just doing agility drills, and they were goofing around. Nobody was dribbling up and actually kicking the ball like a real game into the goal. And so I made them sprint from where they were back to the line, and then I asked them if they do everything with 50%, effort in life, and told them that if we want to win games this year, we need to get after it. It was very aggressive.
And how old are these kids?
It's 10 and under, I think.
Old enough?
Yeah, they're old enough to know better.
Zero productivity from me this morning. Thank you, guys, Raphael says. Don't be so excited, Bill. Justin says. There is no more room for progress, John. Probably, maybe should be the last word today, but it's not going to be.
Well, after watching Tim for the last 6 hours, I would say to put a perfect bow in the show, he would be the camel. Patrick would be the carrot. I'm not sure what I get to be. The what we have earlier, the traffic control.
Air traffic controller.
Air traffic, yeah, because of the half.
Because of the weekend doing the halftime entertainment there, the Super Bowl, just wondered if you had to have a nickname and it included the, because that's a pretty strong stage name, just to go with the something. I'm going to go with the husband in trouble here when I go upstairs. I've been doing 3 extra hours of radio this morning.
Have you heard any noise upstairs, or are they all gone right now?
Well, the car is right in front of me. I am in the garage.
Okay.
They might have escaped on foot. I have not seen any escaping on foot involved, and I haven't heard too much crying, so that's good.
We have this thing on the ticker. Would you do another 6-hour show if baseball makes it to the College World Series? Can we just agree that we'll do another 6-hour show when we get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube?
Oh, wow. That's a good one, Patrick. I don't think we're going to go commercial free on that one. I don't think the bosses are going to agree to that.
We can do a 3-hour after show.
234 subscribers. Patrick, we picked up 21 that I'm aware of today.
How about that? So
something.
Yeah,
exactly. You didn't have to pay for that at all on YouTube today or on the radio. And apparently, the same thing with the commercial free on the radio. So there's no end in sight there, you guys, Patrick and Pearson? You haven't been alerted that that's going to change anytime soon?
I honestly think he stopped working on our station and is trying to figure the other stations out because he figures that we're just going to fill the airtime.
Oh, okay. That's fair. So being taken advantage of is where we're at this morning.
Yeah. So.
All right.
Well, there's no parting music, so how do we wrap up and transition?
I will leave you. Definitely don't do that, please.
Ooh, right. Blinded by the light.
Blinded by the light. Yeah, give me a second. I'm pulling up the lyrics.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, I know that laugh.
You heard that laugh
in the background?
To keep laughing with us. Laughing with us at this point. Yeah.
All right. I think that's very fair.
Yeah.
Sounds
like take it over.
Sounds like it's time to get to the gym. Got to go work out.
Wow. Hey, 10, 8.
Oh no, well he's 8. Austin's 8. Austin's 8.
All right.
I know how old he is. There's a difference there. Austin's 8. The league, I'm not sure. Like I don't know. There's some other kids. Some of them are tall. Some of them are short. Some of them are my size. I don't know. Not if they lose. Not in this league. No, Jay. If they lose, there's no orange slices. It's straight to the next field. That's right.
All right, you guys take this thing over. The people on the live stream are getting mad they can't hear Patrick and Jay.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
All right.
You guys, all you on the radio. No, thanks for having us, Pearson.
Good luck out there.
Don't get drunk.
More so than we. Okay, got it. Yeah, got it. All right, later.
Well, that was something.
All right.
And now,
nice work there on the live stream, gentlemen. For all you guys that stay with us on the live stream, much appreciated. Sorry for some of the technical issues. And we do it every morning, usually from just 6 to 9. Patrick, great work, sir. 5 hours, 57 minutes. We're wrapping it up now. See you guys on Monday morning.
Monday morning.
All right. We will see.